10 strangers, unknown to one another, were invited by the affluent Mr. Irwin to a private villa on the enchanting Indian island. After dinner, a mysterious voice unveiled the terrifying secrets concealed within each individual's heart. That very night, the young Mr. Marston met an inexplicable demise. As an ancient nursery rhyme loomed over them like a curse, it seemed as though a pair of enigmatic eyes were constantly watching this deadly game, with the guests disappearing one by one, akin to the lost Indian porcelain figurines, all, as you see, coming to the clutches of death. Judge Wargrove, recently retired, was seated in the smoking lounge of the first-class carriage, reclining against the corner, exhaling cigar smoke while eagerly perusing the politic. News in the Times. He set the newspaper aside and gazed out the window, watching the train speed across the picturesque Somerset countryside. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there were still 2 hours left on their journey. He replayed in his mind the various accounts regarding Indian Island mentioned in the newspaper. First, it spoke of an American tycoon utterly enchanted by yachting, who consequently, why purchase the small island? Next, it reported that this magnate erected a splendid and fashionable villa on this diminutive island off the coast of Devon. Alas, his third new wife had an aversion to water, leading to the inevitable sale of both the estate and the island. Consequently, an increasing number of advertisements appeared in the papers regarding this matter. Subsequently, a terse announcement revealed that a gentleman named Mr. Owen had purchased the villa. From that moment on, a host of scribblers began to spread rumors, claiming that Indian Island had been acquired by Hollywood star Gabriel Tell in a bid to escape the limelight and enjoy a few months of tranquility. Meanwhile, a journalist pseudonymously dubbed Busy as a subtly hinted that the place was destined to become a private residence for royalty. Mr. Merriweather claimed, according to hearsay, that a young nobleman was set to wed Silhouette and intended to honeymoon on the island. Additionally, an individual known as Ulysses suggested that the Admiralty had acquired the land for undisclosed experiments, shrouded in secrecy, and so forth. However, one thing was certain. Indian Island had become a sensation in the news. Judge Wargrove first retrieved a letter from his pocket. Although the handwriting was scarcely legible, the content was remarkably explicit. Dear Lawrence, it has been many years since we parted. Please visit Indian Island. The scenery is breathtaking. The sentiments of parting are profound. The past is but a wisp of smoke. The world and the heavens intertwine. The joys of sunshine, departing from Paddington Station at 12:40, awaiting your esteemed presence at Oakbridge. The name is that of a woman, elegantly signed, Constance Comington. Judge Wargrove pondered the last occasion he beheld Mrs. Constance Comington. It must have been 7, no, perhaps 8 years ago. At that time, she was en route to Italy, preparing to indulge in the joys of sunshine, merging with nature and the peasant folk. Later, he heard she had ventured further to Syria, where the sun blazed brighter and the joys were more intense, allowing her to meld with both nature and the Arab shepherds. He recollected that Constance Comington was indeed such a woman, one who would purchase a small island to dwell upon, shrouded in an air of mystery. Judge Wargrove felt his deduction to be quite reasonable, and he couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. Thus, he continued to nod until he succumbed to slumber. In the third-class carriage sat 6 passengers. Vera Claythorne reclined her head back, eyes closed. Traveling by train in such weather was truly sweltering. Heading to the seaside was indeed a delightful escape. How fortunate she was to have secured this position. Typically, during holidays, finding work often meant taking care of a multitude of children. Seeking a secretarial role was no simple endeavor. The prospects seemed rather bleak. Even the employment agency for professional women offered little hope. The employment agency had conveyed your circumstances along with their commendation of you. I am pleased to grant your requested salary. I hope you can commence work on August 8th. The train departs from Paddington at 12:40, and someone will be there to meet you at Oakbridge Station. Enclosed is £5 in cash for your travel expenses. Yours sincerely, Glenn and Nancy Owen. The address printed in the corner of the letter was Indian Island, Sticklehaven, Devon. Indian Island. Indeed, the recent newspapers seemed to have little else to discuss. Rumors and speculations were rife, with tales of all sorts circulating. While much of it could very well be mere fabrication, the fact that a millionaire had purchased the property was indisputable. Furthermore, it was absolutely true that the house was exceedingly luxurious. Vera Claythorne had been utterly exhausted from her previous term at school, often contemplating what profit could there possibly be in being a games mistress at a second-rate school. Oh well, surely, a position at a more respectable institution would be far superior. As she contemplated this, a shiver of trepidation coursed through her. She mused, even if I were to secure this position, I ought to consider myself fortunate. After all, the mere mention of an autopsy sends shivers down anyone's spine, regardless of how much the coroner might attempt to exonerate me. In retrospect, she ought to be grateful for her bravery in that moment, for she truly managed to hold her own. That particular autopsy was perhaps the most seamless experience she had ever encountered. Mrs. Hamilton had been exceptionally considerate towards her. Only Hugo best not to dwell on Hugo. Even now, as the carriage sweltered with heat, a sudden chill enveloped her. She fervently hoped she was not en route to the seaside. What a vivid tableau it was. Before her eyes, Cyril's head bobbed above and below the water's surface, drifting towards the rocks. Up and down, and as for herself, she feigned a vigorous stroke behind him, acutely aware that she would never catch up. She resolutely vowed to dismiss any thoughts of that Hugo. She opened her eyes, furrowing her brow as she regarded the man seated opposite her, tall, with a brown complexion, his eyes too closely set together, exuding a certain frivolity, and his lips bore an arrogant, almost cruel curve. She reflected further. I would wager that this individual has frequented some intriguing docks and has undoubtedly witnessed much of the world. In another corner of the carriage, Philip Lombard, with his keen, bright eyes, cast a glance at the woman across from him and mused, quite an enchanting schoolteacher, albeit perhaps with a touch too much earnestness. He could vividly imagine that this was a person of unyielding disposition, someone capable of maintaining control, whether in matters of love or on the battlefield. He was quite willing to engage with her. However, dissatisfaction began to creep in. Perhaps it was best to sever this tender bond of brotherly and sisterly affection. Business acumen was of the utmost importance. He needed to concentrate his efforts on trade. Yet, what exactly was this business venture? That little Jewish man was quite adept at theatrics. Are we going to proceed or not, Captain Lombard? He feigned nonchalance, as if 100 gold coins were of little consequence to him. In truth, 100 gold coins were significant, especially since he could scarcely afford a decent meal at present. He also harbored concerns that this little Jewish man might be up to something indeed. That was the most perilous aspect of dealing with them. They were exceptionally shrewd when it came to financial matters. He continued in a seemingly indifferent tone. Could you not elucidate your intentions a bit more clearly? Mr. Isaac Morris emphatically shook his bald head. Not more than a week at most. Lombard twirled his mustache thoughtfully and replied, You know I do not engage in such undertakings, I mean illegal ones. As he spoke, he fixed a piercing gaze upon his counterpart. A faint smile flickered across Mr. Morris' distinctly full lips. He replied with utmost seriousness, Of course, should you be asked to partake in any illicit activities, you are entirely free to withdraw. The wretched, slippery little creature, he dares to laugh, as if he possesses an intimate understanding of Lombard's past actions, as if for someone like Lombard, the distinction between legality and illegality is of any consequence utter nonsense. Lombard himself cannot help but grin. Heaven knows, there were a couple of occasions when he nearly found himself in dire straits. Yet, somehow he managed to slip through. In truth, he scarcely concerns himself with notions of boundaries, or the lack thereof. Indifference. What do boundaries matter? Such matters are trivial. What is truly intoxicating is that upon reaching Indian Island, one must revel in the experience. In the non-smoking compartment, Miss Emily Brent sat upright, as was her custom. Though she was 65 years of age, she could not abide the languid posture of reclining. Her old-fashioned, strict colonel father placed great importance on decorum and demeanor. Look at the current generation. Observe this compartment. It is the same everywhere. Debauchery, a complete lack of shame. Miss Brent was enveloped in a cynical, uncompromising state of mind. Though she found herself in a cramped third-class carriage, she remained serenely detached from the oppressive heat. Nowadays, everyone seems to relish in fussing over trivialities. Needles before tooth extractions, medication for sleeplessness, reclining chairs, and soft cushions while young. Ladies twist and turn, half-clad, sprawled out on riverbanks during summer. Miss Brent pressed her lips together, determined to set an example for those people. She recalled the holiday from the previous summer. However, this year, it would undoubtedly be different. Indian Island. She pondered silently as she read the letter, one she had perused countless times before, once more. Dear Miss Brent, how I wish you could recall me. A few years ago, in the month of August, we shared a delightful stay at the Belhaven Inn, and it seemed we were quite in harmony. I am in the process of managing my own inn on a quaint island off the coast of Devon. I believe it could be deemed a novel endeavor. Here, one can enjoy a wholesome meal and encounter individuals steeped in rich tradition, devoid of any gaudy displays or incessant ISE that lingers late into the night. If you could arrange your schedule, I would be immensely honored to host you as my esteemed guest for a summer holiday on this idyllic island. Would early August suit you? Let's say the 8th. Yours sincerely. The signature was illegible. Emily Brent could no longer contain herself. So many signatures, yet so lacking in sincerity. Indian Island. Was it not mentioned in the papers, perhaps in connection with a movie star or an American millionaire? Certainly, such places often come with a modest price tag, though an island may not be suitable for everyone. The initial vision may have been romantic, but once there, one might find it inconvenient or unsatisfactory, leading to a desire for a swift departure. Emily Brent mused, what does it matter? After all, I shall be enjoying a free holiday in light of the significant reduction in income, and with payments deferred here and dividends halted there, this is indeed a matter that demands consideration. The current dilemma is that as long as I can recall even the slightest detail about that lady, perhaps named Miss Oliver, it would suffice. General MacArthur gazed out of the train window as it rolled into the Exeter station. Good heavens! These branch line trains. If only they could travel straight through. The journey to Indian Island would hardly seem far at all. He remained perplexed about who this Owen fellow was. Surely, he must be a friend of Spoff Legard. Or perhaps he was associated with Johnny Will. Ah, a couple of your old comrades from the army are coming. Everyone wishes to reminisce. Indeed, he relishes in reminiscing about old times. Recently, he has harbored doubts about whether others are avoiding him, all thanks to that damned rumor. Goodness, is truly unbearable. Now, it has nearly been 30 years. He pondered. It must have been Armitage who spread the word. That wretched little beast. How much does he truly know about this matter? Perhaps it is best to think less about it. Sometimes, one cannot help but speculate on who might be keeping a close watch on you. Now, let us speak of Indian Island. How he longs to see it. There are countless tales circulating, truly a cacophony of gossip. One rumor suggests that the Navy, Army, or Air Force has purchased it. There seems to be some truth to that, and the young American millionaire, Elmer Robson, has indeed erected a building there. It is said that vast sums of money were expended in the process. It is said that all the splendor of worldly riches converges here Exeter. Another hour to wait. He truly detested the prospect of waiting any longer and longed to set forth on his journey without delay. Dr. Armstrong navigated his Morris car through the Salisbury Plain, utterly fatigued. Fame, indeed, carries its own burdens. In the past, he had meticulously adorned himself, waiting in an opulent and well-equipped waiting room, enduring languid days devoid of visitors, pondering an uncertain future fraught with both peril and promise. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, and he struck gold. Coupled with his formidable medical skills, success was within reach. However, mere expertise was insufficient for renown. Luck was equally essential, and he was blessed with it. Following a remarkable diagnosis and the gratitude of a few affluent female patients, word of his prowess spread like wildfire. You must consult Dr. Armstrong, they would say. Though young, he is exceptionally talented. While others had sought various physicians for years, his single prescription yielded results. Thus, Dr. Armstrong's ascent commenced. Yet, his brow furrowed at the antics of these women. What of their neuroses? Nevertheless, it was a lucrative venture. Many of the women seeking his care often lacked any concrete ailment, merely indulging in their affluence. Yet, speaking such truths seldom garnered sympathy. Fortunately, he could always attribute their complaints to this or that nebulous condition, an affliction characterized by an unwieldy term, ultimately trivial, yet still requiring treatment, which posed no significant challenge. To speak frankly, medication fundamentally revolves around trust. It is a matter of belief. The efficacy of treatment often hinges on one's conviction in its power. Furthermore, he possesses the gift of eloquence, endowing him with both influence and reliability. Fortunately, that ordeal has finally been resolved, and it has been nearly a decade, perhaps even 15 years. That incident was truly perilous. He nearly faltered. Thankfully, that upheaval restored his composure. Since then, he has abstained from alcohol entirely. Good heavens! Even though the incident is now behind him, reflecting on it evokes a sense of imminent disaster. With a thunderous blast of the horn, a superlative Dallin sports car sped past at a staggering 80 miles per hour. Dr. Armstrong nearly collided with a roadside stump. Once again, a mischievous little fool disrupts the tranquility. He detests them. This time, it was yet another close call. Damn that foolish little imbecile. Anthony Marston accelerated recklessly, pondering the unnerving sight of a multitude of vehicles crawling along the road. It was truly frightening. Whether one car or another, they incessantly blocked his path, rendering him immobile. And they always seemed to occupy the center of the road. The traffic in Britain is utterly exasperating, unlike in France, where overtaking is a liberating experience. Should he stop for a drink? Or press onward? There is ample time. Only 100 miles to go. A robust drink is in order, followed by something lighter. This sweltering, oppressive heat is unbearable. If the heat persists, that place on the island will become quite lively. As for Mr. Owen, one cannot ascertain his true nature. He is presumably a wealthy gentleman, affluent to the point of peculiarity. Indeed, Bayer is adept at navigating the ways of such affluent individuals. Admittedly, he has somewhat constrained himself. The poor old chap finds himself in quite a financial predicament. One can only hope they possess fine wines for their guests. He has never mingled with those who have amassed considerable wealth, yet lack the innate understanding of how to spend it. Regrettably, the rumors surrounding Gabriel Tal's acquisition of that small island remain uncertain, though he is genuinely eager to befriend that starlet. Very well, it is likely that Anthony Marston will encounter several young ladies there. He exited the restaurant, stretched lazily, yawned, gazed at the azure sky, and then climbed back into his derrick sports car. Several women admired him with longing gazes. He stood 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, tousled hair, a sun-kissed complexion, and a pair of deeply expressive blue eyes. With a roar, he started the engine and sped down the narrow street, startling the elderly gentleman and the errand-running youths who jumped aside in haste. Yet the youths continued to gaze after the car, filled with envy. Anthony Marston proceeded on his journey with a sense of swagger. Mr. Bowler was aboard a slow train departing from Plymouth. Apart from himself, there was only one other passenger in the carriage, an elderly man with sunken eyes from across the seas. At present, he had his head drooped in slumber. Mr. Bowler was diligently jotting notes in his little book. This group consists of Emily Brent, Vera Claythorne, Dr. Armstrong, Anthony Marston, Justice Wargrave, Philip Lombard, General MacArthur, the male butler, and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Rogers, a total of 9 individuals. Mr. Bloor made a precise assessment, contemplating each matter with great care. He mused that this assignment would be quite straightforward, pondering repeatedly whether any unforeseen events might arise. I hope my appearance is satisfactory. He thought anxiously as he stood and scrutinized himself in the mirror. A small mustache graced his face, lending him a hint of military demeanor, albeit devoid of expression. His eyes were gray, set closely together. I must resemble a major, Mr. Bloor considered, but then recalled, no, I mustn't forget the old soldier. He would see right through me. South Africa, he reflected, a place with which he was well acquainted. None of these individuals had any connection to South Africa, and he had been diligently perusing travel literature, ready to engage in conversation. Fortunately, the plethora of diverse colonies would surely serve him well, granting him confidence that he would not make a fool of himself. The Isle of Indian. He had known about it since childhood. A foul-smelling rock, teeming with seagulls, lies about a mile offshore, named for its resemblance to the head of a Native American. What a peculiar notion it is to build a villa on this island. With a change in weather, one can anticipate much. Thus, it is said that millionaires are ever in pursuit of novelty. The old man from the corner stirred awake and remarked, the temperament of the sea is something that no one can ever truly fathom. Mr. Bloor casually concurred, indeed, no one can. The old man let out a couple of belches and sighed. A storm is impending. Mr. Bloor replied, no, my friend, the weather is quite fine. The old man, agitated, retorted, a storm is certainly approaching. I can sense it. Perhaps you are correct, Mr. Bloor said with a calm demeanor. As the train came to a halt, the elderly gentleman rose unsteadily. I must disembark, he muttered, groping for the window. Mr. Bloor assisted him. The old man stood at the door, solemnly raising one hand, which glimmered with an otherworldly glow. Take heed, pray, he said, take heed, pray. The day of judgment is nigh. He stumbled through the doorway and precariously descended onto the platform. Turning towards Mr. Bloor with utmost dignity, he declared, I tell you, young man, the day of judgment is very near, exceedingly so. Mr. Bloor retreated to his seat, contemplatively thinking. The day of judgment is much closer for him than it is for me. However, as subsequent events unfolded, it became evident that he was mistaken. A group of individuals stood outside the Oakbridge station, momentarily disordered. Porters trailed behind them, transporting boxes, when someone called out, Jim. A driver stepped forward. You are headed to Indian Island, I presume? He inquired, his voice laced with a soft accent from Devon. 4 voices responded in unison. Yet they immediately began to furtively scrutinize one another. The driver continued, addressing Judge Wargrave directly, assuming him to be the leader of the assembly. There are 2 taxis in total. One must remain to await the slow train from Exeter, which is due to arrive within 5 minutes to collect a gentleman traveling on that service. Which of you would not mind waiting a moment? This arrangement will afford everyone a bit more space. Vera Claythorne, feeling herself to be in the role of secretary, promptly interjected, I shall wait. If you all would be so kind as to proceed. She glanced at the other 3, her demeanor conveying a sense of authority as if orchestrating the order of her pupils during a tennis match. Miss Brent, with an air of superiority, remarked, excuse me, and promptly stepped into one of the vehicles, the driver's hand poised at the open door. Judge Wargrave followed suit. I shall wait with that young lady, declared Captain Lombard. My name is Claythorne, Vera stated. I am Lombard, Philip Lombard, he replied. The porters busied themselves stacking luggage into the car, and within. Judge Wargrave remarked with a certain gravitas, the weather is rather pleasant indeed. Miss Brent replied, indeed, not bad. She thought to herself that he was quite an imposing gentleman, markedly different from the commonplace men one encounters at seaside hotels. Clearly, the social connections of that Miss or Mrs. Oliver were rather exceptional. Judge Wargrave inquired, "Are you familiar with this area? I have visited Dorking and Cornwall, but as for this place, it is my first visit." The judge remarked, "I am not familiar with this area either." The taxi departed. The driver of the second taxi suggested, "Please take a seat inside and wait." Vera firmly responded, "No need." Captain Lombard smiled and remarked, "How delightful the sun is outside. It is truly enchanting. Would you care to go inside the station?" "Certainly not. Escaping the stifling train is quite refreshing." Lombard, somewhat echoing her sentiments, asked, "Are you familiar with this area?" "No, I have never been here before." Yet she hastily added, "But I have yet to meet my employer." She was determined to reveal her identity immediately. "Your employer?" "Indeed. I am Mrs. Owen's secretary." "Ah, I see." Though imperceptible, his demeanor had shifted, becoming more at ease, his tone no longer tense. He remarked, "Isn't that rather sudden?" Vera chuckled. "Not at all. I don't think so. Mrs. Owen's former secretary fell ill unexpectedly. She telegraphed the agency, and they sent me in her place." Vera laughed again. "This is merely a temporary assignment during the holiday. I hold a permanent position at a girls' school. To be honest, the thought of encountering Indian Island fills me with trepidation. The discussions in the newspapers are simply overwhelming. Is it truly that captivating? I cannot say, as I have never laid eyes upon it." "Really? The Irwin family seems utterly enchanted by it." "I suspect that is the case. What does it look like? Do tell me." Lombard pondered. How should I respond? Should I claim to have seen it, or not? He hastily exclaimed, "Stay still. A wasp is crawling on your arm." He pretended to shoo it away with great seriousness. "There, it has flown off." "Ah, thank you. This summer has seen an abundance of wasps." "Indeed. Perhaps the heat has attracted them. Are we expecting anyone? Do you have any idea?" "Not in the slightest. The elongated whistle of the approaching train can already be heard." Lombard remarked, "The train has arrived." As they exited the platform, a tall, military-looking elderly gentleman emerged, his short, gray-white hair neatly trimmed. His small, white mustache was also meticulously groomed. The sturdy leather suitcase he carried caused the porter to sway slightly as he walked. The porter waved to Vera and Lombard. Vera approached, exuding both competence and efficiency. She stated, "I am Mrs. Irwin's secretary. The car is waiting right here." She then added, "This is Mr. Lombard." The pair of blue eyes had already lost their luster and appeared vacant, a testament to age. Nevertheless, they scrutinized Lombard with a piercing intensity. In that fleeting moment, anyone who happened to observe them could clearly discern that both individuals were contemplating one another. He was not unattractive, albeit possessing a hint of wickedness. The trio boarded the awaiting taxi, which traversed the dreary oak tree bridge street, covering approximately a mile along Plymouth Avenue. Subsequently, they entered a maze of narrow country lanes, lush and vibrant, yet steep and constricted. General MacArthur remarked, "I am quite unfamiliar with this region of Devon. My own abode is in the east, adjacent to Dorset." Vera chimed in, "It is truly delightful here, gentle hills, red earth, verdant and fragrant all around." Philip Lombard, with a hint of criticism, replied, "It is rather isolated. I prefer the open countryside, where one can gaze far and wide, seeing everything clearly." General MacArthur inquired, "I gather you have traveled extensively, my friend?" Lombard shrugged, pondering. "I've wandered around a bit." "And you?" He mused to himself. Now he ought to ask me if I experienced the Great War. Such is the nature of these old fellows. However, General MacArthur made no mention of the war. Their vehicle traversed a steep incline, descending onto the winding lane leading to Sticklehaven, where a solitary village nestled by the water's edge, comprising a handful of thatched cottages and scattered fishing boats. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, they beheld for the first time the distant silhouette of Indian Island to the south. Vera was somewhat taken aback as she remarked, "It's quite far from the shore." Reality stood in stark contrast to her expectations. She had envisioned a picturesque white cottage nestled close to the coastline, yet now, not a single house was in sight, only the ominous, dark outlines of rugged rocks, resembling the head of an Indian giant, loomed before her, evoking a sense of foreboding. A chill ran down her spine. Before a modest eatery named 7 Stars, 3 individuals were seated, an elderly, decrepit judge, the upright Miss Brent, and a robust figure who approached to introduce himself. "Perhaps it is best to wait for your company," he said, expressing his intent to join them. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Davis, hailing from South Africa, my homeland." He spoke with a jovial demeanor. Judge Wogreef regarded him with undisguised disdain, his expression reminiscent of one who wished for all spectators to vacate the courtroom, while Miss Brent remained uncertain of her feelings towards the inhabitants of the colonies. "Is there anyone who wishes to have a bite before we embark?" Mr. Davis inquired with sincere goodwill. His suggestion, however, met with silence. Mr. Davis turned and raised a finger in the air. "Very well, we should not delay any further. Our kind hosts are eagerly awaiting us," he remarked. As he spoke, he seemed to notice an unusual sense of urgency among the group. It appeared that the mere mention of the host and hostess elicited an unexpected tremor among them. Davis beckoned with his finger, and a man leaning against a nearby wall approached without delay. His gait, reminiscent of someone accustomed to laboring on water, revealed much about his nature. He bore a weathered visage, with a pair of somewhat flickering black eyes, and spoke with a soft, local accent. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to embark on the island? The boat is already waiting," he announced. "Two gentlemen are to drive over, but Mr. Owen has instructed us not to wait for them, as their arrival time remains uncertain." The group rose to their feet, following their guide along a small embankment towards a modest dock, adjacent to a motorboat. "This boat is rather small," remarked Emily Brent. The boat owner, striving to find the right words, countered, "This boat is splendid, madam. It is indeed a fine vessel. A quick journey to Plymouth, and you'll arrive in the blink of an eye. It's incredibly convenient." Judge Wargrave, however, interjected with a sharper tone, "We are quite a crowd. Even with double the number, it would still accommodate us, sir." Philip Lombard replied amiably, "Not an issue at all. The weather is fair, and there are no rough seas." Despite her troubled mind, Miss Brent was assisted onto the boat. Following her, the others climbed aboard one by one. Thus far, there was little in the way of support or care among them, and a hint of suspicion lingered in the air. Just as the guide was about to untie the mooring rope, he suddenly paused, still holding the hook. A small automobile emerged from the village, gliding down the steep incline. The vehicle was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of magnificence that set it apart. Inside sat a young man, his hair swept back by the wind. In the shimmering night, he appeared not merely as a mortal, but rather as a youthful deity, reminiscent of the heroic figures from Norse mythology. This moment was indeed captivating. At that instant, Anthony Marston was simply extraordinary. Even later, many would vividly recall this scene. Fred Narracott sat beside the engine, contemplating the peculiar nature of this group. He found himself bewildered by the clientele Mr. Owen had invited. In his mind, he had envisioned a more refined assembly, perhaps adorned in elegant yachting attire, with opulent gentlemen and ladies of remarkable stature. Mr. Irwin is indeed quite peculiar, provoking a sense of absurdity even in Fred's thoughts. He has never laid eyes on this gentleman, let alone his wife. He has never seen him around. It has always been Mr. Morris orchestrating everything, financing the endeavors with remarkable clarity and generosity. Nevertheless, it remains rather astonishing that the newspapers have published so much nonsensical chatter about Irwin. Upon reflection, Narracott finds some merit in it. Truth be told, it might very well be the estate purchased by Miss Gabriel Turrell. However, as he observes the guests before him, he dismisses this notion as illogical. These individuals do not seem to belong to the same sphere as any Hollywood celebrity. He discreetly appraises the group. One is a spinster, sharp-witted and perceptive, who sees through them all. Or perhaps she is merely a gambler. It would be strange if she were not a bit prickly. Another, a veteran, bears the demeanor of a true soldier. The young lady, though possessing a pleasant visage, is rather ordinary, lacking the flair that would befit a Hollywood starlet. The ostentatious young man, loud and brash, does not strike Fred as a paragon of virtue. Rather, he resembles a failed businessman. The other gentleman, lean and sharp-featured, with shifty eyes, seems rather uncommon, and it is quite possible that he has some connection to the film industry. Hold on. There is still a passenger aboard who stands out, the one who arrived last in a small car. What a splendid vehicle. Sticklehaven had never seen anything like it. Such a car must cost tens of thousands. He is truly deserving, having been raised amidst wealth. If only all these people were like him, then it would make sense. The more one ponders, the more perplexing it becomes. It is indeed a confusing affair. The small boat jostled forward amidst the rocks. At last, the house came into view. The southern side of the island presented a different scene, with a slope extending gracefully into the sea. The house was perfectly situated there, facing south, modest in height, square in shape, and stylishly designed, with round windows that invited ample sunlight indoors. This house was genuinely exhilarating. living up to everyone's expectations. Fred Narracott turned off the engine, and the small craft smoothly navigated into a natural harbor formed between the rocks. Philip Lombard exclaimed sharply, "If bad weather hits, landing here will be quite a challenge." Fred Narracott chuckled, "If the wind blows southeast, no one will set foot on Indian Island. Sometimes, once it halts, it can last for a week." Vera Claythorne mused, "Supplies must be quite inconvenient. This is the worst aspect for a small island. It seems managing this household will require considerable effort." The small boat collided with the rocks, producing a harsh sound. Fred Narracott leaped from the vessel, assisted by Lombard. As they helped others disembark, Narracott securely tethered the boat to a ring firmly embedded in the rock, subsequently guiding everyone up the stone steps carved into the cliff. General MacArthur remarked, "What a splendid place, truly refreshing." Yet, his heart was far from tranquil. Damn this cursed place. As the group ascended, they finally reached a higher platform, where their spirits began to stabilize. At the open doorway of the house stood a well-groomed butler, his demeanor serious and almost comical, which brought a measure of comfort to the group. Moreover, the house itself was undeniably enchanting. Standing on the platform and gazing at the breathtaking scenery of the island was nothing short of magnificent. The butler approached with a slight bow. He was tall and slender, with graying hair, exuding an air of dignity. "Please, come this way," he instructed. "What had this gentleman just said?" "Mr. Owen, unfortunately delayed, will not arrive until tomorrow. He has made all the necessary arrangements. Everything you may need is available. Shall we proceed to your rooms now? Dinner is at 8 o'clock. Mrs. Rogers led Vera upstairs. The woman opened a door at the end of the corridor, and Vera entered a delightful bedroom. A large window offered a view of the sea, while another faced east. Instantly, she exclaimed with joy. Mrs. Rogers inquired, "Miss, is there anything else you require?" Vera cast a glance around the room. The luggage had been brought in and was already unpacked. On the opposite side of the room lay a bathroom adorned with pale blue tiles, its door ajar. She promptly remarked, "I see, it is unnecessary. Miss, should you require anything, please ring the bell." Mrs. Rogers replied in a voice that was both flat and monotonous. Vera curiously regarded her. She was indeed a rare and pallid spectre, her hair swept back and clad entirely in black. Despite this, she possessed a certain dignified appearance. Yet, her eyes were strikingly bright, darting about incessantly. Vera pondered, she seems to be afraid of her own shadow. Indeed, it is this very woman who lives in abject fear. A slight chill crept down Vera's spine. What could this woman possibly fear? She cheerfully announced, "I am the newly employed secretary of Mrs. Owen. I hope this is clear to you." Mrs. Rogers replied, "No, miss, I do not comprehend anything. All I know is a list of the ladies and gentlemen present, along with their respective rooms." Vera inquired, "Did Mrs. Owen not mention me?" Mrs. Rogers blinked and said, "I have yet to meet Mrs. Owen. We have only just arrived 2 days ago. How peculiar, this Owen family." Vera mused. She then inquired aloud, "How many servants are there?" "Just myself and Mrs. Rogers, miss." Vera furrowed her brow. At present, there were 8 individuals in the house, in addition to the male and female hosts, making a total of 10. Yet only one couple to cater to their needs. Mrs. Rogers declared, "I am an adept cook, and my husband is quite capable as a steward. However, I must admit I was unaware of such a large gathering." Vera inquired, "Do you think you can manage?" "Indeed, miss, I shall manage just fine. If we frequently entertain guests, I suspect Mrs. Owen will lend a hand," replied Mrs. Rogers. Vera mused, "I suppose that may be the case." Mrs. Rogers then turned and glided away, her footsteps light and soundless, akin to a shadow slipping from the room. Vera approached the window and seated herself in the chair by it. A vague sense of unease washed over her. Something felt amiss. The absence of the Owens, the ghostly pallor of Mrs. Rogers, and the peculiar assortment of guests contributed to her disquiet. These guests were indeed an unusual and rare emlang, Vera thought. I sincerely wish I had met the Owens. I truly wish I understood what they were like. She rose and began to pace restlessly around the room. This was a bedroom impeccably furnished in the latest fashionable style. The polished hardwood floor was adorned with a pristine white carpet, and the light-hued walls were accentuated by large mirrors framed with electric bulbs. The mantelpiece was elegantly simple, featuring a substantial piece of white marble carved into the shape of a bear, at the center of which sat a clock framed in gleaming chrome, upon which lay a large sheet of parchment inscribed with a poem. She stood before the hearth, gazing at the poem. It was a nursery rhyme, a cherished melody from her childhood that had been passed down in the nursery. 10 little Indian boys went out to seek their supper. One choked and couldn't be saved, leaving 9. 9 little Indian boys, sleepless in the dead of night, succumbed to slumber, leaving 8. 8 little Indian boys ventured into the town of Devon for curiosity. One lost his life, leaving 7. 7 little Indian boys, struggling with their axes to fell trees. One met his end, leaving 6. 6 little Indian boys, provoking the wrath of the bees. One was stung and perished, leaving 5. 5 little Indian boys, embroiled in legal troubles, ensnared in court until death, leaving 4. For little Indian boys, setting sail and facing calamity, one was devoured by a fish, leaving 3. 3 little Indian boys faced misfortune at the zoo. A bear fell upon them unexpectedly, leaving 2. 2 little Indian boys sighed under the sun's glare. They succumbed to the heat, leaving 1. 1 little Indian boy, returning alone. He hanged himself, leaving none. Vera smiled softly. Indeed, was this not Indian Island? She moved to the window, sitting down to gaze at the sea. How vast it was! From this vantage point, the horizon vanished into an endless expanse of water and sky, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, with rippling azure waves. The sea. Today is so tranquil, yet at times so tempestuous. It is this very sea that drags one into the abyss, drowning. Realizing one has drowned. Submerged in the ocean, drowned, drowned, drowned. No, she refuses to remember. She refuses to dwell on this. Everything is in the past. When Dr. Armstrong arrived at Indian Island, the sun was just setting. During the boat ride, he engaged in conversation with the local boatman. He was eager to learn about the various matters concerning the island's proprietor. However, the Narracot seemed unusually reticent, perhaps unwilling to share. Thus, Dr. Armstrong could only discuss the weather, fishing, and other mundane topics. After a long journey, he indeed felt fatigued, his eyes aching. Driving westward meant facing the sun's glaring rays. Truly, he was exhausted. The sea, in its absolute tranquility, was precisely what he craved. He yearned to rest a while longer. Yet it was simply unattainable. It was not a matter of financial inability, but rather, how could he so carelessly let go? People would soon forget him entirely. No. Now that he had arrived here, he must endeavor to make something of himself. He thought to himself, I have cast aside my old way of life. He cheerfully began to contemplate his future plans, though they were, in truth, rather absurd notions. Even as he stepped onto the stone steps, he was still smiling to himself. In the platform, an elderly gentleman sat in a chair. Dr. Armstrong, upon a fleeting glance, found the visage somewhat familiar. Where had he encountered this toad-like countenance? With its tortoise-like neck, hunched back, and those dim, cunning little eyes? It was none other than old Wogref. The doctor had once testified in his presence. He always appeared to be in a state of drowsiness, yet when confronted with legal matters, he was remarkably astute. For instance, when dealing with juries, he possessed a knack for influencing their decisions. It was said that he could easily sway juries to render verdicts in his favor, even in cases that should have been dismissed outright. Moreover, he would predict the precise day a jury would reach a decision. Some branded him a hangman in judicial robes. In this realm beyond the mundane, encountering him was indeed intriguing. Judge Wogref pondered. Armstrong? Ah, yes. I recall seeing him on the witness stand. Quite the pretender he was. His caution was beyond measure. All doctors are scoundrels, and the fellows from Harley Street are especially despicable. He recalled a fawning sycophant he had recently encountered on that very street, a bitter resentment still simmering within him. He grumbled aloud, "There's drink in the hall." "Doctor," Armstrong replied, "I must extend my greetings to the hosts." Judge Wogref closed his eyes once more, his expression a mask of absurdity. "This one do," the judge declared. "There's neither a male host nor a female host. This place is utterly confounding, leaving one at a loss." "Doctor." Armstrong fixed his gaze upon him for nearly a minute. Just as he presumed the elderly gentleman had succumbed to slumber, Judge Wogref suddenly resumed the conversation. "Have you heard of Constance Comedon?" No, I suppose not." "That is of little consequence," the judge remarked. "The identity of this woman remains ambiguous, and her handwriting is hardly discernible. I am beginning to doubt whether I have come to the right place." Dr. Armstrong shook his head and continued towards the house. Judge Wogref was still contemplating the matter of Constance Comedon. This woman, like all women, was inherently unreliable. His thoughts drifted to the two women inside, one a taciturn old maid and the other a young lady. He dismissed any concern for the latter, a frigid and aloof creature. No, there were 3 women, including Roger's wife. A peculiar individual, she appeared utterly terrified. The couple seemed quite respectable, and they certainly possessed some knowledge. At that moment, Rogers appeared on the platform. The judge inquired, "Do you know Mrs. Constance Comiton?" Rogers stared at him. "No, sir, I am not aware." Meanwhile, Anthony Marston was indulging in a hot bath, steam rising pleasantly. After a long drive, his limbs were numb. His mind was devoid of thoughts. Anthony was an energetic and impulsive individual. He mused to himself, "I suppose one must remain resolute." Subsequently, he allowed his mind to drift into oblivion. The steaming water, the languid limbs, a final shave, and a cocktail to savor. What comes next? Mr. Bloor struggles with his tie, a task he is ill-equipped to manage. His attire appears satisfactory, or so he believes. Yet, there is an air of coldness among the onlookers, each scrutinizing the other with an unsettling familiarity, as if they all harbor a secret understanding. However, the outcome remains in his own hands. He harbors no intention of botching this affair. A fleeting glance at the nursery rhyme framed above the mantelpiece reveals a certain neatness. He reflects that since childhood, this island has lingered in his memory, yet he never envisioned himself engaged in such endeavors within this very house. Perhaps, it is indeed a blessing that one cannot foresee the future. General MacArthur furrows his brow in deep contemplation. Everything is utterly cursed. The entirety of this matter is beyond comprehension, starkly contrasting his prior imaginings. He must concoct an excuse to extricate himself from this situation, yet he finds himself unable to abandon it. Lombard, that fellow, now appears remarkably singular and rather unscrupulous. He could swear that this man is indeed lacking in integrity. Upon hearing the chime, Philip Lombard gracefully exits his room, moving with the stealth and agility of a leopard, silent and swift. In truth, he possesses a certain feline quality, exuding the essence of a wild beast, vibrant and spirited. A broad grin spreads across his face. Has it not been a week? He intends to revel in this for a week. Emily Brent, clad in a gown of black silk, awaited dinner, seated in her bedroom, engrossed in the Bible. She murmured softly, articulating each word. The heathens ensnare themselves, concealing beneath a net only to find themselves ensnared. The judgment of God is impartial. The wicked shall reap the consequences of their deeds, and the malevolent shall descend into hell. With a firm closure of her lips, she tightly pressed them together and shut the Bible. Rising to her feet, she adorned her neck with a Scottish smoky quartz brooch and descended the stairs to partake in the evening meal. Dinner was nearing its conclusion. The exquisite wines and delectable dishes were served with great care by Rogers. The guests were all in high spirits, and the conversation flowed more freely and warmly among them. Judge Wargrave, after several glasses of fine wine had warmed his countenance, began to speak with a blend of wit and biting humor, amusing all present, including Dr. Armstrong and Anthony Marston, who listened intently. Miss Brent engaged General MacArthur in conversation, discussing several mutual acquaintances. Vera Claythorne inquired of Mr. Davis about the situation in South Africa, articulating her questions with clarity and receiving equally pertinent responses. Lombard, sitting nearby, observed the proceedings with narrowed eyes, occasionally glancing around the table to scrutinize the other guests. Anthony Marston suddenly remarked, "Isn't this rather intriguing?" It turned out that in the center of the round table lay a glass platter adorned with several small porcelain figurines. "Indians," Anthony declared, "from Indian Island, I presume." Vera leaned forward. "How many are there in total?" 10, perhaps." "Indeed, there are 10, she replied. Vera exclaimed, "How delightful. This is just like the nursery rhyme about the 10 little Indian boys. I believe it is. On the mantelpiece of my bedroom, a frame adorned with this very nursery rhyme resides." Lombard remarked, "I have one in my room as well." "So do I." "I do too." Everyone chimed in unison, affirming they possessed one. Vera continued, "Isn't this rather amusing?" Judge Wargrave muttered, "It's simply childish," before resuming his indulgence in wine. Emily Brent glanced at Vera Claythorne, who in turn looked back at Miss Brent. The two women rose and exited. In the lounge, the French windows opened onto the platform outside, with the sound of crashing waves occasionally whispering to them. Emily Brent commented, "It's pleasant." Vera replied rather brusquely, "I detest it." Miss Brent regarded her with surprise. Vera flushed but quickly regained her composure, stating, "I find this place rather uninviting when the wind picks up." Emily Brent concurred. "Indeed, during winter, no one can venture outside this house. I can assure you of that. Additionally, it is difficult to retain servants." Vera murmured, "Yes. Hiring help is quite challenging, regardless." Emily Brent remarked, "Mrs. Oliver has certainly chosen well with these two. This woman truly excels in the culinary arts." Vera mused, "As one ages, It is amusing how easily names can be misremembered. She added, indeed, I would say Mrs. Irwin is indeed fortunate. Emily Brent, poised to commence her embroidery, halted abruptly upon hearing Vera's words and inquired sharply, Irwin? Did you say Irwin? Yes, Vera replied. Emily Brent continued, I have never encountered anyone named Irwin in my life. Vera was taken aback. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, the door swung open, and the gentleman entered. Following closely behind was Rogers, carrying a tray of coffee. He navigated the room, distributing the rich, steaming coffee with care. The group savored the delightful brew, feeling quite content with their day's performance and experiences. As the clock's hands pointed to 20 minutes to 9, an enveloping silence descended, evoking a sense of comfort and satisfaction. In the midst of this tranquility, a sudden voice pierced through, cold and unyielding, commanding attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please be silent. Everyone was taken aback, glancing around in bewilderment and exchanging looks with one another. Who was uttering those words? The loud and clear voice continued. You are accused of the following crimes. Edward George Armstrong, on March 14, 1925. You caused the death of Louisa Mary Cleese. Emily Caroline Brent, you are wholly responsible for the death of Beatrice Taylor on November 5, 1931. William Henry Bloor, on October 10, 1928. It was you who led to the demise of James Stephen Landor. Vera Elizabeth Claythorne, on August 11, 1935. You murdered Cyril Ogilvy Hamilton. Philip Lombard. On a day in February 1932, you committed the crime that resulted in the deaths of 21 men from an East African tribe. John Gordon MacArthur, on January 4, 1917. You deliberately killed your wife's lover, Arthur Richmond. Anthony James Marston, on November 14th of last year. You took the lives of John and Lucy Coombs. Thomas Rogers and Ethel Rogers. On May 6, 1929, you caused the death of Jennifer Brady. Lawrence John Wargrave. On June 10, 1930, you conspired to murder Edward Seaton. What defense do you, the accused standing before the court, have left? Lombard was the first to react. He swiftly rushed to the door and flung it open. Outside lay Mrs. Rogers, sprawled on the ground. Lombard called out, Mastodon. Anthony leapt up and dashed over to assist her. Together, they managed to lift Mrs. Rogers and brought her into the lounge. Dr. Armstrong immediately approached, aiding them in settling Mrs. Rogers onto the sofa. He bent down to examine her and remarked, Nothing serious. She has merely fainted. She will regain consciousness shortly. Lombard instructed Rogers, Fetch some brandy. Rogers, pale as a ghost and trembling, stammered, Yes, sir, before hastily exiting the room. Vera exclaimed, Who is speaking? Where is he? It sounded as though General MacArthur, in a state of exasperation, was questioning, What on earth is happening? What kind of jest is this? His hands trembled, his shoulders slumped, and he appeared to age a decade in an instant. Bloor was preoccupied with wiping his face with a handkerchief. Only Judge Wargrave and Miss Brent seemed relatively unfazed by the chaos. Emily Brent sat upright, her head held high. Her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, the judge maintained his usual demeanor, casually seated, his head nearly retracting into his neck, one hand scratching his ear, while his keen eyes darted about the room, observing this and that with a blend of confusion and alertness, tinged with intelligence. Lombard had been preoccupied, while Armstrong was solely focused on attending to the collapsed Mrs. Rogers. Seizing the opportunity, Lombard interjected, inquiring about the peculiar sound. What is that? It seems to emanate from within this room. Vera shouted, Who is it? Who could it be? Surely it cannot be any of us. Lombard's eyes, reminiscent of a judge's, slowly surveyed the room, pausing momentarily at the open window before decisively shaking his head. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly approached the door leading to the adjoining room. In a rapid motion, he grasped the doorknob and forcefully flung the door open, stepping inside and immediately emitting a satisfied exclamation. Ah, here it is. The others rushed forward, except for Miss Brent, who remained seated in solitude, utterly still. In the adjacent room, a table had been shifted close to the wall of the lounge, atop which sat an antiquated gramophone with a large horn, pointed directly at the wall. Lombard promptly pushed the horn aside, gesturing at several small holes that had pierced through the wall. At first glance, they were hardly noticeable. He adjusted the gramophone, placing the needle on the record, and once again, they heard the ominous voice. You are accused of the following crimes. Vera cried out, Shut it. Shut it. This is terrifying. Lombard obediently complied. Dr. Armstrong let out a sigh of relief, remarking, I must say, This jest is rather lacking in decency and compassion. Judge Wargrove spoke in a precise yet gentle tone. So, you believe this is merely a jest? The doctor glared at him. Otherwise, what could it possibly be? The judge softly tapped his upper lip with his hand, saying, at this moment, I do not intend to express an opinion. Anthony Marston interjected, listen. There is one thing you all seem to have overlooked. Who was it that placed the record and set it spinning? Wargrove replied gently, indeed. We ought to investigate this matter. At that moment, Rogers entered with a glass of brandy. Miss Brent was leaning down to examine the still groaning Mrs. Rogers. Rogers deftly squeezed between the two women. Excuse me, madam, allow me to speak with her. Ethel, you are fine. You hear? Come, rally yourself. Mrs. Rogers gasped for breath, her wide, terror-stricken eyes darting around the circle of faces. Rogers's voice urged her, rally yourself, Ethel. Dr. Armstrong comforted her, saying, you are all right now? Mrs. Rogers, though it was quite a spell, she inquired, did I faint, sir? Yes, he replied. It was that voice, that dreadful voice, like a judgment. Her complexion paled again, and her eyelids began to tremble. Dr. Armstrong hastily asked, what about that glass of brandy? Originally, Rogers had placed it on a small table. Immediately, someone handed it over. The doctor bent down with a wine glass towards the gasping Mrs. Rogers, saying, drink this, Mrs. Rogers. She complied, choking slightly as she caught her breath. The alcohol took effect, bringing a flush to her cheeks. She remarked, I am fine now. I merely fainted for a moment. Rogers promptly added, indeed, it is quite dizzying. It made me feel lightheaded as well, causing me to drop the plate. Such malicious slander is utterly intolerable. I truly wish to clarify. He suddenly paused, interrupted by a cough, a soft, dry cough that effectively silenced him. He stared blankly at Judge Wargrove, who coughed again before inquiring, who placed the record on the gramophone? Was it you, Rogers? I am unaware of the record's content. Heaven knows. I truly do not know what it contains, sir. Had I known, I would never have proceeded in such a manner. The judge dryly replied, that may very well be the truth. However, I believe it would be prudent for you to clarify the matter, Rogers. The butler wiped the sweat from his brow and earnestly stated, I was merely acting under orders, sir. That is all. Whose orders? Mr. Owen's. The judge quietly remarked. Quite a plausible story. Wargrove looked at Lombard, asking, is there a title on it? Lombard nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a broad smile spread across his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth as he exclaimed, quite right, indeed. The title of the record is Swan Lake. General MacArthur could no longer contain himself. He erupted in a loud exclamation, this is utterly ridiculous. Such absurdity. We must show him a thing or two. At that moment, Miss Emily Brent interrupted him sharply. That's precisely the question. Who is he? At your service, sir. Dr. Armstrong interjected. Allow me to assist you. Mrs. Rogers leaned heavily on the two men as she staggered out of the room. Once they had departed, Anthony Marston suggested, what do you say, everyone? I could certainly use a drink. Lombard replied, I concur. Anthony declared, I'll take care of it. He exited the room, carefully setting things down before pouring drinks. General MacArthur selected a glass of strong brandy, and the judge followed suit. Everyone seemed eager for a little refreshment, except for Emily Brent, who requested only a glass of plain water. He has no issues now, said Dr. Armstrong. I left her some sedatives to take. What is this? Ah, alcohol. I shall have a glass. The proceedings were then presided over by Judge Wargrave. The hall transformed into a makeshift courtroom. The judge began, well then, Rogers. We must clarify the situation. Who is Mr. Owen? Rogers widened his eyes in surprise. The house belongs to him, sir. This much I know. I would like you to share your understanding of this individual with me. Rogers shook his head. I cannot say, sir. You see, I have never encountered him. A slight stir rippled through the room. General MacArthur inquired, never seen him? What do you mean by that? We have been here for less than a week, sir. I mean my wife and I. They employed us through correspondence from an introduction agency, the Queen's Introduction Company in Plymouth. Blore nodded, indicating his familiarity. An old establishment, he remarked. Wargrave asked, is the letter still with you? The letter from the agency? It is gone, sir. I did not keep it. Please continue. They hired you, as you say, through a letter. Yes, sir. They specified the day we were to arrive, and we came. Everything was already arranged here. A plethora of provisions had been stored, all of high quality, requiring only a bit of tidying up. And then, that was it, sir. We followed the instructions in the letter. They asked us to prepare the room for entertaining guests. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Owen wrote to say that he and his wife were delayed and would not be able to come, instructing us to best accommodate the guests. Directions were given regarding dinner, coffee, and even to play some records. The judge spoke sternly. That letter must still be with you? It is, sir. I have it here. As he spoke, he retrieved a letter from his pocket. The judge accepted it. He remarked, the return address is the Ritz Hotel. The letter is typed. In an instant, Bloor stood beside him, requesting, may I have a look? Wargrove suddenly cast a keen gaze upon him. Anthony Marston leaned in next to Bloor to glimpse the letter. That name is quite extravagant, he noted. Ulysses Norman Owen. Quite a resounding name. The old judge, slightly taken aback, responded, thank you, Mr. Marston. You have drawn my attention to a point that is both intriguing and thought-provoking. He surveyed the gathering, stretching his neck like an irate turtle. I believe it is time for us all to assess the situation. Let us share what we know about the owner of this house. He paused momentarily before continuing. We are all his guests. I believe it is imperative that each of us recount the circumstances of our arrival as guests here in detail. Following his statement, there was a brief silence. Then, Emily Brent made up her mind and spoke up. The unfolding events surrounding this matter are indeed peculiar, she remarked. I received a letter. Though the signature is somewhat illegible, it likely originates from a woman I encountered 2 or 3 years ago at a summer retreat. I suspect she bears the surname either Alton or Oliver. I am acquainted with a Mrs. Oliver and a Miss Alton. However, I can assert with utmost certainty that I have neither met nor befriended anyone by the name of Owen. Judge Wogreve inquired, do you have that letter with you? Miss Brent, I do. I shall fetch it for you. She stepped out and returned with the letter in less than a minute. The judge examined it and remarked, I believe I am beginning to comprehend. Miss Clayson? Vera recounted the circumstances surrounding her appointment as secretary. The judge then said, Marston? Anthony replied, what I received was a telegram. It was from a dear friend of mine, named Bagel Barkley. It was quite unexpected, as I believed that this old fool had already gone to Norway, yet he invited me to this location. Wogreve nodded again and asked, and what of Dr. Armstrong? I am here by invitation for a consultation. Understood. Were you previously acquainted with this family? Not at all. The letter mentioned a colleague of mine. The judge commented, perhaps to lend a touch of authenticity to the performance? Naturally. I presume your colleague has had little contact with you of late? No, that is not the case. Lombard fixed his gaze upon Bloor and suddenly spoke. Listen, I just recalled. The judge raised a hand. Wait, Mr. Lombard. Let us proceed one matter at a time. We are currently endeavoring to ascertain how we came to gather here tonight. General MacArthur, would you care to share? The general, stroking his beard, murmured, a letter arrived from that fellow Owen, mentioning some old acquaintances of mine. He extended an invitation, albeit rather informal. And I hope it does not offend. As for the letter itself, I fear I did not keep it. Wargrove interjected, Mr. Lombard? Lombard's mind was in turmoil. Should he reveal the truth openly or remain discreet? He resolved to make a decision. Judge Wargrove turned his attention to Mr. Bloor, tapping his upper lip with 2 fingers, his tone uncomfortably polite. Bloor, with a grave countenance, replied, it seems the truth has been laid bare. I suppose I must confess that my name is not Davis after all. Then you are William Henry Bloor? Indeed. Lombard added, moreover, you not only arrived here under an assumed name, but tonight I have also discovered that you are a notorious fraud. You claim to hail from Port Natal in South Africa, yet I am intimately familiar with both South Africa and Natal. I dare say that you have never set foot in South Africa in your life. All eyes suddenly turned to Bloor, filled with suspicion and anger. Meanwhile, Anthony Marston stepped forward, approaching Bloor with his fists naturally clenched. Well then, you fool, he said, is there anything else to say? Bloor lifted his chin, gritting his teeth. Gentlemen, you misunderstand, he stated. I bear credentials, please examine them. I was originally with the Criminal Investigation Department, and I have now established a detective agency in Plymouth. I am here on assignment, under contract. Mr. Wargrave inquired, whose contract? This Owen sent me a substantial sum as compensation for carrying out certain tasks as per his instructions. He requested that I masquerade as a guest and attend this gathering. He provided me with all your names, instructing me to keep a watchful eye on each of you. Did he explain why? Bloor's face fell as he replied, it concerns Mrs. Owen's jewels. Mrs. Owen is of no consequence. I do not believe such a person exists. The judge's fingers tapped rhythmically against his upper lip once more, though this time his expression betrayed a sense of amusement. I find your conclusion quite compelling, he remarked. Ulrich Norman Owen. In Miss Brent's letter, although the surname is somewhat illegible, the first name is distinctly clear, Una Nancy. Have you noticed that each invitation bears the same heading? Ulrich Norman Owen, Una Nancy Owen? This indicates that it consistently appears as you. In. Owen. One might draw a slight connection, suggesting it could signify unknown, a clever play on words, hinting at an anonymous identity. Vera exclaimed, "Isn't this utterly absurd? Have we lost our minds?" The judge slowly nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. I am left with no doubt that we are summoned here by a madman. Potentially a dangerously deranged murderer." The room fell immediately silent, a heavy stillness enveloping the atmosphere as everyone grappled with their unease, uncertain of how to proceed. Eventually, it was the judge, with his soft yet articulate voice, who resumed the discourse. "Now, we shall proceed to the second phase of our inquiry. However, prior to that, allow me to append my own letter of verification to our list." He retrieved a letter from his pocket and laid it upon the table. "This correspondence claims to be from my old acquaintance, Mrs. Constance Calmountain, with whom I have not crossed paths for many years. She has ventured to the East." The letter bears her hallmark style, vague phrasing and disjointed thoughts. "She urges me to come here, mentioning our host and his lady, yet she remains cryptic. In any case, it is evident to you all, as it is to me, that the same old tactics are at play, akin to those employed in your letters. I mention this because the letter aligns with other pieces of evidence, culminating in a rather intriguing point. Regardless of who orchestrated our presence here, he possesses an uncanny knowledge of us. This individual, whoever he may be, is aware of my friendship with Mrs. Calmountain, even familiar with her epistolary style. He knows the associates of Dr. Armstrong, including their current activities. He is acquainted with the nickname of Mr. Marston's friend and the peculiar telegrams he typically dispatches. He is indeed informed about where Miss Brent vacationed 2 years ago and with whom she mingled. As for General MacArthur's old comrades, he is equally well informed." He paused and added, "You see, he knows an astonishing amount." Then, based on his knowledge, he made certain specific and unequivocal accusations against us. The moment he finished speaking, a commotion ensued. General MacArthur shouted, "Pure nonsense and slander." Vera also exclaimed loudly, "Malicious intent." Her breath came in rapid gasps, clearly agitated. Rogers spoke gruffly, "Lying, malicious lying. None of us have ever done anything of the sort." Anthony Marston erupted, "I simply cannot fathom the intentions of this damned fellow." Judge Ragg raised his hand to quell the ensuing chaos. Now Armstrong recalled the Seton case. The conviction had been an immense surprise to all involved. He remembered a day during the trial when he encountered the Crown's counsel, Matthews, at a restaurant. Matthews confidently asserted, "An acquittal is practically assured. It can only conclude in that manner, without a doubt." Subsequently, Armstrong heard various discussions suggesting that the judge was biased against the defendant, manipulating the jury, ultimately resulting in a guilty verdict. Of course, the legal foundation remained intact. Judge Ragg's approach was unequivocal. It could be stated that this affair was largely a manifestation of his personal vendetta against the defendant. The judge's drooping eyelids and shifty eyes regarded him coldly as he stated with chilling clarity, "Prior to this case, I had no acquaintance with Seton. Doctor." Armstrong thought to himself, "This fellow is lying. I am certain he is lying." Vera Clayson spoke with a tremor in her voice, expressing her desire to share her experience regarding the child, Cyril Hamilton. "I was his caregiver at the nursery he attended. We had always prohibited him from swimming too far. One day, in a moment of inattention, he ventured out into the depths. I attempted to swim after him, but I could not reach him in time. It was indeed terrifying, yet it was not my fault. During the inquiry, the coroner absolved me of any blame. The child's mother was exceedingly kind. Even she did not hold me accountable. So, why must I endure such dreadful accusations? It is unjust, utterly unjust." Unable to continue, she broke down in tears. General MacArthur gently placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, There, dear. Such words are certainly misguided. That individual is a lunatic, utterly deranged, confused beyond comprehension." He stood tall, shoulders squared, and declared loudly, "It is best to simply disregard such nonsense. Of course, I feel compelled to speak against the inaccuracies he espouses. Arthur Richmond. Richmond was one of my subordinates. I had assigned him a reconnaissance mission, and he was killed, an all too common occurrence in times of war. I must admit, I was exceedingly furious at how this reflected on my wife. She is the most virtuous woman in existence. The wife of Caesar, no less. Referring to Cleopatra, renowned for her beauty. It was Lombard's turn to speak, his gaze still playful, as he inquired about the local natives. "What has become of them?" asked Marston. Philip Lombard chuckled, acknowledging the truth of the situation. He had indeed shaken them off to secure his own survival. We had lost our way in the woods. I, along with one or two others, took all the provisions and slipped away. General MacArthur sternly remarked, "You abandoned your subordinates, deliberately allowing them to starve?" Lombard replied, "It was rather lacking in gentlemanly conduct, I must admit. However, self-preservation is an innate human instinct. Moreover, the natives are indifferent to matters of life and death. As you know, they do not regard death with the same gravity as Europeans do." Vera lifted her face from her clasped hands and gazed at Lombard, asking, "You would let them die then?" His cheerful eyes fixated on Vera's terrified ones. Anthony Marston, in a daze, slowly mused, "At this moment, I have been thinking about John and Lucy Coombs, the two children I must have crushed near Cambridge. What a lifetime of misfortune." Judge Wargrave quipped sourly. "Who is truly unfortunate, you or them?" Dr. Armstrong passionately countered, "Driving at such speed is absolutely wrong. Young individuals like you are a menace to society." Anthony shrugged and replied, "The question of speed is another matter. It is the British roads that are truly unmanageable. It's hard to determine an appropriate speed." The butler, Rogers, had been licking his lips and wringing his hands. It was now his turn to speak, bowing respectfully as he murmured, "May I say something, sir?" Lombard spoke, "Speak, Rogers." Rogers cleared his throat and moistened his parched lips once more with his tongue. "Yes, sir. I just mentioned my association with Mrs. Rogers and Miss Brady. Not a word of it is true, sir. My family and I have faithfully attended to Miss Brady until her demise. She had suffered ill health for quite some time, sir, since the beginning of our service. That night, a fierce wind howled, sir. It was on that very night that she suddenly took a turn for the worse. By chance, the telephone was also out of order, and we were unable to summon a doctor. Sir, I walked to find one myself. By the time the doctor arrived, it was far too late. We truly exhausted every possible means to save her, sir. Our loyalty to her was unwavering, and anyone would attest to that. She never uttered a single complaint against us, not once." Lombard gazed thoughtfully at the man's tense, contorted face, dry lips, and the look of panic and fear in his eyes. He recalled the coffee tray that had slipped from his grasp moments ago. These thoughts lingered in his mind, unspoken. "Oh, is that so?" Bloor then interjected, adopting an air of self-importance characteristic of someone accustomed to authority. He remarked, "That old woman is gone. You two must have profited somehow, right?" Rogers, mustering his composure, replied stiffly, "Miss Brady regarded us as loyal and trustworthy, and thus bequeathed a sum to us." I asked, "What is wrong with that?" Lombard then directed his attention, "Mr. Bloor, do share your own story. What do I possess? Your esteemed name is also inscribed upon that indictment." Bloor's complexion turned a shade of purple. "Do you refer to Randall? That pertains to the bank robbery at the London Commercial Bank." Judge Ragg appeared astonished, exclaiming, "I recall now. Although I did not preside over that case, it remains vivid in my memory. Randall was convicted based on your testimony. Were you the officer in charge of that investigation?" Bloor replied affirmatively, "Indeed, it was I." Randall was sentenced to life imprisonment, condemned to hard labor. He was frail and perished a year later at Dartmoor. Bloor remarked, "He was a criminal. He was the one who incapacitated the night guard. The evidence was clear. It was his misfortune." Ragg, in a leisurely manner, commented, "At that time, you received commendation for your adept handling of the case, did you not?" Bloor retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "I received a promotion." Then, with a fierce demeanor, he added, "I merely fulfilled my duty in the course of my work." Miss Emily Brent cast a disdainful glance in his direction and shifted her body slightly away. Dr. Armstrong, seemingly unperturbed, leisurely shook his head. "Regarding this matter in place, I find myself utterly perplexed, possessing naught but ignorance." He remarked, "As for the name mentioned, I remain unclear. What was it again, Chris? Kloss? I do not recall any patient by that name, nor do I associate it with any particular death. This situation is entirely a conundrum to me. It transpired quite some time ago. Of course, it is possible that it concerns a surgery I performed in the hospital, though I cannot recollect which occasion it was. There are numerous instances where patients are admitted too late. Yet, once a patient succumbs, they invariably attribute the fault to the surgeon." He sighed and shook his head. In the room, a profound silence enveloped. Every gaze turned towards Emily Brent, some openly, others furtively. After a substantial pause of 1 or 2 minutes, she finally perceived that all awaited her response. With her narrow brow furrowed, she stated, "You are all waiting for me to speak, are you not?" "I have nothing to say." The judge inquired, "Not a word, Miss Brent?" "Not a word at all." Her lips remained firmly sealed. The judge gently touched his face and asked, Do you wish to reserve the right to defend yourself? Miss Brent replied coldly. There is no question of defense. I have never acted against my conscience. I have nothing to reproach myself for. An air of discontent arose in the room. Emily Brent remained utterly unmoved by public opinion. She sat there resolutely unyielding. The judge cleared his throat once more and then stated, Our inquiries conclude here. Very well, Rogers, aside from us and you and your wife. Are there any other individuals on the island? No one else, sir. Not a single soul. Can you be certain? Absolutely certain, sir. Wargrove remarked. I remain rather perplexed regarding our unidentified host, who has brought us all together here for some purpose. However, it appears to me that this individual, regardless of his true nature, is decidedly abnormal in conventional terms. He may also pose a threat. My suggestion is that we depart from this place as swiftly as possible. I propose we leave tonight. Rogers replied, I regret to inform you, sir, that there are no boats on the island. None at all? None, sir. Then how do you communicate with the mainland? Fred Narracott arrives each morning, sir. He brings bread, milk, mail, and takes any instructions. Judge Wargrove stated, In that case, my recommendation is to wait until Narracott arrives tomorrow morning, and then we shall depart. That seemed agreeable to all, except for one dissenting voice. Only Anthony Marston opposed the majority's opinion. Are you feeling a bit frightened, or something of the sort? He said, We must unravel this mystery before we leave. This whole affair resembles a detective story from beginning to end. Quite thrilling indeed. The judge derisively remarked, At my age, I no longer desire any form of excitement, if I may borrow your words. Anthony smiled and replied, A life of moderation feels so constricted. I wholeheartedly agree. Why not take a chance with the law? I shall raise a toast to it. He lifted his glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. Perhaps it was too hasty. He choked violently, his face contorting and turning purple as he gasped for air, ultimately sliding off his chair, the glass slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. The incident unfolded so abruptly and unexpectedly that it left everyone present in a state of shock, staring blankly at the crumpled figure on the ground. Dr. Armstrong immediately sprang into action, rushing over to kneel beside Marston. When he lifted his gaze again, his eyes were wide with confusion and disbelief. He whispered softly, filled with terror, My God, he is dead. The others struggled to comprehend, their minds racing. Dead? How could this young man, so vibrantly alive, suddenly be laid low? Surely, a robust fellow like him could not succumb to a mere sip of brandy and soda. No one could accept it. Dr. Armstrong examined the lifeless face, leaning closer to sniff the bluish, twisted lips. He then picked up the glass that Anthony Marston had dropped. General MacArthur inquired, Dead? You mean he choked, and that was it? The doctor remarked. If you wish to claim he merely choked, then let it be said that he choked. Yet, he unequivocally succumbed to asphyxiation. He has now gone to examine that cup. Observing him, a finger dipped cautiously into the remnants within the glass, gingerly touching the tip of his tongue. A change of expression crossed his face. General MacArthur stated, I have never heard of anyone dying merely from a slight choke. Emily Brent clearly asserted, Life is synonymous with death. There exists no moment devoid of death. Dr. Armstrong rose abruptly, declaring, No, a person cannot perish from such a minor choke. Marston's demise does not align with what we classify as natural death. Vera spoke softly, almost in a whisper, Could something have been placed in the brandy? Dr. Armstrong nodded. Indeed, it's uncertain. All indications suggest a substance akin to cyanide. The distinctive scent of hydrogen cyanide is undetectable. It could be potassium cyanide. That particular agent acts with remarkable swiftness. The judge inquired sharply, Is that substance within his cup? Yes, it resides in his cup. The doctor approached the table where the spirits were laid out, uncorking the brandy bottle to inhale its aroma and take a sip. He then sampled the soda water. Shaking his head, he declared, All seems well. Lombard interjected, You imply that he must have placed that substance into his own cup? Dr. Armstrong nodded, though his expression was peculiar, revealing deep dissatisfaction as he said, It appears so. Bloor remarked, Suicide, then? Quite the enigma. Vera spoke slowly. No one would have imagined he would take his own life. He was so full of vitality. It was as if he were living life to the fullest. Tonight, as he drove down that hill, his demeanor was simply beyond description. In truth, everyone understood what she meant. Anthony Marston was in the prime of his youth, brimming with grand aspirations, seemingly immortal, indestructible. Yet now, tragically, he had met his demise, falling lifeless into the dust. Dr. Armstrong inquired, Is there any possibility other than suicide? One by one, they slowly shook their heads in contemplation. What other explanation could there be? The wine remained untouched. They had all witnessed Anthony Marston serve himself. Thus, it was evident that the cyanide in the wine was placed there by none other than Anthony Marston himself. As for the next question, why would Anthony Marston choose to end his life? Lore pondered, saying, "You know, doctor, I feel something is amiss. In my opinion, Mr. Marston is certainly not the type to commit suicide." The conversation ceased there. What more was there to discuss? Dr. Armstrong and Lombard together carried Anthony Marston's lifeless body to his room, covering him with a sheet. As they descended the stairs, the others stood huddled in a circle. Despite the evening's mild weather, an air of unease seemed to envelop them all. Emily Brent suggested, "Let us retire for the night. It is getting late." It had already passed midnight. This suggestion was rather fitting, yet no one seemed eager to depart. It appeared that everyone wished to linger together for a sense of reassurance. The judge remarked, "Indeed, we must rest for a while." Rogers commented, "I haven't tidied up yet. I need to arrange the dining room." Lombard casually suggested, "Let us handle it in the morning." Dr. Armstrong then inquired, "Your wife is well, isn't she?" "I shall check on her, sir. She is sound asleep." "Very well." The doctor replied, "Do not disturb her." He traversed through the living room to the dining area. The others, one by one, slowly began to ascend the stairs. Had this been an ancient manor, the floorboards would have creaked ominously, with shadows lurking in corners and thick, heavy paneling that might evoke a sense of dread. However, this house was the epitome of modernity, devoid of any dark recesses or secret passages. It was brightly illuminated, revealing each item in pristine, gleaming condition. Nothing could be concealed within these walls, and there were no secrets to harbor. Indeed, no atmosphere of mystery whatsoever. Strangely, it had transformed into a terrifying abyss. They climbed the stairs, exchanged goodnights, and retreated to their respective bedrooms, locking their doors automatically and without a second thought. In a softly toned, tastefully decorated room, Judge Wargrave was removing his shoes and loosening his clothing, preparing for bed. His thoughts lingered on Edward Seaton. He vividly remembers Seaton, his beautiful hair, blue eyes, and an unwavering gaze that always seemed to look directly at you, radiating a demeanor of honesty and amiability. This is precisely why the jury held such a strong affection for him. Llewellyn, as the prosecutor, stumbled slightly, allowing his impulsiveness to overshadow his judgment, driven by an eagerness to achieve swift results. In contrast, Matthews, representing the defense, exhibited remarkable prowess. His arguments were compelling, each question penetrating to the heart of the matter with lethal precision. His handling of the witness on the stand was nothing short of masterful. Moreover, Seaton adeptly withstood the rigors of cross-examination, displaying neither nervousness nor impulsivity, which elicited expressions of empathy from the jury members. According to Matthews, the outcome seemed assured, awaiting the moment when the audience would erupt in unison to applaud him. The judge meticulously adjusted his spectacles, placing them on the bedside table. He distinctly recalls the sensation of sitting high above, attentively listening and taking notes, leaving no detail overlooked in his quest to gather even the slightest evidence to incriminate the defendant. He was profoundly intrigued by the case. Matthew's closing argument was nothing short of exceptional. Yet, Llewellyn's subsequent remarks failed utterly to dissipate the pervasive goodwill garnered by the defendant's counsel. It was now his turn to deliver a summary. Judge Wargrave carefully removed his dentures, soaking them in a glass of water. His parched lips sagged, revealing a mouth that was not only cold and unfeeling, but also bloodthirsty. The judge squinted, secretly amused. Ultimately, he still managed to condemn Seaton. Rogers stood in the restaurant below, utterly perplexed. He stared vacantly at the small porcelain figurines in the center of the table. Muttering to himself, he exclaimed, "Goodness! I could have sworn there were originally 10. General MacArthur tossed and turned in bed, unable to summon the embrace of sleep. In the shadows, the visage of Arthur Richmond persistently emerged. He had cherished Arthur. Indeed, he had truly adored him. The fondness he held for Leslie, in relation to Arthur, brought him a modicum of joy. Leslie was a conundrum. She scoffed at many commendable individuals, often labeling them as fools. Yet, she never regarded Arthur Richmond as such. From the very beginning, they had shared a delightful rapport, engaging in discussions about theater, music, and film. She teased him, jested with him, and brought him joy. As for MacArthur, the thought of Leslie nurturing this grown child with maternal affection filled him with warmth. How maternal indeed. He had even forgotten that Richmond was already 28, while Leslie was merely 29. He had always loved Leslie. He could see her now, her oval face, her deep gray, longing eyes, and her thick, brown curls. He had perpetually loved Leslie and had placed unwavering trust in her. Far away in France, life in the army was arduous. He often sat there, yearning for her, pulling out her photograph from his uniform pocket to gaze upon it. But then he made a discovery. The events unfolded in a manner strikingly akin to the tales spun within novels. The stationery was mistakenly placed in the wrong envelope. She had written letters to both of them, yet the missive intended for Richmond found itself encased within the envelope meant for her husband. Even after the passage of many years, he still felt the pangs of that initial betrayal. Good heavens! It was unbearable. Leslie and Arthur, that wretched man. His infuriatingly smug visage, that infernal, resonant laugh, sir. A charlatan, a hypocrite, a thief who pilfers another man's wife. A sinister urge for retribution began to fester within him. He had to devise a way to carry on with his affairs discreetly. His demeanor towards Richmond remained meticulously unchanged, despite the occasional inquisitive glance from young Amity, who, despite his tender years, possessed a certain perceptiveness. Eventually, the moment arrived. Perhaps Amity had discerned the underlying truth. Would Amity dare to speak of it after the war's conclusion? Leslie remained oblivious. She had wept for the loss of her beloved, he presumed. But upon his return to England, her sorrow had long since dissipated. He never confronted Leslie with the suspicions he had harbored. They continued their life together, albeit she could not escape the frequent shadows of melancholy. Thus, 3 or 4 years passed, and she succumbed to bilateral pneumonia, her brilliance extinguished. That, too, was a distant memory, 15 or 16 years ago, perhaps. Later, he left the army and settled in Devon, acquiring a modest piece of land, fulfilling a long-held aspiration. His neighbors were quite amiable. One could not ask for a more idyllic existence. A bit of hunting, some fishing, and attending church every Sunday, except for that one sermon detailing how David sent Uriah to the front lines to meet his demise, which he found utterly unbearable. Initially, all was well, with everyone treating him with courtesy. However, over time, he grew restless, sensing that others were whispering about him behind his back. Their expressions changed when they saw him, as if they had caught wind of some insidious gossip. Could it be Amatic who spoke of it? From that point onward, he began to isolate himself, retreating into solitude. It is indeed disquieting to feel that one is the subject of scrutiny. In summary, time has passed, and many years have slipped away. Thus, what remains now is utterly unfounded. Leslie is long faded from memory, and so has Arthur Richmond. They are but ephemeral shadows of the past. What could possibly remain unresolved? Consequently, life has become exceedingly lonely, forcing him to distance himself from his former comrades in arms. If Amatic were to reveal it, then they would all be aware. On this particular evening, a mysterious voice has unearthed the long-held secret of this bygone affair. Has he handled it correctly, clenching his teeth in silence? Should he express the tangled web of emotions, outrage, revulsion, yet avoid appearing guilty or flustered? It remains uncertain. Certainly, such accusations are hardly taken seriously by anyone. They are exaggerated to the point of being akin to chasing shadows. Take, for instance, that utterly delightful young lady. The allegation that she drowned a child is sheer madness. Who knows which lunatic concocted such a baseless claim? Emily Brent is, in fact, the niece of the esteemed General John MacArthur. To accuse her of murder is utterly absurd. It is immediately apparent that she is a person of the utmost piety. One might as well call her a lamb of the clergy. Such a bizarre situation is nothing short of insanity. Since their arrival here, how long has it been? Goodness, did they not just arrive this afternoon? It feels as though an eternity has passed. He pondered, I truly do not know when I shall escape this predicament. Of course, tomorrow, as soon as the motorboat arrives from the mainland, he shall depart. He mused, the voice of rest, the place of repose. The charm of the island lies in the fact that once one arrives, one must simply accept it, unable to move forward. It is the culmination of all things. Suddenly, he realized he did not wish to leave the island for elsewhere. Vera Claythorne lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the ceiling. The lamp by her bedside remained lit. She feared the dark. Her thoughts surged. Hugo, why do I feel as though you were watching me tonight? As if you were right beside me. Where could he possibly be? I am uncertain, and I intend never to discover the truth. He left so abruptly, as if it no longer concerned me. It is impossible to evade thoughts of Hugo. He is ever present beside her. She cannot help but think of him, nor can she forget him. Cornwall, the dark sea reefs, the expansive golden beaches, the plump and kind-hearted Mrs. Hamilton, and so forth. And Cyril, tugging at her hand, incessantly clamoring for her attention. "I want to swim to the reef, Miss Clayson. Why won't you let me swim to the reef?" As she opened her eyes and gazed up, she met Hugo's penetrating gaze. In the evening, after Cyril had gone to bed, "Miss Clayson, shall we take a stroll?" "Very well, let us take a walk." They walked decorously to the beach, where the moonlight enveloped them in the essence of the Atlantic. At that moment, Hugo wrapped his arm around her waist. "I love you, I love you. Do you truly understand that I love you, Vela?" Of course, she understood. Or at least, she believed she did. "I cannot ask you to marry me. I am penniless. I can merely sustain myself. You know, it is peculiar. Once, for a full 3 months, I longed for the chance to become a wealthy man. And that opportunity lay right before me." It is worth noting that Cyril was born a full 3 months after Maurice, Hugo's brother, as translated. If Cyril had been a girl, if this child had been a girl, then everything would belong to Hugo. He confessed that he was utterly disheartened. "Certainly, I did not invest myself entirely in this matter. Nevertheless, it remains a considerable blow. Well, luck is luck. Cyril is indeed likable, and I hold a certain fondness for him. The child genuinely adores him, always heeding his nephew's wishes, indulging in whatever he desires. Hugo possesses an innate disposition, free from grudges and resentment. Cyril, however, is frail by nature, a delicate child lacking in stamina. One might even say he is of the kind that struggles to thrive, destined for a brief existence." And later, "Miss Claythorne, why won't you allow me to swim to the rocks? Frustration, stubbornness, and incessant nagging. It is far too distant, Cyril. But Miss Claythorne." Vera rose from the bed and approached the dressing table, consuming 3 aspirin. She thought to herself, "If only I had genuine sleeping pills." She pondered further, "If I wished to end my life, I would take a greater quantity of sleeping pills. But certainly not cyanide." The mere thought of Anthony Marston's contorted, purplish face sent a shiver down her spine. She moved to the mantelpiece and gazed once more at the framed nursery rhyme regarding the Indian children. 10 little Indian boys went out to dine. One choked his little self, and then there were 9. She mused internally. It is utterly terrifying, much like our predicament this very evening. Why must Anthony Marston die? She certainly does not wish to perish. The notion of death is unfathomable to her. Death is a concern reserved for others. Dr. Armstrong is lost in a dream. The operating room is oppressively hot. Undoubtedly, they have set the temperature too high. Sweat trickles down his face. His hands feel clammy, making it difficult to steady the scalpel. This blade glistens with sharpness, a thing of beauty. To wield such a knife for murder is alarmingly simple. Is he not, in fact, committing murder at this very moment? The woman's body appears particularly peculiar. It should be robust and heavy-set, yet it is reduced to mere bones, pitifully thin, her face obscured from view. Which life has he extinguished? He cannot recall. Yet he must ascertain this. Should he inquire of the nurse? She is observing him closely. No, he cannot ask her. He senses her growing suspicion. But who lies upon the operating table? They ought not to cover the face in such a manner. If only he could see her face. Much better now. A young intern has removed the covering cloth. Emily Brent, indeed. He is determined to end Emily Brent's life. How malevolent her eyes are. Her lips are moving. What is she uttering? Life is death, and death is ever present. Now she is laughing again. No, nurse, do not cover her again. I must see. I need to administer the anesthesia. Where is the ether? I am certain I brought the ether. Where have you put the ether, nurse? The Pope's new castle? Very well, that will suffice. Remove the cloth, nurse. Of course, I have long recognized him. It is Anthony Marston. His complexion is a ghastly shade of blue, contorted in a grotesque manner. Yet, he is not deceased, he is smiling. I assure you, he is indeed smiling. The operating table is shaking beneath him. Be cautious, my friend, take care. Nurse, steady him, hold him firm. Suddenly, Dr. Armstrong jolted awake. The day had dawned bright, sunlight streaming into the room. Moreover, there was someone bending over him, urging him. It was Rogers. His face was ashen, and he was exclaiming, Doctor, Doctor. Dr. Armstrong was fully alert now. He sat up hastily, inquiring, What is the matter? My wife, it is my wife, doctor. I cannot awaken her. Oh dear. I cannot awaken her, and I fear she appears quite unwell. Dr. Armstrong swiftly donned his morning gown and followed Rogers. He leaned over the bed, where Mrs. Rogers lay peacefully. He grasped the woman's cold hand, lifted her eyelids, and after several minutes of examination, he straightened up and turned away from the bedside. Rogers whispered, Is she? Is she? He extended his tongue to moisten his parched lips. Dr. Armstrong nodded. Yes. She has passed away. Rogers queried. Was it her heart, doctor? A touch of rheumatism. Has she seen a doctor recently? Doctor? Rogers stared incredulously. Neither of us has visited a physician in many years. You cannot possibly think she had heart disease, can you? No, doctor. I have remained uncertain, Armstrong remarked. Is she sleeping well? This time, Rogers averted his gaze, clasping his hands together, anxiously rubbing them as he muttered, she hasn't been sleeping particularly well. The doctor pressed on. Has she taken any medication to aid her sleep? Rogers looked at him in surprise. Medication? To assist her sleep? I have not heard of such a thing. I am certain she hasn't. Armstrong approached the wash basin, where numerous bottles were scattered about. Hair oil, perfume, laxative tonic, moisturizing glycerin, mouthwash, and toothpaste, among others. Rogers helped open the vanity drawer, rummaging through it until they searched all 5 drawers, finding no sleeping pills or remedies. Rogers stated, aside from what you provided her, she didn't take anything else last night. As the breakfast bell tolled at 9 o'clock, everyone rose, awaiting the call to gather. General MacArthur and the judge strolled together on the outdoor platform, casually discussing their perspectives on the political landscape. Vera Claythorne and Philip Lombard ascended to the highest point of the island, where they encountered William Henry Bloor, who was gazing out towards the distant shoreline. He remarked, I have yet to see any sign of the motorboat. I have been keeping watch. Vera smiled and replied, Devon is a place of languor, perpetually slow to act. Philip Lombard looked away, casting his gaze towards the sea. Suddenly, he inquired, what do you think of the weather? Bloor cast a glance at the sky and remarked, in my opinion, there seems to be no issue. Lombard pursed his lips and whistled, saying, I predict that if it doesn't rain within a day, the wind will surely rise. Bloor inquired, is it a storm then? From down the slope, the sound of a bell resonated. Philip Lombard declared, breakfast is ready. Well, I could certainly use a bite. As they descended the incline, Bloor, deep in thought, addressed Lombard. You know, this matter has been troubling me. Why would that young man choose to end his own life? I pondered this for the entire night without arriving at a conclusion. Not far ahead, Vera walked with purpose. Lombard slowed his pace and asked, do you have any theories? Bloor responded, I am in search of evidence, primarily of intent. I dare say he seemed rather affluent. At that moment, Emily Brent approached through the parlor's expansive bay window. She inquired sharply, has the boat arrived? Not yet, replied Vera. They ventured inside to partake in breakfast. On the sideboard lay a large platter of cured meats and eggs, accompanied by tea and coffee. Rogers opened the door for them, then casually closed it behind him. Emily Brent observed, that man appears rather off this morning. Dr. Armstrong was then standing by the window, clearing his throat as he spoke. If there are any shortcomings this morning, I kindly ask for your understanding. This breakfast has kept Rogers quite occupied, as Mrs. Rogers is unable to assist today. Emily Brent sharply questioned, what has happened to that woman? Dr. Armstrong casually remarked, let us have breakfast first. Otherwise, the eggs shall grow cold. Once we are done, I have a matter of some importance to discuss with you all. Everyone understood the unspoken agreement and proceeded to serve themselves food, pouring coffee and tea, and began their meal. Without uttering a word about the affairs of the island, they engaged in casual conversation, discussing the latest news from abroad, sports, and the recent reappearance of the Loch Ness Monster. After the plates were cleared, Dr. Armstrong slightly adjusted his chair, then, with a serious demeanor, cleared his throat and spoke. I believe it is best to wait until you have finished your breakfast before sharing this unfortunate news. Mrs. Rogers has passed away in her sleep. Immediate gasps and exclamations followed, filled with shock. Vera exclaimed, how dreadful. 2 lives lost since our arrival. Judge Wodehouse, squinting slightly, articulated with precision, oh, how intriguing. What is the cause of death? Dr. Armstrong shrugged, it is difficult to ascertain at this moment. Is an autopsy necessary? Of course, I cannot provide a certificate. I am completely unaware of the woman's health condition. Vera interjected, she appeared exceedingly tense. She suffered another fright last night. It could be a heart issue. I believe that to be the case. Dr. Armstrong replied tersely, her heart has indeed failed. It no longer beats. This is true. But the question remains, what caused the failure? From the lips of Emily Brent erupted 2 words that resonated with the gathered group, both weighty and unambiguous. Conscience, she declared. Armstrong turned to her. What precisely do you mean by that, Miss Brent? Emily Brent sharply retorted from her tightly sealed lips. You all heard it. She was accused, along with her husband, of willfully murdering an elderly woman, their former employer. What do you think? Emily Brent continued. I believe the accusation holds truth. You all witnessed it last night. She was utterly incapacitated, fainting away. To dredge up her sins was a blow she could not endure. Quite simply, she was frightened to death. Dr. Armstrong shook his head with evident skepticism. Perhaps so, he replied, but until we ascertain more about her health, no one can be certain. If her heart was indeed weak, Emily Brent calmly interjected, if that is your assertion, then let it be fate. In that instant, everyone was taken aback. Mr. Bloor uneasily remarked, isn't that stretching the issue a bit too far, Miss Brent? She gazed at them, her eyes shimmering with intensity, her chin lifted defiantly. Do you not believe that a guilty person could perish from the terror of God's wrath? I find it entirely plausible. The judge stroked his chin and, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, remarked softly, my dear lady, based on my understanding of malevolence, fate invariably entrusts us mere mortals with the burdens of guilt and punishment, a task that is fraught with difficulties and devoid of shortcuts. Emily Brent shrugged dismissively. Bloor brusquely inquired, what did she consume last night after retiring? What did she drink? Armstrong replied, nothing at all. Nothing. Not even a cup of tea or a glass of water. I wager she had a cup of tea. These matters always unfold this way. Rogers adamantly insisted that she had eaten nothing. Bloor retorted, of course he would say that. His tone was so self-important that the doctor stared at him for a considerable time. Philip Lombard interjected, so, is this your conclusion? Bloor replied vehemently, what? Is that not permissible? The accusations last night were heard by us all. Perhaps they are mere fabrications. Conversely, they might hold some truth. Let us assume the accusation is valid. If Rogers and his wife indeed caused the old lady's demise, what then is your perspective on that? They have always been so self-satisfied. Vera interrupted his discourse, softly stating, no, I do not believe Mrs. Rogers is so self-satisfied. Bloor appeared slightly displeased at being interrupted, casting a glance at her that seemed to convey a sense of reproachfulness. He continued, that is indeed a possibility. Yet, in their own minds, there is no danger at present, regardless of the circumstances. However, last night, some vague and elusive specter came forth, and what was the outcome? That woman was utterly shattered. Did you notice? When she first regained consciousness, how did her husband intimidate her? There was not a shred of the anxiety one would expect from a spouse. Not even the slightest hint. He was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, terrified she might utter something revealing. So, I implore you to ponder this. They committed the crime and escaped. Should the entire affair come to light, what might ensue? More often than not, that woman would spill everything. She lacks the fortitude to withstand it, to endure. To her husband, she is a living calamity. The man himself is untroubled. Even before the king of hell, he would not blush while lying, yet he cannot control her. If she succumbs to despair, his own head will be in jeopardy. In that case, he would secretly add something to her tea, ensuring her lips remain sealed forever. Armstrong leisurely remarked, there were no empty teacups or anything of the sort by her bedside. I have checked. Broller could not help but scoff. Of course, there could be none. After she finished drinking, the first thing he did was take away the cup and saucer, meticulously washing them clean. The atmosphere grew tense. Subsequently, General MacArthur expressed his skepticism. Perhaps that is so. Yet, I find it exceedingly difficult to believe that a man could commit such an act against his own wife. Bloor chuckled softly, remarking, when a man is unable to safeguard his own life, he becomes indifferent to matters of love and loyalty. Another silence ensued, with no one daring to speak. The door creaked open, and Rogers entered. He surveyed the room as he spoke. Would anyone like me to prepare something for you? I apologize for the lack of toast. We are short on bread, and the new supply has yet to arrive from the shore. Judge Wargrave shifted in his chair, inquiring, when does the motorboat typically arrive? Between 7 and 8, sir. Sometimes just past 8, Rogers replied. I wonder where Fred Narracott has gone this morning. If he were unwell, he would have sent his brother in his stead. Philip Lombard asked, what time is it now? 10 minutes to 10, sir, came the response. Lombard raised an eyebrow, slowly nodding to himself. Rogers awaited further comments. After a minute or two, General MacArthur suddenly broke the silence. I am deeply saddened by the matter concerning your wife, Rogers. The doctor was just discussing it with us. Rogers lowered his gaze. Yes, sir. I appreciate your concern. He picked up the empty platter that had held the cured meats and exited the room. Once again, silence enveloped the gathering. On the platform outside, Philip Lombard remarked, regarding this motorboat. Bloor gazed at him. Bloor nodded and said, I know what you're thinking, Mr. Lombard. I am also pondering the same question. The motorboat should have arrived nearly 2 hours ago. It hasn't, has it? What could be the reason? Have you found the answer? Lombard inquired. It is not surprising. This is what I meant. It is all interconnected, Philip Lombard replied. So, do you believe it will not arrive? Suddenly, behind them, an impatient voice interjected, the motorboat will not come. Bloor slightly shifted his sturdy shoulders, thoughtfully scrutinizing the speaker. Do you think so too, General? General MacArthur replied emphatically. Of course it will not come. We all anticipated this vessel to take us off the island. This is the essence of the entire affair. It means we are stranded on this island. No one shall leave. This is the conclusion. See, all is well. After a brief hesitation, he added in a deep, peculiar tone, that is true rest, genuine rest. The leaves return to their roots, free from further turmoil. Yes, rest. He suddenly turned around and walked away. First along the platform, then descending the slope, he staggered towards the sea, continuing until he reached the island's edge, where the scattered rocks extended into the water. His gait was somewhat unsteady, as if he were half awake. Bloor remarked, here comes another soul ensnared by delusion. It seems that in the end, everyone will succumb to such folly. Philip Lombard replied, I cannot believe you would fall into that trap as well, Bloor. The former detective chuckled. It would not be easy to daze me, he replied coldly, and I equally doubt that you would, Mr. Lombard. Philip Lombard said, I feel perfectly normal at this moment. Thank you. Dr. Armstrong approached the platform, hesitating for a moment. To his left were Bloor and Lombard, and to his right stood Rag, who was pacing back and forth with his head bowed. Initially indecisive, Armstrong finally made his way towards Rag. Just then, Rogers hurried out of the house. May I speak with you, sir? Armstrong turned around, and the sight that met his eyes took him aback. Rogers' face was twitching, pale and ashen, his hands trembling. This appearance starkly contrasted with his composed demeanor just moments before, leaving Armstrong utterly astonished. I beseech you, sir, to lend me your ear for a moment. Please, step inside, sir. This way, if you would. The muscles in Rogers' throat quivered as he struggled to swallow, articulating each word with great effort. There are still matters unfolding here, sir, and I truly cannot fathom it. Armstrong retorted sharply, matters? What matters? You may think me mad. Sir, you may dismiss this as trivial. However, it must be explicable, sir. It must be comprehensible, for this is utterly incomprehensible. Rogers swallowed again and continued. It concerns those porcelain figurines, sir. The ones situated right at the center of the table. There were originally 10 of them. I can swear to that, 10 in total. Armstrong replied, indeed, 10. We counted them just last night during dinner. Rogers leaned in closer. That is precisely the issue, sir. Last night, as I was clearing the table, there were only 9 left. I took note of it and found it peculiar. But I merely dismissed it as a fleeting thought. However, this morning, while setting the table, I was preoccupied and failed to notice. But now, sir, as I am about to tidy up, you may see for yourself. Do not say that you doubt me again. There are only 8 remaining, sir. Only 8. Is that not perplexing? Only 8. After breakfast, Emily Brent suggested to Vera Claythorne that they ascend to the summit of the island once more to gaze upon the arrival of the ship. Vera acquiesced. The air was invigorating, and gentle white waves danced upon the surface of the sea. There were no fishing boats setting out, nor any sign of motorboats. The village of Sticklehaven remained indistinct, with only a towering red cliff on the hillside partially concealing the small bay. Emily Brent remarked, the individual who brought us here yesterday did not appear to be unreliable. It is indeed peculiar that he has yet to arrive this late in the morning. Vera remained silent, struggling to suppress her mounting anxiety. She inwardly chastised herself. You must maintain your composure. This is not like you. You have always been able to keep your wits about you. After a brief pause, she spoke. I sincerely hope he will come. I truly wish to leave. Emily Brent, with an impassive demeanor, replied, I believe we share the same sentiments. Vera responded, everything feels so implausible it seems utterly chaotic. The elderly woman suddenly exclaimed, I deeply regret how easily I was deceived. Had I merely scrutinized the letter, it would have appeared utterly ridiculous. Yet at that time, I accepted it without a shred of doubt. Vera, like a wooden figure, responded, I concur. It was overly presumptuous. Emily Brent remarked, indeed. Vera, trembling, inhaled deeply and asked, do you truly believe it is as you suggested during breakfast? Be more explicit, my dear. What exactly do you mean? Vera inquired softly. Do you genuinely believe that Rogers and his wife were responsible for the demise of that elderly lady? Emily Brent gazed thoughtfully toward the sea. After a moment, she replied, I personally am quite convinced of it. What is your perspective? I am uncertain how to interpret it, came Vera's response. Emily Brent asserted, everything supports my viewpoint. That woman fainted, and the man, he dropped the coffee tray, do you recall? Moreover, his manner of explanation sounded utterly disingenuous. Indeed, I suspect they are culpable, Vera remarked. Her demeanor suggests she is terrified, as though even her own shadow frightens her. I have never encountered a woman so consumed by fear. There must be something that torments her day and night. Miss Brent murmured. I recall a saying that adorned the walls of my kindergarten. The guilty cannot escape. Quite right, indeed. It states, the guilty cannot escape. Vera abruptly rose, saying, so, Miss Brent. Miss Brent, does this imply? What is it, my dear? I do not quite grasp your implication. All those other accusations, are they not credible? Yet, to assert that the Rogers involvement is indeed true, she faltered. Her thoughts too jumbled to articulate clearly. Emily's furrowed brow, marked by confusion, gradually relaxed. She exclaimed, ah, now I comprehend your meaning. For instance, that Mr. Lombard. He admits to having caused the demise of 21 individuals. Vera interjected, they are merely savages. Emily Brent sharply responded, regardless of their skin color. They are our brethren. Vera mused to herself, our black brethren, our black brethren. Oh, I could burst into laughter, I could go mad, I could lose myself entirely. Emily Brent continued thoughtfully, of course, some of those accusations are utterly baseless and absurd. For example, the one directed at the judge. He was merely fulfilling his duties within the scope of his office. Moreover, the allegations against that former Scotland Yard officer and myself are equally unfounded. She paused momentarily before continuing. Naturally, considering the specific circumstances of last night, I had no intention of making any remarks. It would be inappropriate to discuss that matter in the presence of men. Inappropriate, indeed? Vera was lost in thought as Miss Brent continued serenely, Beatrice Taylor was my maid. She was a rather unconventional young woman, and I realized my misjudgment far too late. Her performance was exemplary, clean, and obedient. I was quite fond of her. Of course, all of this was a fade. She was of questionable character, a wayward girl, truly repugnant. It was only after quite some time that I discovered she was, as they say, in trouble. She paused, wrinkling her delicate nose in disdain. I was utterly astonished. Her parents were respectable individuals who had raised her with strict discipline. I took great satisfaction in the fact that I did not tolerate her misbehavior. Vera, her eyes fixed on Miss Brent, inquired, what happened next? Naturally, I could not have her in my home for a single moment. I would not allow anyone to accuse me of condoning immorality. Vera whispered, and then? What became of her? Miss Brent replied, that unwanted creature, burdened with a guilty conscience, sought further transgressions and ultimately took her own life. Vera shuddered, staring blankly at Miss Brent's composed and elegant demeanor. What did you feel when you learned of her actions? Did you feel remorse? Did you blame yourself? Emily Brent straightened her posture. Me? What have I to reproach myself for? Vera exclaimed. However, if it is indeed your merciless nature that has driven her to such desperate measures. Emily Brent retorted sharply, she brought this upon herself. Had she adhered to propriety and behaved herself, none of this would have transpired. She turned to Vera, her expression devoid of remorse, her gaze steady, both cold and self-assured. Emily Brent perched atop Indian Island, reveling in her own moral superiority. Suddenly, she remarked to Vera, this diminutive, aging spinster was not merely a trifle absurd, but rather frightening. Dr. Armstrong emerged from the dining room, once more ascending to the platform. The judge sat comfortably in a chair, gazing out at the sea. Lombard and Bloor were to the left, smoking in silence. He steeled himself. Lombard, may I have a word with you? Philip was taken aback. Of course. The two departed the platform together, descending the slope towards the shoreline. Once they reached a place where their voices could not be overheard, Armstrong said, let us consult. Lombard furrowed his brow, replying, my dear old friend, I am no physician. No, I meant the overall situation. Oh, that is fine. Armstrong continued, quite frankly. What is your current perspective? Lombard pondered for a moment before responding. Are you implying something? What are your thoughts on that matter concerning the woman? Do you concur with Bloor's reasoning? Philip raised his head and exhaled a puff of smoke, stating, in regard to her situation, what has been said is entirely justified. Indeed, judging by his tone, Armstrong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Philip Lombard is quite astute. Lombard continued, let us assume that Mr. and Mrs. Rogers successfully executed their plan. In my view, there is no insurmountable obstacle. Specifically, how did they proceed? Did they poison the old lady? Armstrong replied leisurely. Perhaps it was even simpler than that. This morning, I inquired about the ailment afflicting Miss Brady from Rogers. From his words, it was evident that there was no need to delve deeply into her condition or treatment. It was merely a cardiac issue, treated with amyl nitrite. Once the condition manifested, inhaling a dose of amyl nitrite would suffice to send her on her way. Philip Lombard pondered. It is astonishingly straightforward. Clearly, it indeed tempted them. The doctor nodded. Yes. There was no need for active intervention, no requirement for poisons like arsenic. They merely had to allow events to unfold. Moreover, Rogers was even late in summoning a doctor, believing this would ensure that no one would suspect a thing. Furthermore, even if someone were aware, they would be powerless against them. Philip Lombard added with an air of contemplation. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. The multitude of issues evident in this situation is striking. Armstrong found himself perplexed by this assertion. What are you saying? Lombard replied. I mean, it has laid bare the truth about Indian Island. Some crimes are simply beyond the grasp of justice. The case of Mr. and Mrs. Rogers serves as a prime example. Moreover, take old Wargrove. He essentially commits murder under the guise of the law. Armstrong hastily interjected. Do you actually believe that incident? Philip Lombard chuckled. Indeed I do. Wargrove murdered Edward Seaton. Without a doubt, as clear as if he had plunged a knife into Seaton himself. Yet he evades capture. Cloaked in legal garb, wielding the code. He stands majestically in the courtroom, committing bloodless murder. Therefore, according to standard legal statutes, can he truly be held accountable for such a subtle maneuver? Suddenly, a thought struck Armstrong like a bolt of lightning. The medical profession, killing through surgery. Safe, secure. Yes, as reliable as being in one's own home. Philip Lombard continued. It is evident that Mr. Owen is well aware of Indian Island. Armstrong took a deep breath. Well, we have thoroughly examined this matter. Now that we are all here, what is the plan? Philip Lombard inquired. What do you suggest? Suicide, perhaps? What do you think? Lombard remarked. It seems plausible, provided that Marston does not meet his untimely demise before then. However, the occurrence of 2 suicides within a span of less than 12 hours is quite difficult to fathom. Furthermore, if you were to suggest that a sprightly young man named Anthony Marston, blissfully unaware of life's gravity, would sincerely take his own life merely because he inadvertently caused the deaths of 2 children, it would sound rather absurd. Even so, one must ponder where he procured the poison. As far as I am aware, cyanide is not the sort of substance one casually carries around in their pocket. After all, this is your area of expertise. Armstrong replied. A rational individual would never carry cyanide on their person. Only someone who is utterly obsessed with beekeeping might do so. Lombard countered. Then that implies it would only be a gardener or a horticulturist who would possess such a substance. Yet, Anthony Marston does not fit that description. What perplexes me is the cyanide. This mystery remains to be unraveled. Either Anthony Marston had premeditated his own demise prior to arriving here and came prepared, or Armstrong pressed for clarity, or what? Lombard flashed a toothy grin. Why must I articulate it? The answer is practically on the tip of your tongue. Anthony Marston was undoubtedly murdered. Dr. Armstrong inhaled deeply. And what of Mrs. Rogers? Lombard spoke slowly. Were it not for the incident involving Mrs. Rogers, despite my lingering doubts, I might still entertain the possibility that Anthony took his own life. Conversely, in the absence of Anthony Marston's affair, I could wholeheartedly believe without hesitation that Mrs. Rogers succumbed to suicide. If it weren't for the truly perplexing nature of Anthony Marston's untimely demise, one might easily suspect that Rogers was responsible for his wife's death. Now we have 2 fatalities, occurring in swift succession, and clarity must be sought. Armstrong interjected. I may be able to assist you in unraveling this mystery. He then reiterated what Rogers had informed him regarding the disappearance of the 2 small porcelain figurines. Lombard remarked, indeed, the Indian figurines. There were certainly 10 at dinner last night. You say there are now only 8? Dr. Armstrong began to recite. 10 little Indian boys went out to dine. One choked his little self, and then there were 9. 9 little Indian boys sat up very late. One overslept himself, and then there were 8. The 2 exchanged glances. And Philip Lombard flashed a grin, discarding his cigarette stub. What a bizarre coincidence. Anthony Marston perished from asphyxiation after dinner last night, while Mrs. Rogers simply overslept and never awakened. And so? Armstrong inquired. Lombard immediately seized the opportunity to speak, presenting yet another conundrum. The very mystery of the matter. An unknown variable. Mr. Owen, a figure elusive yet omnipresent, a madman who roams freely. Armstrong inhaled deeply and replied with ease. You concede. But do you comprehend the implications of this? Rogers swore fervently that apart from ourselves, him, and his wife, there was no one else on the island. Yet, Rogers was mistaken. Furthermore, he may very well be lying. Armstrong shook his head. I do not believe he is being dishonest. This man is gripped by fear. He is terrified to the point of madness. Philip Lombard nodded in agreement. He remarked, there will be no motorboat arriving this morning. This aligns perfectly with Mr. Owen's subtle machinations. Indian Island is destined to remain isolated until Mr. Owen resolves this matter. Armstrong's complexion turned ashen as he said, you believe this individual must be a foremost lunatic. Philip Lombard altered his tone, stating, there is one aspect that Mr. Owen has overlooked. What aspect? Ultimately, this island is merely a barren rock, is it not? With one swift action, I could search it thoroughly and unearth you. And Owen without delay, Dr. Armstrong cautioned. He is exceedingly dangerous. Philip Lombard laughed heartily. Dangerous, you say? Who fears the big bad wolf? If I were to capture him, I would indeed become the very embodiment of danger. He paused before continuing, it would be wise to enlist Bloor's assistance as well. He can be quite adept in a critical moment. We must keep this from the ladies. As for some others, the general is rather past his prime, in my opinion. And Waggert's abilities are merely a combination of laziness and more laziness. Let us proceed with just the three of us. Upon mentioning Bloor, he immediately expressed his agreement with their plan. Regarding the matters you mentioned about the little porcelain figures, gentlemen, it indicates that the situation is far from straightforward. Indeed, there is another aspect. Do you not think that, given all that has transpired thus far, Owen's approach has been to remain in the shadows while you manage everything yourselves? Clarify your thoughts, my friend. What I mean is this. Last night, when the alarm was raised, that young lad, Mr. Marston, could not withstand it, and took his own life with poison. And that Rogers fellow, he too succumbed, ending his wife's life. All orchestrated by the machinations of one you. N. Owen. Armstrong shook his head, emphasizing the issue of cyanide. Bloor concurred on this point. To be honest, I had forgotten about that. It's quite rare to carry it around. But how did it find its way into his drink, I wonder? Lombard remarked, I have been pondering this matter. Last night, Marston consumed more than one drink. There was a considerable interval between his last drink and the one before it, and his glass remained on the table or somewhere nearby. I suspect it may have been placed on that small table by the window. The window was open. Perhaps someone stealthily introduced a trace of cyanide into it. Bloor, with a hint of skepticism, replied, you mean to suggest that someone eluded the watchful eyes of us all, sir? Lombard retorted coldly. We were all preoccupied with our own affairs. Armstrong chimed in slowly, indeed. We were all quite startled at the time. Everyone was bustling about the room, shouting, and it was utterly infuriating. We were too engrossed in our own conversations. I still think it is plausible. Bloor shrugged. The facts are evident. It must have been done this way. Let us put an end to this discussion, gentlemen. Let us take action. Is anyone fortunate enough to have brought a firearm? Perhaps no one anticipated its necessity? Lombard responded, I have one. He patted his pocket. Bloor widened his eyes and, with a voice feigning nonchalance yet clearly overdone, remarked, you carry that thing around, sir? Lombard remarked, I often frequent those places that are neither awkward nor entirely respectable, as you all know. Understanding this, Bloor continued, however, perhaps you have never ventured to a location as profoundly uncomfortable as the one you find yourself in today. If indeed there exists a madman concealed upon this island, he could very well be equipped with formidable weaponry, not to mention a few knives or daggers. Armstrong cleared his throat. You might be mistaken there, Bloor. Not all murderers are brazen and aggressive. Many are surprisingly genteel and amiable individuals. Bloor replied, I cannot perceive our current companion as one of those, Dr. Armstrong. 2 or 3 individuals commenced their search around the island. To their astonishment, the task proved to be far simpler than anticipated. The northwestern corner of the island, facing the mainland, featured a sheer cliff plunging directly into the depths of the sea, its walls smooth and bare. Elsewhere on the island, not a single tree stood, leaving the terrain almost entirely exposed. The trio meticulously and methodically scoured every inch, traversing from the summit to the water's edge. They examined each peculiar rock formation and every possible crevice that might lead to a cave, yet found nothing, no openings, no hollows. They meandered along the water's edge until they arrived at the solitary vantage point of General MacArthur, who sat contemplatively gazing at the seamless horizon. Here, only the rhythmic waves crashed against the rocks, sending up sprays of foam, enveloping the scene in serene tranquility. The elder sat upright, his eyes fixed intently on the distant line where the sea met the sky. As the group of island seekers approached, he remained utterly oblivious. This indifferent demeanor, at the very least, stirred a sense of unease in one of the three. Brolar mused to himself, something seems amiss. It's as if he is under a spell. Clearing his throat, he adopted a demeanor that suggested a willingness to engage in conversation, remarking, "You certainly have found yourself a comfortable refuge, sir." With a warm and affable tone, Brolar continued, "We mean you no disturbance. We are merely taking a stroll around the island, though I must admit, I harbor some doubts. Perhaps someone is lurking here." The general, still furrowing his brow, retorted, "You do not comprehend. You simply do not understand. Please, leave." Brolar complied and moved toward the other two, saying, "He has gone mad. Speaking to him is futile." Lombard, intrigued, inquired, "What did he say?" Brolar shrugged. "He mentioned that time is short and he does not wish to be disturbed." Dr. Armstrong also frowned, murmuring, "Now, I am concerned." The exploration of the island had come to an end, with the three standing atop the highest point, gazing at the distant mainland. No vessels ventured out to sea. The sea breeze carried a refreshing essence that grew increasingly potent. Lombard remarked, "No ships are setting sail. A storm is approaching. The troubling part is that we cannot see any villages from here. We have no means to signal for help." Brolar suggested, "Tonight, let us gather some wood for a bonfire and give it a try." Lombard furrowed his brow once more, expressing, "The troubling aspect is that perhaps all of this has been orchestrated. How shall we arrange this, sir? How would I know? Perhaps it will be a jest of some sort, casting us away to this island, disregarding any signals we might send, and so forth. For instance, we could claim to the villagers that we are gambling on the host's favor. In any case, we could spin a tale." Bloor remarked with skepticism, "Do you believe the villagers would take that seriously?" Lombard replied coolly, Falsehoods often hold more weight than the truth. If someone were to tell the villagers to disregard this island, asserting that the mysterious Mr. Owen has quietly eliminated his guests, do you think they would accept that?" "Doctor," Armstrong stated, "initially, I certainly did not believe it myself, but now." Philip Lombard bit his lip. "Now that is precisely the point. Doctor, those are your words." Bloor gazed at the water's surface. "I doubt anyone would venture beneath the waves." Armstrong shook his head. "I don't think so. Besides, it's far too steep for anyone to conceal themselves." Bloor added, "Perhaps there are crevices in the cliff. If only we had a boat, we could circle the island." "Had we a boat, we would all be making our way back to shore," Lombard interjected. "True enough, sir." Suddenly, Lombard exclaimed, "We could thoroughly inspect this cliff. There is but one place where a person might hide, just to the right and lower down. Which of you can procure a length of rope to lower me down for a closer examination?" Bloor remarked, "It is better to clarify things. Although, at first glance, it seems rather absurd. I shall see if I can procure a length of rope or something of the sort." He dashed straight into the house. Lombard glanced at the sky, where clouds were gathering and the wind was intensifying. He cast a sidelong glance at Armstrong and said, "You appear remarkably composed. Doctor, what occupies your thoughts?" Armstrong replied slowly, "I am pondering just how far old MacArthur has descended into madness." Throughout the morning, Vera was restless, avoiding Emily Brent. Brent instilled fear in her. She loathed Brent. Miss Brent, meanwhile, had taken a chair in the corner of the house, conveniently sheltered from the wind. She sat there, engaged in some knitting. The mere thought of her conjured an image of a pallid, drowned face, seaweed entwined in the hair. Once, this face had been strikingly beautiful, to the extent of rendering everything else insignificant. Now, it bore no trace of compassion or terror. Emily Brent sat, as serene as ever, solemnly knitting her sweater. On the large platform, Judge Ragg huddled in a chair meant for the doorman, his head almost tucked into his neck. When Vera looked at him, she envisioned a young man standing in the dock, with blue eyes, a head of fine hair, and a face marked by confusion and fear. Edward Seaton. In her imagination, she seemed to see the judge placing the cap upon his aging head and commencing the pronouncement of the verdict. After a while, Vera strolled towards the seaside, walking along the shore until she reached the island's end. An elderly man sat there, gazing blankly at the horizon. General MacArthur noticed her approach and shifted slightly. He turned his head, revealing a countenance marked by doubt, confusion, and a peculiar complexity. Vera was taken aback. The general stared at her intently for a moment, and she thought to herself, how strange it is, as if he already knew. He spoke up. "It is you. You have come to." Vera sat beside him and inquired, "Do you enjoy sitting here and watching the sea?" He nodded amiably. "Indeed," he replied, "it is quite enchanting." I believe this is a splendid place for waiting. Waiting? Vera immediately asked, what are you waiting for? He maintained his cordial demeanor and replied, the end of days. But I thought you already knew? She retorted, isn't it true? We are all awaiting our own demise. At this, her voice trembled as she asked, what do you mean? General MacArthur solemnly stated, none of us can leave this small island. It is predestined. Of course, you are fully aware of this. Perhaps you have yet to comprehend that this is liberation. Vera inquired, perplexed, liberation? He said, indeed, of course, you are still too young. You have yet to encounter this issue. However, the matter is approaching. When a person realizes that they have completed everything and are thereafter unburdened. It is akin to a profound liberation. One day, you too will experience this sensation. Vera replied hoarsely, I do not comprehend what you are saying. She felt her fingers twitching in spasms. Suddenly, she became fearful of this quiet old soldier. He cheerfully remarked, I must tell you, I am in love with Leslie. I adore her deeply. Vera inquired, is Leslie your wife? Yes, she is my wife. I take great pride in having such a spouse. She is so beautiful and vivacious. He fell silent for a minute or two, then continued, yes, I love Leslie. It is for this very reason that I acted as I did. Vera stated, you mean she has ceased? General MacArthur nodded calmly. There is no use denying it now. The denial would lead to ruin. I am the one who sent Richmond to his demise. I suppose this could be deemed a form of murder. How strange it sounds. Murder, while I have always been law-abiding. Yet at that moment, nothing seemed connected to murder. In hindsight, I feel no remorse. That fellow, he deserved it. That is how I thought. But later, Vera's tone shifted as she asked, and then? He shook his head in bewilderment, appearing both confused and somewhat melancholic. I am uncertain. I am uncertain. You see, everything has changed. I am unsure if Leslie has noticed. I doubt it. However, you know, from this moment forth, I can no longer comprehend her. She is too distant from me, too far for me to approach. And then, she passed away, leaving me utterly alone. General MacArthur remarked, when the end of days arrives, you will find joy in it. Vera rose, exclaiming sharply, I do not understand what you mean. He replied, I understand. My child, I understand. You do not comprehend. You know nothing. General MacArthur then turned his gaze to the sea, seemingly oblivious to her presence behind him. Meanwhile, he continued to murmur, Leslie. Blore gasped for breath and inquired, where has Lombard gone? My assertion is that we are all concerned. The doctor, impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Of course. That is not what I meant. I was contemplating the matter regarding old MacArthur. What is the matter with him, sir? Blore could scarcely believe his ears. He asked, are you implying that he delights in killing? Armstrong, with skepticism, replied, I should not have said that. It is not the time for such remarks. Of course, I am not adept in matters of the mind. In truth, I have never engaged in a thorough conversation with him nor examined him from this perspective. Blore, with doubt, affirmed, it is true that he has grown senile. I agree. But I would not say. Armstrong was determined to regain his composure, refusing to let the conversation continue. Perhaps you are right. Indeed, there must be someone concealed on this island. Ah, Lombard has arrived. They cautiously secured the rope. Lombard remarked, I shall do my utmost to remain vigilant. You merely need to watch for any sudden tension in the rope. Armstrong and Blore stood there observing Lombard descend, and after a moment, Blore quipped. He climbs rather like a cat, doesn't he? There was a certain nuance in his tone. Dr. Armstrong replied, I believe he must possess some mountaineering experience. Perhaps, was the only response. The two fell silent. After a while, the former detective spoke again. In any case, this gentleman is quite extraordinary. Do you understand what I mean? What do you mean? He is a man of peculiar character. Armstrong, skeptical, retorted, what makes you say that? Blore muttered a few words before adding, I cannot pinpoint the specifics, but I would trust him not at all. Dr. Armstrong asserted, I perceive him as a wanderer of sorts. Blore continued, if he is indeed a wanderer, I would wager he has engaged in some unsavory dealings. He paused before continuing, are you conveniently armed, doctor? Armstrong stared blankly and replied, me? God knows I am not. Why would I carry a gun? Blore countered, then why does Lombard carry one? Armstrong expressed his skepticism, stating, I suppose one could get accustomed to it. Blore let out a grunt through his nose. Suddenly, the rope tightened. For a brief moment, they both gripped it with all their might. Subsequently, the rope slackened again, and Blore remarked, they always talk about getting used to things. If Mr. Lombard were to visit this remote area with a firearm, that would be quite reasonable. Bringing a gas stove, sleeping bag, and some insect powder would also be unobjectionable. However, to arrive here today with such an entire array of equipment, even the term getting used to does not suffice. Only in novels is it considered normal to run around armed. Doctor. Armstrong shook his head in perplexity. They leaned against each other, observing Lombard's actions. His search was thorough. It soon became evident that it was all in vain. At present, Lombard had climbed to the edge of the cliff, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Well, he said, we have reached an impasse. The house is right ahead. There is nowhere left to go. The search of the house was completed with ease. They began by examining the outer buildings before concentrating their efforts on the main structure. The measuring tape discovered in the kitchen pantry, belonging to Mrs. Rogers, proved to be immensely helpful. There was not a nook or cranny that went unchecked. In modern architecture, there were no hidden walls or secret rooms. Everything was spacious and open. They started their search from the ground floor and ascended to the upper bedrooms. As they climbed the stairs, they glimpsed Rogers approaching the terrace, holding a tray of cocktails. Philip Lombard whispered, extraordinary creatures, remarkable servants. They managed to carry on their duties with such composure. Armstrong expressed his admiration, stating, Rogers is indeed a first-rate steward. I must speak candidly. Bloor added, his wife is also quite an exceptional cook. That dinner last night, they entered the first bedroom. Dr. Armstrong remarked, that room connects to the servants' quarters. Bloor responded, there must be a place beneath the ceiling, perhaps a sink or basin. That is the most likely location. Just as they stood there, they heard a sound above them, a soft, stealthy footfall echoing overhead. All three of them heard it. Armstrong grasped Bloor's arm tightly, while Lombard raised a finger, signaling for silence. Listen. They heard someone moving quietly and surreptitiously right above them. Armstrong whispered, actually, that person is in the bedroom, in the room where Mrs. Rogers lies. They stealthily ascended. Outside the door of the bedroom, they paused again. Indeed, someone was inside, as faint creaking sounds emanated from within. Bloor quietly commanded, go. He abruptly pushed the door open and rushed inside, with the other two closely following. Then, all three remained in the room. Rogers stood there, his arms laden with clothing. Bloor was the first to regain his composure. He said, I beg your pardon, Rogers. I thought I heard someone moving about, and I assumed that this. He paused. Rogers interjected, please forgive me, gentlemen. I was merely relocating my belongings. I took the liberty of choosing a room on the lower floor, the smallest one. I trust you will not object? He deliberately averted his gaze from the body shrouded in a sheet on the bed. Thank you, gentlemen. He added as he exited the room, arms full of garments, making his way down the staircase. Armstrong approached the bedside, pulled back the sheet, and gazed down at the serene visage of the deceased woman. The face, now devoid of fear, was left with only emptiness and bewilderment. Armstrong remarked, if only I had my instruments at hand, I would dearly like to ascertain what she ingested. He then turned to the other two and declared, let us conclude this. I am resigned to the fact that we shall uncover nothing. Bloor was vigorously twisting the valve on the pipe at the base of the wall. He said, Rogers is remarkably stealthy. We just saw him in the garden. None of us heard him ascend the stairs. Lombard responded, perhaps that is precisely why we assumed there must be some living presence here. Bloor ventured into the gaping maw of the black hole, while Lombard retrieved a flashlight from his pocket and followed suit. 5 minutes later, the three of them stood at the entrance of the highest corridor, exchanging glances filled with trepidation. They were exceedingly filthy, draped in cobwebs, their faces a ghastly sight. Apart from the 8 of them, there was no one else on the island. Lombard spoke slowly. So it seems we have erred from the very beginning, a blunder that has spiraled into an abyss. Superstition and delusion have woven a nightmare, all due to the eerie coincidence of 2 deaths. Armstrong, maintaining his grave demeanor, replied, however, you must understand, our arguments are sound. In summary, I am a doctor, and I possess some understanding of what constitutes suicide. Anthony Marston hardly resembles someone inclined towards self-destruction. Lombard began to harbor doubts. Might it not be an accident? Bloor scoffed, utterly unconvinced. What kind of cursed accident could that be? He muttered. Silence enveloped them momentarily until Bloor resumed. As for that woman, he hesitated. Mrs. Rogers, perhaps? Indeed. Could it have been an accident? Philip Lombard inquired. An accident? What sort of accident? Bloor appeared somewhat flustered, his brick-red complexion deepening. He nearly blurted out, listen here, doctor, you must have given her some medication or something. You see. The doctor stared at him incredulously. Medication? What do you mean by that? Last night, you mentioned that you ought to provide her with something to facilitate her slumber. Oh, that, indeed, is a completely innocuous sedative. To be more explicit, what exactly did you administer? I provided her with a remarkably mild bromide compound, devoid of any side effects. Brohl's face flushed a deeper crimson. He asserted, "Let me be clear, you must have exceeded the dosage." Dr. Armstrong retorted, incensed, "I fail to grasp your implication." Brohl continued, "Is it not conceivable? What if you made an error? Such occurrences can happen." Armstrong hastily countered, "That is utterly unfounded. Such a notion is preposterous." He paused, then added with a sharp tone, "Or do you insinuate that I intentionally overmedicated her?" Philip Lombard swiftly interjected, "I say, both of you must maintain your composure. Let us refrain from casting blame upon one another." Brohl, with a sullen countenance, remarked, "I merely suggest that even a doctor may err on occasion." "Doctor?" Armstrong forced a smile, revealing his teeth, yet lacking any genuine mirth, replied, "A physician cannot afford such blunders, my friend." Brohl provocatively stated, "If the records are accurate, this would not be the first time you have committed such an error." He stepped forward, fists clenched, his voice growing gruff. "To hell with falsifying evidence. Utter nonsense. Why don't you try to arrest me? Mr. Lombard, there are certain matters I wish to clarify, one of which pertains to you." Lombard furrowed his brows. "Pertaining to me?" "Indeed, to you. I am curious as to why, during such a seemingly cordial social visit, you chose to bring a firearm?" Lombard retorted, "You wish to know? Is it truly your desire to know?" "Yes, I wish to know, Mr. Lombard." To his surprise, Lombard replied, "Well then, Buller, it seems you are not quite as foolish as you appear." Lombard smiled faintly. "The reason I carry a gun is precisely because I anticipated that I was heading into a treacherous situation," Buller skeptically remarked. "You did not mention this to us last night." Lombard shook his head. "You were hiding this from us." Buller pressed. "In certain respects, yes," Lombard acknowledged. "Well then, come on, speak freely." Lombard articulated deliberately, "I led you all to believe that I was invited here just like most of you, which is not entirely accurate. In truth, a Jewish fellow named Morris approached me, offering me 100 quid to come here and handle what he knew I was adept at managing, difficult situations. And then, Buller impatiently urged. Lombard chuckled softly, "That is all." Dr. Armstrong interjected, "However, he surely told you more than just that." "No, that's all," he said. "After that, just keep your mouth shut like a clam. Whether to proceed or not, that was his exact phrase." At that moment, I was in a tight spot, so I agreed. Buller, looking skeptical, inquired, "Why didn't you mention this to everyone last night?" My dear companion Lombard shrugged his expressive shoulders and replied, "How could I ascertain whether what transpired last night was indeed the unforeseen predicament I was meant to confront upon my arrival? I needed to conceal certain details, hence I fabricated a story." Armstrong, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Surely you don't still believe that now?" Lombard's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Of course not. I now believe that I, along with everyone else, is in the same boat. That 100 quid was merely bait laid by Mr. Owen to lure me into his snare." He pronounced each word deliberately, asserting, "We are undoubtedly trapped. I swear it. Mrs. Rogers's death, Anthony Marston's demise, the disappearance of the Indian figurines from the dining table. Indeed, Mr. Owen's manipulations are glaringly evident. However, where is Mr. Owen himself?" Downstairs, the solemn chime signaling lunchtime resonated. Chapter 2. Rogers stood by the dining room door. As the three descended the stairs, he stepped forward anxiously and whispered, "I hope this meal will satisfy everyone. There is cold ham, cold tongue, and I have prepared some potatoes. Additionally, there are cheese, biscuits, and canned fruit." Lombard remarked, "It sounds quite reasonable. The stored food must be running low, correct?" "There is plenty to eat, sir, a variety of preserved goods. The supplies have been well stored. I can assure you, sir, that anyone isolated on this island would have enough provisions to last for quite some time." Lombard nodded in agreement. Rogers followed the three into the dining room, murmuring, "Fred Narracott has not shown up today, which worries me. As you all say, it is indeed quite unfortunate." "Indeed," Lombard responded, "unfortunate, that is precisely the term." Miss Brent entered the room, having just accidentally unraveled a ball of yarn, which she was now diligently rewinding. She settled into her seat at the dining table and stated, "The weather has changed. The wind is quite fierce, and the sea is tumultuous with white-capped waves." Judge Wargrave also made his entrance, pacing deliberately. From beneath his thick brows, he cast quick glances at the others in the dining room and commented, "You all seem quite lively this morning." His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. Vera Claythorne rushed in, slightly breathless. I hope I haven't kept you all waiting. Am I late? You are not the last, Emily Brent replied. The general has yet to arrive. They gathered around the dining table. Rogers turned to Miss Brent and inquired, "Shall you begin your meal, madam? Or shall we wait a bit longer?" Vera remarked, "General MacArthur is sitting by the beach below." She hesitated, adding, "I sense he seems rather distracted today." Rogers interjected, "I shall go down and inform him that lunch is ready." Dr. Armstrong sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "I shall go. You all enjoy your meal." As he exited the room, they could still hear Rogers behind him inquiring, "Would you prefer cold ham or cold tongue, madam?" The 5 individuals seated around the dining table appeared at a loss for words. Outside, a fierce wind howled back and forth. Vera shivered slightly and remarked, "A storm is approaching." Bloor opened his mouth to speak, launching into a monologue. "Yesterday, on the train to Plymouth, there was an old chap who kept droning on about the impending storm. I truly wonder how these old sailors manage to predict the weather." Rogers busied himself clearing the plates around the table. Suddenly, with a plate in hand, he paused, his voice tinged with an unusual terror as he exclaimed, "Someone is running." They could all hear the sound of hurried footsteps on the platform. In that moment, without a word, they understood. As if by mutual agreement, they all rose and turned towards the door. Dr. Armstrong burst in, breathless, declaring, "General MacArthur is dead." Vera gasped, the 2 words escaping her lips with sudden intensity. Armstrong remarked, "Indeed, he has passed away." An immediate silence enveloped the room for a considerable time. The 7 individuals exchanged glances, each uncertain of what to say. As the elderly man's body was carried through the doorway, a tempest descended upon them. The others remained in the hall, and in an instant, torrential rain began to pour, creating a cacophony of sound. Bloor and Armstrong ascended the staircase with the corpse, while Vera Claythorne abruptly turned and entered the vacant dining room, just as they had left. The untouched dessert remained on the sideboard. Vera approached the table, standing there for a minute or two, when Rogers quietly entered. Upon seeing Vera, Rogers was taken aback. His expression seemed to convey a myriad of questions. "Oh, miss, I merely came to." Vera, with a voice that surprised even herself, declared loudly, "You are correct. Rogers, just look for yourself, there are only 7 left." They placed General MacArthur on his own bed. After a final inspection, Armstrong departed the room and made his way downstairs, where the others had gathered in the lounge. Miss Brent continued to knit, while Vera Claythorne stood at the window, gazing out at the relentless downpour. Bloor sat upright in a chair, his hands resting firmly on his knees. Lombard paced incessantly, and at the far end of the hall, Judge Wargrave sat with his eyes half closed in an armchair. When the doctor entered the hall, Wargrave suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a clear, commanding voice. "Well, doctor?" Armstrong, his complexion notably pale, replied, "It is certainly not a heart condition or anything of that sort. MacArthur was struck on the back of the head by a lifebuoy or something akin to it." This revelation sparked a flurry of murmurs. The judge once again raised his voice. "Have you found the murder weapon?" "No." "And can you be certain of your assessment?" "I am entirely certain." Judge Wargrave then calmly stated, "Now we clearly understand our predicament. It is indisputable who is orchestrating all of this." Throughout the morning, Wargrave had remained curled up in that chair on the platform, refraining from engaging in any public activities. Now, he resumed his authoritative demeanor, ready to take command once more. And he presided over the interrogation with unwavering clarity. Clearing his throat, he spoke once more. "This morning, gentlemen, I find myself seated upon this platform as your vigilant observer, keenly attuned to your every action. Your intentions are unmistakably clear. You are scouring the island in search of a murderer whose identity remains shrouded in mystery." "Quite right, Mr. Philip Lombard interjected. The judge continued, "Without question, your conclusions align with my own. To be specific, the deaths of Anthony Marston and Mrs. Rogers were neither accidental nor self-inflicted. Undoubtedly, you have formulated some conclusions regarding Mr. Owen's true purpose in luring us to this island." Bloor gruffly asserted, "He is a lunatic, a madman." The judge coughed, acknowledging, "This is scarcely in doubt. However, it does little to aid in the resolution of our predicament. Our primary concern remains the preservation of our own lives." Armstrong's voice trembled as he declared, "There is not a single soul on this island, I assure you. Not one." The judge stroked his chin and calmly stated, "According to your assertions, there is no one. This morning, I arrived at this conclusion. I could have informed you in advance that no amount of searching would yield results. However, I am strongly inclined to believe that Mr. Owen, let us refer to him by the name he has chosen for himself, indeed resides on this island. It must be so. As for his plan to exact punishment on certain individuals who have committed various crimes that elude legal repercussions, there exists but one method to accomplish this. In other words, Mr. Owen must have only one means to arrive on the island. Consequently, the matter becomes entirely clear. Mr. Owen is among us. Oh no, no, no. It was Vera who suddenly erupted in near sobs. The judge cast a sharp glance at her and remarked, "My dear young lady, this is not the time to keep your eyes closed to reality. We are all in extreme danger. One among us is indeed you and Owen, and we are left to ponder which of us it may be. Of the 10 who came to the island, 3 have undoubtedly met their demise. Anthony Marston, Mrs. Rogers, and General MacArthur are all beyond doubt deceased. That leaves us with 7, and among this 7, if I may express my thoughts, 1 is an impostor, a fraudulent little Indian boy." He ceased speaking, surveying each person around him. "May I assume you all concur?" Armstrong remarked, "This is indeed peculiar. Yet I believe you are correct." Bloor remarked, "There is absolutely nothing to doubt. If you wish to hear my thoughts, I have a splendid idea." Judge Wargrave swiftly gestured for him to cease. Maintaining his composure, the judge stated, "Let us address this matter now. What I wish to clarify is whether we all share a consensus regarding the evident facts before us." Emily Brent continued to knit, expressing, "Your assertion sounds quite reasonable. I concur that one among us is in league with the devil." Vera whispered, "I cannot believe. I cannot." Wargrave turned to Lombard, asking, "What about you?" Lombard replied, "I agree, sir, wholeheartedly." The judge appeared satisfied, nodding as he said, "Very well, let us present evidence and establish the facts. First, is there any reason to suspect who it might specifically be? Mr. Bloor, it seems you have something to say." Bloor, breathing heavily with tension, stated, "Lombard possesses a revolver. He was not truthful last night. He has admitted to this." Philip Lombard grinned sheepishly and replied, "I suppose I must explain myself again." He reiterated his explanation concisely. Bloor relentlessly pressed, "What proof do you have?" "There is nothing to substantiate your claims." The judge cleared his throat. "Regrettably," he remarked, "we are all alike, relying solely on our individual assertions." Leaning forward, he declared, "I dare say none of you have truly grasped the rarity of this exceptional circumstance. The only course of action that occupies my mind is to ascertain whether the materials at our disposal are sufficient to liberate any one of us from this entanglement." Armstrong interjected promptly, "I am a professional familiar to all. Thus, the sole basis for doubting me is rather trivial." The judge raised his hand to interrupt the speaker. "Mr. Justice," Wargrave continued in his soft yet distinctly clear voice, "I too am a figure well known to all. Therefore, my dear sir, it would be better left unsaid. For some time now, there have been transgressions among doctors, the same among judges, and the police," he glanced at Bloor, "are no exception." Lombard remarked, "In any case, I believe women ought to be excluded." The judge raised an eyebrow and, in his famously acerbic language known to legal circles, stated, "So, are you suggesting that there are no murderers among women?" Lombard replied indignantly, "Certainly not. Regardless, this seems utterly implausible." He paused. Judge Wargrave, with his soft, acerbic tone, addressed Dr. Armstrong. "Dr. Armstrong, may I presume that a woman possesses sufficient strength to deliver that fateful blow to poor MacArthur?" The doctor calmly replied, "Certainly, provided she wields an appropriate implement, such as a rubber truncheon or a rubber-headed club. There is no need for extraordinary force." "Absolutely not," the judge responded, twisting his tortoise-like neck. "The other 2 homicides were attributed to drugs. In this instance, no one can deny that even the weakest among us could accomplish it." Vera, seething with indignation, exclaimed, "I believe you have lost your mind." The judge's eyes slowly turned to fixate upon her face, his gaze cold and unfeeling, indicative of a man accustomed to reading others while concealing his own emotions. Vera thought, "He regards me as a specimen," and the very notion startled her. "He despises me." The judge continued with a measured tone, "My dear young lady, I implore you to temper your emotions. Do give it a try. I am not speaking of you." He then inclined his head towards Miss Brent. "I trust you will not take offense. I must assert that we all stand as suspects, without exception." Emily Brent, engrossed in her knitting, did not raise her gaze and coldly remarked, "Anyone familiar with my character would find it utterly absurd to hear that I have caused the death of others, let alone 3 lives at once. However, I fully comprehend that we are all strangers to one another, and in such circumstances, without substantial evidence, none of us can escape culpability. I maintain my stance. There exists a devil among us." The judge interjected, "So it seems we are in agreement. There is no question of excluding anyone's suspicion solely based on their morals or status. Lombard inquired, "What of Rogers?" The judge fixed his eyes upon him. "What do you mean?" Lombard replied, "In my view, Rogers can be entirely exonerated." Judge Wargrave remarked, "Indeed? What is your reasoning?" Lombard stated, "Firstly, he lacks the cunning. Moreover, his wife is also a victim." The judge's thick eyebrows arched once more as he spoke. "Young man, I have previously interrogated individuals accused of murdering their wives, and the charges were proven true. I concede this. The act of murdering one's spouse is regrettably commonplace. However, in this particular instance, it is surely not the case. I can believe that Rogers killed his wife, whether it was out of fear that she might falter and betray him, or out of disdain for her, or perhaps a desire for a younger companion. It is plausible. Yet, I cannot accept that he is akin to that deranged Mr. Owen, who absurdly upholds some notion of justice while first turning against his own wife, when it is evident that such a heinous deed was committed together by both of them." Judge Wargrove interjected, "You are treating hearsay as evidence. We cannot ascertain whether Rogers and his wife conspired to murder their employer. It is entirely possible that this is a fabricated accusation intended to equate Rogers with our predicament. Mrs. Rogers's fear last night may have stemmed from her realization of her husband's mental instability." Lombard replied, "Well, you may express your views. After all, you, Mr. Owen, are one among us. Anyone could be implicated, and no one is exempt." Judge Wargrove asserted, "My contention is that we should not exclude anyone based on character, status, or potentiality. Instead, we ought to evaluate the possibility of one or more individuals based on various facts. Let us proceed with this examination. To put it succinctly, who among us is entirely incapable of administering cyanide to Anthony Marston, entirely incapable of administering an overdose of sleeping pills to Mrs. Rogers, or entirely without the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to MacArthur?" Bloor's previously sullen visage brightened. Leaning forward, he exclaimed, "Now that is more like it, sir. This is indeed the approach. Let us give it a try. Concerning young Marston, I perceive little to investigate further. It has been suggested that someone may have surreptitiously introduced something into the remaining liquor before Marston filled his glass for the last time. It would have been even easier for someone present in the room to carry out such an act. I cannot recall whether Rogers was in the room at that time. But as for the rest of us, each possesses the capability to have committed this act." After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, regarding Mrs. Rogers, it was her doctor who rushed out at that moment, and either of them could have easily performed the deed." Armstrong suddenly sprang up, trembling. "I protest. This is utterly nonsensical. I swear, the medication I administered to that woman was devoid of anything harmful," he declared, his voice thin and tinged with acidity. The doctor had barely uttered half a sentence before abruptly falling silent. "Your indignation is entirely understandable. However, one must concede the necessity of confronting the truth. Whether it be you or Rogers, both of you possess the potential to administer a lethal dose with ease. Now, let us examine the circumstances of the others present. Do I, Detective Bloor, Miss Brent, Miss Claythorne, or Mr. Lombard, have any opportunity to poison? Which among us could be entirely exonerated?" He paused, and I perceived that none could be. Vera, incensed, declared, "I was not even near that woman. You can all attest to this." Judge Wargrave hesitated for a moment before speaking. "To the best of my recollection, the facts are as follows. If I am mistaken, I invite correction from all present." After Anthony Marston and Mr. Lombard lifted Mrs. Rogers onto the sofa, Dr. Armstrong rushed over. He instructed Rogers to fetch brandy. Then arose the question, from where did the accusations we heard originate? We all entered the adjacent room, save for Miss Brent, who remained in her original position, alone with the unconscious woman. Emily Brent's cheeks instantly paled. She set down her fabric and exclaimed, "This is utterly intolerable." Emily Brent then questioned, "Is normal compassion also a criminal offense?" Judge Wargrave stated, "I am merely presenting the facts." Subsequently, Rogers brought in the brandy, and it is entirely plausible that he had administered a sedative prior to entering the room. This glass of brandy was consumed by the woman. Before long, her husband and Dr. Armstrong assisted her to bed, where Dr. Armstrong administered a tranquilizer on the spot. Bloor remarked, "This is how events transpired." "It is entirely so. This matter no longer concerns the judge, Mr. Lombard, myself, or Miss Claythorne." He spoke with a pronounced volume, exhibiting considerable delight. Judge Wargrave cast a cold glance in his direction and quietly replied, "Oh, is everything fine then? We must consider every conceivable scenario." Bloor's eyes widened once more as he retorted, I do not understand your meaning. Judge Wargrove remarked, Mrs. Rogers is lying in her own room upstairs. The sedative administered by the doctor has begun to take effect. She is drowsy and silent. Hypothetically, if someone were to knock on her door, enter the room, perhaps offering her a tablet or a potion, while conveying the doctor's instructions that it was a prescribed remedy, one would hardly imagine Mrs. Rogers would deliberate extensively. Disregard the message and refrain from consuming the medication immediately. After a moment of silence, Bloor shifted uncomfortably, furrowing his brow. Philip Lombard interjected, I find this assertion utterly implausible. Moreover, after the incident, we remained in this room for quite some time, not to mention the subsequent death of Marston, and so forth. The judge continued, what if someone later sought out Mrs. Rogers from his or her own bedroom? I mean, subsequently. Lombard disagreed, stating, at that time, Rogers was in the room. Dr. Armstrong spoke up. No, he said. At that moment, Rogers had gone downstairs to attend to the dining room and small kitchen. It is conceivable that someone could have slipped in unnoticed. Emily Brent inquired, Doctor, can you assert with certainty that the woman would be in a deep slumber after consuming your medication? It is highly likely to be the case, yet it remains uncertain. For any specific patient, only after several prescriptions can one ascertain their varied responses to different medications. Occasionally, it may take an extended period before a sedative takes effect. This is contingent upon the individual's constitution and their reaction to particular drugs. Lombard remarked, of course, this is your usual routine, doctor. Quoting the book, is it? Armstrong, incensed, immediately darkened in countenance. Refuting does not resolve any issues. What we must clarify is the truth of the matter. I believe that the scenario I just presented is plausible, albeit I concede the likelihood is not particularly high. However, it ultimately depends on the specific individuals involved. If the task of delivering medication were assigned to Miss Brent or Miss Claythorne, the patient would undoubtedly harbor no doubts upon their arrival. Conversely, should I, Mr. Bloor, or Mr. Lombard undertake this task, it would certainly appear rather irregular, yet I maintain that it would not necessarily incite her inner suspicion. Bloor inquired, what does this indicate for us? Judge Wargrave gently tapped his lips with his finger, his expression devoid of warmth and entirely impersonal, stating, we are now discussing the second murder, and the facts indicate that none of us can completely extricate ourselves from suspicion. He paused briefly and then said, let us now discuss the demise of General MacArthur, which occurred this morning. If anyone possesses something to share that may absolve themselves, I invite them to speak freely. As for myself, I hereby declare that I lack sufficient evidence to prove my absence. Throughout the morning, I sat on the platform, contemplating a singular question, that of our collective predicament, which includes each of us. Bloor remarked, I spent the entire morning in the company of Lombard and Dr. Armstrong. They can attest to my whereabouts. Dr. Armstrong interjected, you did go inside to fetch some rope. Armstrong continued, you were gone for quite a while. Bloor's face flushed as he responded, what do you mean by that, Doctor? Armstrong reiterated, I merely stated that you were away for some time. Surely it takes time to search for it? One cannot simply extend a hand and procure a large coil of rope. Judge Wargrave inquired, when Bloor departed, were you two together? Armstrong, visibly agitated, replied, what more needs to be said? Lombard merely stepped away for a few minutes, and I remained in place. Lombard, smiling, added, I was merely attempting to see if I could signal to the shore using the reflection of sunlight. I needed to find a suitable spot. I was only gone for a minute or two. Armstrong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I assure you, in that brief interval, there was no time for murder. The judge then asked, did either of you check the time? Neither had. Philip Lombard remarked, I have not brought a watch. The judge, unperturbed, replied, a minute or two. That assertion is rather vague. He then turned his head towards the individual sitting upright, cradling yarn in her arms. Miss Brent? Emily Brent responded, I took a stroll to the summit of the island with Miss Claythorne. Subsequently, I sat on the platform basking in the sun. The judge interjected, I do not recall seeing you there. No, I was at the corner of the house facing east. It was sheltered from the wind. Did you remain there until lunch? Indeed. Miss Claythorne? Mr. Wargrave, the judge, interposed. When was that? Vera appeared somewhat disoriented as she replied, I am uncertain, perhaps about an hour before lunch. Though it might have been less. Bloor inquired, was it after we spoke with him, or before? Vera said, I do not know. He was truly peculiar. She shivered slightly. In what manner was he peculiar? The judge pressed for clarity. Vera whispered, he said we were all soon to die. He claimed he was awaiting his doom. He Frightened me. The judge nodded and asked, "What did you do next?" Judge Wargrove stroked his chin and remarked, "There remains only Rogers. To what extent can his testimony enrich our understanding? I harbor doubts." The summoned Rogers, upon taking the stand, indeed had little to contribute. His morning was consumed by various household chores and the preparation of lunch. Prior to the meal, he had delivered cocktails to the platform and subsequently ascended to relocate his belongings from the attic to another room. Throughout the morning, he had not cast a single glance outside, nor had he encountered even the faintest hint regarding General MacArthur's demise. He was ready to swear that at noon, while setting the table, there were distinctly 8 small porcelain figurines present. Once Rogers concluded his testimony, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Judge Wargrove cleared his throat. Lombard whispered to Vera Claythorne, "Now let us hear his summation." The judge proclaimed, "To the best of our ability, we have interrogated the circumstances surrounding the 3 deaths. Certain individuals are indeed uninvolved in specific aspects. However, thus far, we remain uncertain as to which individual bears no connection to this case whatsoever. I reiterate my firm belief that among the 7 of us present, one is a perilous, potentially deranged criminal. Yet, before us lies no evidence to determine who that may be. At this juncture, our only recourse is to contemplate methods of establishing contact with the mainland for assistance, while also considering the necessary precautions to ensure our safety should such assistance be delayed. Most likely, given the weather conditions, it will be. I implore everyone to carefully contemplate this situation and to propose any suggestions that come to mind. In the meantime, I caution all to remain vigilant. The murderer has acted with impunity precisely because we, the victims, have been utterly unsuspecting. Henceforth, it is our duty to scrutinize each individual among us. Preparedness is the key to safeguarding against misfortune. Let us not be complacent, but rather remain alert to potential dangers. Finished. Philip Lombard murmured under his breath, "Now, let us withdraw." "Do you believe it?" Vera inquired. She and Philip Lombard were seated on the windowsill of the lounge, with torrential rain and fierce winds battering against the glass. "Indeed," Philip Lombard replied leisurely, "but it is difficult to say. Logically, one must recognize he is correct. However," Vera completed his thought, "Yet, how utterly incredible this seems." Philip Lombard made a grimace. "It is indeed astonishing. However, with MacArthur's demise, one thing is indisputable. There is no longer any question of accident or suicide. It is clearly murder. Thus far, there have been 3 incidents." Vera shuddered, exclaiming, "This is akin to a nightmare. I cannot shake the feeling that such occurrences are simply impossible." He responded empathetically, "I understand." In the midst of slumber, a knock resounded at the door, and then breakfast was served. Vera remarked, "Oh, if only that were truly the case, how delightful it would be." Philip Lombard, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "It is unfortunate that our wishes will not come to fruition. We are all ensnared in this dream. Furthermore, from this moment forth, we must remain exceedingly vigilant." Vera lowered her voice and inquired, "If one among us truly is the culprit, who do you suppose it might be?" Lombard suddenly flashed a toothy grin and replied, "I take it that you are excluding the 2 of us. That is acceptable. I am quite certain of my innocence, and I harbor no suspicions regarding you. Vera, you genuinely strike me as the most composed and level-headed young lady I have encountered. I can assure you of your sound mind." Vera offered a faint, bitter smile and responded, "Thank you." After a brief hesitation, she continued, "You are aware that you once expressed your belief that life need not be confined to vegetarianism and lawfulness. Let us disregard that. I simply cannot envision you as akin to the individual on the record." Lombard concurred, "Indeed, if I were to take a life, it would merely be to secure my own escape. Such grand-scale reckoning is not my forte." "Very well. Let us exclude ourselves from consideration and focus on the other 5 inmates. Let us deliberate on the enigmatic U.N. Owen. I suspect he is none other than Voigtgrave." Vera was taken aback, and after a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Why?" "It is indeed difficult to articulate clearly. However, let us consider this point. He is a seasoned veteran, having presided over court hearings for many years. This means that for several months each year, he assumes the role of an omnipotent deity. Over time, it is only natural that he might come to believe himself as such, wielding power unchecked, dictating life and death at will. He could easily be swept away by a fleeting impulse, straying further into the role of a judge, enforcing the law on behalf of the heavens." Vera slowly remarked, "Indeed, I find this quite plausible." Lombard interjected, "In your opinion, who do you think it is?" He let out a soft whistle, The doctor, perhaps? I must confess, I have placed him at the very bottom of my list. Vera shook her head. Oh no? Both murders were committed by poison. Does this not suggest a connection to the doctor? Furthermore, we cannot overlook the fact that the only thing we are absolutely certain of is that the sleeping pills Mrs. Rogers ingested were provided by him. Lombard concurred. Yes, that is indeed correct. Vera pressed on. If the doctor were involved, it would be exceedingly difficult for the average person to discern. Moreover, doctors often make errors due to fatigue and excessive stress. Vera continued. He was not engaged in such activities at that moment. He had another opportunity later on. When was that? When he went to summon the general for lunch. Philip leisurely whistled again and remarked, So, do you believe he committed the act at that time? One must possess a certain composure for that. Vera, growing somewhat impatient, replied, What of it? He is the only one here knowledgeable in the medical field. He could easily assert that the individual has been deceased for at least an hour. Who could possibly refute him? Philip gazed thoughtfully at Vera. You have a point, he said. That notion is rather astute, I suspect. Who is he, Mr. Bloor? That is the one thing I must ascertain. Who is he? Roger's face twitched as he clutched the shoe he was polishing. Chief Inspector Bloor spoke up. Indeed, mate, that is the crux of the matter. One among us. The judge stated it plainly. Which one? That is what I seek to uncover. Who has transformed into a demonic entity? Bloor continued. This is the question we all wish to unravel. Rogers, appearing quite shrewd, interjected. But you have some inkling, Mr. Bloor. You must have some idea, yes? Bloor replied slowly. I may possess a semblance of knowledge, yet to claim certainty would be far from accurate. Perhaps I am mistaken. I can only say that if my conjecture proves correct, this enigmatic individual possesses remarkable composure. Indeed, truly remarkable. Rogers wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gasped. It feels just like a nightmare. It truly does. Bloor, with curiosity, regarded him and said, Surely you have your own thoughts on the matter, Rogers? The butler shook his head and gruffly replied, I do not know. I simply do not know. It is precisely for this reason that I am utterly terrified. If only I had some inkling. Dr. Armstrong, filled with agitation, declared, We must leave this place. We absolutely must. Mr. Wogreff, the judge, gazed thoughtfully out of the smoking room window, twisting the strap of his spectacles in his hands, and remarked, I am not boasting of my ability to foresee the future, but I must assert that there will surely be no ship arriving within the next 24 hours. Even if they are aware of our predicament, they must first ascertain whether the winds will cease in 24 hours. Dr. Armstrong lowered his head, covering it with his hands, and murmured in despair, Are we to merely lie here, waiting for them to slaughter us all? Let us hope not, Mr. Wogreff replied. I intend to take every precaution to prevent such an eventuality. A thought flashed through Dr. Armstrong's mind. He believed that the survival instinct in an elderly man like the judge was far more fervent than that of the younger ones. Having practiced medicine for many years, he felt this keenly. Though he might be 20 years the judge's junior, he sensed a significant deficit in his own will to survive. Mr. Wogreff was also contemplating, to lie here and await death. These doctors are all of a kind, utterly devoid of insight. It is simply intolerable, the doctor remarked. 3 have already been accounted for. Have you forgotten? Unforgettable. Yet, do not forget that they were entirely unprepared, caught off guard, while we had received prior warnings. Dr. Armstrong, with a furrowed brow, lamented, What can we do? Eventually, Judge Wogreff replied, There remains the possibility of taking action. Armstrong retorted, But we do not even possess a single clue as to who that individual might be. The judge stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, You must understand. I beg to differ. Armstrong glared at him, asking, Are you implying that you are aware? Judge Wogreff cautiously replied, To speak of concrete evidence, such as that required for a trial, I concede I possess none whatsoever. However, when one considers the events in their entirety, it becomes glaringly apparent that there exists such a person. Indeed, that is my conviction. Armstrong continued to stare, perplexed, and said, I do not comprehend. Miss Brent was in her upstairs bedroom. She picked up a Bible and moved to the window to sit. She opened the Bible, but after a moment's hesitation, she set it aside and approached her dressing table, retrieving a black notebook from the drawer. She opened her notebook and began to write. A dreadful event has transpired. General MacArthur is deceased. His cousin is married to Elsie Macpherson. Undoubtedly, he has been murdered. Following lunch, the judge delivered a rather intriguing address to us all. He posited that the culprit is among us, implying that one among us serves the devil's bidding. This notion had long been a source of my suspicion. But who could it be? They all pondered this question, while I alone possessed the knowledge. She sat there, motionless for quite some time. Her eyes gradually blurred, enveloped in confusion. The pencil in her fingers swayed unsteadily, akin to a tipsy individual, as she laboriously inscribed in uneven, sprawling letters, "The name of the murderer is Beatrice Taylor." She closed her eyes. Suddenly, a jolt of realization startled her awake. She glanced down at her notebook. With a cry of fury, she crossed out the chaotic words of the final line. She murmured softly, "Did I write that? Is it truly me? I must be losing my mind." The storm intensified. The fierce winds howled around the building. Everyone gathered in the lounge, lost in their thoughts, furtively glancing at one another. When Rogers entered with a tray of tea, they all sprang to their feet. Should we draw the curtains? It would indeed be more comfortable. After a consensus was reached, he closed the curtains and turned on the electric light, making the room feel significantly cozier. The clouds of despair were somewhat lifted. Surely by tomorrow, the storm would have passed, and the boats bearing visitors would arrive. Vera Claythorne inquired, "Will you pour the tea, Miss Brent?" Vera approached the tea table, and the delightful sound of porcelain clinking resonated in the room, infusing it with a sense of homeliness. Ah, tea, the cherished ritual of afternoon tea. Thank heavens. Philip Lombard shared a humorous quip, and Blore chimed in with his own jest. Armstrong recounted a comical tale, while Judge Wargrave, who had once detested tea, now savored it with evident pleasure. In the midst of this relaxed and harmonious atmosphere, Rogers entered, his expression grim and demeanor tense. His words disjointed. "Excuse me, sir, does anyone know what has happened to the bathroom curtain?" Lombard abruptly looked up. "The bathroom curtain? What on earth are you talking about, Rogers?" "It's gone, sir, vanished without a trace. I've been searching for curtains everywhere, and I simply cannot find the one in the bathroom." Judge Wargrave asked, "Was it there this morning?" "Yes, sir," replied Rogers. Blore inquired, "What sort of curtain was it?" "It was a shimmering crimson satin, sir, perfectly complementing the red tiles in the bathroom," Lombard noted. "So it is indeed missing?" "Missing, sir," Rogers confirmed. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, and Rogers added, "Yes, sir, thank you." He exited, closing the door behind him, and a cloud of gloom settled over the room once more. The group furtively scrutinized one another once more. As dinner was served, they finished eating and tidied up. It was a rather simple meal, predominantly consisting of canned goods. Eventually, the palpable tension in the lounge became unbearable. At 9 o'clock, Emily Brent rose and declared, "I shall retire for the night." Vera echoed her sentiment, stating, "I too shall go to bed." The two women ascended the staircase, followed by Lombard and Blore. They lingered at the staircase's entrance, observing the women as they entered their respective chambers and closed the doors. The sound of latches being secured and keys turning echoed in the silence. Blore amusingly remarked, "There is no need to remind them to lock their doors." Lombard replied, "Well, for tonight, they are certainly safe." He descended the stairs, with the other trailing behind him. An hour later, the remaining 4 individuals also retired for the night. Ascending the stairs together, Rogers was in the dining room, setting the table for breakfast the following day. He watched as they made their way upstairs and heard them pause in the corridor above. It was the judge's voice that broke the silence. "Everyone, I trust one need not remind you to secure your doors." Blore interjected, "Moreover, it would be prudent to brace the door handles with chairs. It is still possible to unlock them from the outside." Lombard muttered, "My dear Blore, your flaw lies in your excessive knowledge." The judge responded solemnly, "Well then, good night to you all. I wish everyone a safe morning ahead. Farewell." All was in order as he nodded and spoke softly. Suddenly, a flicker of joy appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, "I shall see who can conjure up any mischief tonight." He made his way to one end of the room, securely locking the door that led to the small kitchen, then passed through another door into the hall, turning back to firmly close and lock it, tucking the key into his pocket. Subsequently, he extinguished the lights and hurried upstairs into his new bedroom. Within the room, there was but one place to conceal oneself, the tall wardrobe, which he promptly inspected. Afterward, he locked and bolted the door, preparing to sleep. He spoke to himself, "There will be no more Indian tricks tonight. I have taken care of everything." Philip Lombard had a habit of waking at the break of dawn, and that day was no exception. He propped himself up on his elbow to listen. The wind had somewhat diminished, yet it still howled, while the sound of rain was absent. By 8 o'clock, the wind had intensified once more. However, Lombard remained oblivious, drifting back into slumber. At 9:30, he sat on the edge of the bed, glanced at his watch, then pressed it to his ear. A peculiar, wolf-like grin spreading across his lips. He whispered softly, "I see the time has come. It's time to do something." At 9:35, he rapped gently on the tightly shut door of Bloor's room. Bloor opened the door cautiously, his hair tousled and his eyes still bleary with sleep. Philip Lombard courteously remarked, 12 hours of sleep? Well then, it seems you have nothing to feel guilty about. Bloor uttered only 3 words. What is it? What do you mean? Another voice called out. Lombard replied, I mean to say that Rogers is missing. He is neither in his room nor anywhere else. The kettle has not been boiled. And there is no fire lit in the kitchen. Bloor muttered a curse under his breath, exclaiming, Damn it, where could he have gone? Is there anywhere on the island? I will put on some clothes and see if anyone else knows anything, he added. Philip Lombard nodded in agreement. He walked past a series of closed doors. He noticed that Armstrong was already up, nearly dressed. Judge Wargrave, like Bloor, needed to be roused from his slumber. Vera Claythorne had completed her morning preparations, while Emily Brent's room was conspicuously empty. As the young man traversed the house, it became evident, as Lombard had stated, that Roger's room was vacant. The bed showed signs of having been slept in, with a razor, sponge, and soap still damp from use. Lombard remarked, He has certainly gotten up, that is beyond doubt. Vera forced herself to remain calm, deliberately speaking in a composed and low tone. Do you think he might be hiding somewhere, waiting for us to awaken? Lombard responded, My dear girl, whether he is here or there is of little consequence to me. However, I advise everyone to stick together until we locate Rogers. Armstrong interjected. He must have wandered somewhere on the island. Bloor had just arrived, his attire meticulously arranged, yet his beard remained unshaven. He inquired, Where has Miss Brent disappeared to? It remains a mystery. However, as they approached the hall, Emily Brent entered through the front door, clad in a raincoat. The sea is still rising so high. It seems there shall be no boats sailing today, she remarked. Bloor responded, Have you been wandering alone on the island, Miss Brent? Do you not believe that such an endeavor is the height of folly? Emily Brent assured him, Rest assured, Mr. Bloor, I have been particularly vigilant. Bloor muttered, Have you seen Rogers? Miss Brent raised an eyebrow and replied, Rogers? No, I haven't seen him this morning. Why do you ask? Judge Wargrave, having shaved his beard, donned his attire, and fitted his dentures, descended and approached the open dining room door, exclaiming, Ah, the breakfast table is already set, as I suspected. Lombard remarked, He might have prepared it last night. They all entered the dining room to find the table meticulously arranged with cups, plates, and cutlery. The wine glasses lined up on the sideboard, and the mats positioned for the coffee pot. It was Vera who first noticed, seizing the judge's arm with her athletic fingers, causing him to recoil. She exclaimed in shock, Those little Indian figurines. Look, there are only 6 left in the center of the table. Shortly thereafter, they discovered Rogers. He was in the laundry room across the yard, preparing to kindle a fire in the kitchen by chopping wood. A small axe was firmly gripped in his hand, while a larger axe leaned against the door, its blade stained with a streak of crimson blood, precisely matching the depth of the wound on Rogers' skull. Too obvious, Armstrong remarked. The murderer approached stealthily from behind. At that moment, he was bent over, and the axe struck down upon his head in a single blow. Bloor retrieved a flour sifter from the kitchen, diligently dusting the axe handle in an attempt to uncover fingerprints. Must great force be exerted, Doctor? Inquired Judge Wargrove. Armstrong replied solemnly, If that is what you mean, then the strength of a woman would suffice. He glanced around, noticing that Vera Claythorne and Emily Brent had entered the kitchen. The girl could easily accomplish it. She possessed the physique of an athlete. On the surface, Miss Brent appeared frail, yet such women often harbor an unexpected resilience despite their slenderness. Moreover, one must remember that when a person's mind slips, they may exhibit an unimaginable strength from an unknown source. The judge nodded thoughtfully. Bloor, crouched in that position, sighed as he stood and announced, No fingerprints. It had been wiped clean. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted, prompting everyone to turn around. Vera Claythorne stood in the yard, her voice piercing and shrill, interspersed with fits of wild laughter. Do they keep bees on the island? Enlighten me. Where are we to procure honey? Huh. All eyes were fixed upon her, bewildered. A typically composed young woman had seemingly lost her sanity before the crowd, continuing to shout in strange tones. She erupted into another bout of manic laughter. Armstrong strode forward, extending his hand to deliver a sharp slap across her face. She stood there, gasping for breath, hiccuping, and swallowing hard, motionless for nearly a minute. Then she spoke. Thank you. I am better now. Her voice regained its calm and composure, reminiscent of a capable nursery teacher accustomed to guiding children in song and literacy. Turning, she crossed the yard and entered the kitchen, saying, "Miss Brent and I will prepare breakfast for you. Could you gather some firewood?" Her cheeks were flushed, still bearing the imprint of the doctor's fingers. After she entered the kitchen, Bloor remarked, "Well done, you handled that admirably, Doctor." Armstrong replied apologetically, "It was necessary. Hysteria won't resolve anything. Other issues cannot be addressed until then." Philip Lombard interjected, "She is not the type to succumb easily to hysteria." Armstrong concurred, "Oh, indeed not. She is a healthy, sane young woman, merely startled by unexpected stimuli. Anyone would react similarly." Before Rogers met his untimely demise, he had already prepared a portion of firewood, which they subsequently gathered and transported to the kitchen. Vera and Emily were busily engaged in their tasks, while Miss Brent poked at the stove, and Vera meticulously trimmed the tough skin from the salt pork. Emily Brent expressed her gratitude, indicating their intention to hasten their efforts, aiming to complete their preparations in approximately half an hour to 3/4 of an hour, as they first needed to bring the water to a boil. Former Inspector Bloor, with a gruff voice, whispered to Philip Lombard, "Do you have any inkling of what I am contemplating?" Philip Lombard retorted, "If you intend to tell me, then why bother with the guessing?" Bloor was a man of rigid principles, incapable of grasping subtleties or nuances. He continued in his coarse manner, "There was a case in America where an elderly gentleman and his wife were both slain with an axe around 10 in the morning. Aside from their daughter and a maid, there was no one else in the house. The maid was ruled out as a suspect. The daughter, a highly respected middle-aged spinster, seemed equally implausible as the perpetrator, so much so that they released her. However, they ultimately found themselves at a loss for any other explanations." He paused. "Whenever I see an axe, this case springs to my mind. And then, upon entering the kitchen, I noticed her there, composed and serene, not a hair out of place. Yet, that young woman was in a fit of hysterics. That is the natural response one would anticipate, wouldn't you agree?" Philip Lombard replied succinctly, "Perhaps so." Bloor continued, "But what about the other one? She is remarkably composed, clad in Mrs. Rogers' apron. I can't be mistaken. She even mentioned that breakfast would be ready around 8:30. If you were to inquire, I would assert that this woman is quite mad. Many elderly spinsters exhibit such peculiarities. I do not imply that they are all capable of committing mass murder, but rather that their thoughts can be quite eccentric. Regrettably, she has succumbed to such a state. One of those religious zealots who believe themselves to be instruments of the divine, and so forth. Do you know what she does locked away in her room? She reads the Bible." Philip sighed and remarked, "These assertions hardly substantiate your claims of her mental instability, Bloor." Yet, Bloor persisted stubbornly, attempting to validate his argument. Moreover, she ventured out clad in a raincoat, claiming to seek the sea. That woman still shook her head, stating that Rogers was killed while chopping wood, which means he encountered his fate shortly after rising that morning. Thus, Brent need not have spent several hours wandering outside. If you were to ask me, I would suggest that the murderer of Rogers could very well be nestled away in bed, sleeping soundly. Bloor continued, "You misunderstand my point. Mr. Lombard, if that woman were genuinely straightforward, she would never dare to roam alone outside. Only someone utterly oblivious to the concept of fear could act in such a manner. In essence, she is quite capable of perpetrating such deeds herself." Philip Lombard replied, "That is a compelling argument. Indeed, I had not considered that perspective." He offered a faint smile and added, "Fortunately, you no longer harbor doubts about me." Bloor, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Initially, I was quite apprehensive regarding you. That gun and the dubious origins you spoke of were merely unvoiced concerns. However, it has now become evident that these matters are rather transparent, are they not?" He paused for a moment and continued, "I hope you do not take offense." Philip, in a contemplative tone, remarked, "Perhaps I misjudged you. In any case, I cannot fathom you being the cunning individual capable of orchestrating such a deed. If, indeed, the perpetrator were you, I must commend your theatrical prowess." Subsequently, he lowered his voice and stated, "Bloor, it is possible that before long, we may both meet our demise. Heaven knows, the earth knows, you know, and I know. Now, regarding that case of false testimony, were you involved in it?" Bloor, indecisive, shifted his weight from one leg to the other before finally confessing, "At this point, it matters not whether I speak or remain silent. The truth is as follows. Randall was indeed innocent. That group bribed me, and together we devised a scheme to ensnare him. I must be frank, I would not have admitted this under different circumstances. With a light-hearted chuckle, Lombard interjected, "I assure you, I will not betray you. My friend, the benefits you have accrued must be considerable, I presume? Not nearly as much as I initially estimated. Truly shameless, those rogues. Nevertheless, I have managed to elevate my status. As for Randall, he was sentenced to hard labor and ultimately perished in prison. How was I to know he would die?" Bloor retorted, "That is not what I meant. I was referring to your ill fortune." "My ill fortune? Are you suggesting that it is he who is unfortunate? Your fortune is also lacking. It seems that, as a result of this matter, you too shall meet an untimely demise." "Me?" Bloor exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. "Do you truly believe I will suffer the same fate as Rogers and the others?" "Not a chance. I assure you, I am quite vigilant." Lombard replied, "Ah well, I never make promises or oaths. Ultimately, if you perish, I shall gain no advantage." "Pray tell, Mr. Lombard, what do you mean by that?" Philip Lombard flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. "What I mean, dear Bloor, is that I fear you have no escape." "What? You stubborn fool. Merely sitting idly while others conspire against you. A cunning criminal like you. And Owen can ensnare you whenever they wish." Bloor's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "And what about you?" Philip Lombard's expression turned menacing as he declared, "I possess my own clever strategies. In the past, I have navigated even the most challenging situations and emerged unscathed. I see no need to elaborate further. I believe I shall prevail once more." In the pan, eggs were sizzling as Vera stood by the stove, pondering, why did I resort to such hysterics? How utterly foolish. Remain calm, my dear girl, remain composed. Moreover, she had always prided herself on her ability to remain unflappable in the face of adversity. Miss Clayson, with her remarkable poise, had immediately swum over to pursue Cyril. Why dwell on this now? All of it belongs to the past, a past that has long been settled. By the time she swam near the rocks, Cyril had vanished long ago. She could only feel the current pulling her away from the shore, dragging her into the depths. Intentionally going with the flow, she calmly floated until the rescue boat finally arrived. Everyone unanimously praised her for her fearlessness and composure. But Hugo, he merely cast a glance in her direction. Oh, how disheartening, just thinking of Hugo now. Where is he? What is he doing? Has he become engaged, or even married? Emily Brent's sharp voice pierced through her thoughts. "Vera, the bacon is burning." "Ah, my apologies, Miss Brent, it is indeed charred. Look at my clumsiness." Emily Brent retrieved the last egg from the sputtering skillet. Vera placed another slice of bacon into the pan, her curiosity piquing. "Miss Brent, you truly are remarkable, so composed." "I was raised this way, to remain calm in the face of challenges, to avoid being overly excitable," she replied. Vera naturally thought to herself, being raised under such strict discipline indeed explains a great deal. She then asked, "Are you not afraid?" After a while, she added, "Or rather, are you not afraid of death?" The word death pierced through Emily Brent's sturdy mind like a sharp drill. Death. She had no intention of succumbing to it. Others might meet their end, but she, Emily Brent, would not. The old maid failed to comprehend this. Fear was foreign to Emily. She was a Brent by birth. None in her family knew fear. They were all civil servants, and matters of life and death were merely mundane. They wouldn't even bat an eye at it. They were all, like her, Emily Brent, ever so proper in their conduct. She had never committed any wrongdoing. Thus, naturally, she never contemplated death. The conscience is always aware. In darkness, one is untroubled by terror. In daylight, one fears not the arrows of misfortune. And now, it was broad daylight, devoid of any terror. None of us shall escape this island. Who uttered such words? None other than General MacArthur. His cousin married Elsie Macpherson. He appeared utterly unconcerned, in fact, rather pleased. Such thoughts are utterly detestable. One might say they are sinful. Some individuals are indifferent to death, often bringing it upon themselves. Like Beatrice Taylor. Last night, she dreamt of Beatrice, who pressed her face against the glass window from outside, moaning and pleading to be let in. However, Emily Brent resolutely refused to allow her entry. For, should she permit her in, calamity would surely follow, a dreadful calamity. Emily suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing Vera gazing at her with astonishment. She immediately exclaimed, her voice resonating with clarity, "Is everything ready? Let us serve breakfast." This morning's meal differed from yesterday's. Each person exhibited excessive politeness. "May I offer you some more coffee? Miss Brent? Miss Clayson, would you like a slice of ham? Perhaps another piece of bacon?" The 6 individuals appeared outwardly composed. Yet, internally, their thoughts surged like a tumultuous tide, akin to 15 buckets drawing water, rising and falling in disarray. Who would be next? What would transpire? Would it be feasible? Doubt lingered in my mind. Nevertheless, it was always worth a try, as long as time permitted. My God, as long as time allowed. Religious fanaticism, indeed. But one would never suspect it from appearances. What if I were mistaken? Madness enveloped us all. I too felt on the brink of insanity. The disappearance of the crimson satin curtain was utterly baffling. I could not comprehend it at all. This infernal fool believed everything I said. It was all too simple, yet I must remain cautious, exceedingly cautious. 6 delicate porcelain figures. Only 6 remained. How many would there be by nightfall? And the last egg, who would consume it? Would you like some orange marmalade? Thank you. Please pass me a bit more ham. The 6 individuals shared breakfast together. Everything seemingly normal. Breakfast concluded. Judge Wargrave cleared his throat and, with an air of authority, spoke softly. I believe it would be prudent for us to discuss the situation together. How about we reconvene in the lounge in half an hour? A murmur of agreement arose from the others. Vera began to gather the plates, declaring, I shall take care of this. I will wash them. Philip Lombard offered. Allow us to assist you in transporting these to the small kitchen. Thank you, she replied. Emily Brent, about to rise, hesitated and then sat back down, exclaiming, Oh dear. The judge inquired, What seems to be the matter, Miss Brent? Feeling faint, are we? Dr. Armstrong approached her, stating, Perfectly normal. It is merely a state of shock triggered by anxiety. I can offer you something. That word burst forth from her lips like a firecracker, startling everyone. Dr. Armstrong's face flushed crimson. Indeed, her expression was one of sheer terror and confusion. The doctor awkwardly responded, As you wish, Miss Brent. She insisted, I do not wish to eat anything at all. I simply desire to sit quietly here for a while, until this dizziness subsides. They tidied up the breakfast items. Bloor remarked, I am quite adept at household chores. Let me lend you a hand, Miss Claythorne. Vera replied, Thank you. Emily Brent remained alone in the lounge, seated in silence. For a considerable time, she could vaguely hear the soft murmur of conversation emanating from the small kitchen. Gradually, the dizziness subsided. She felt an overwhelming fatigue, as though sleep could envelop her at any moment. A faint buzzing resonated in her ears. Perhaps something in the room was humming. She recalled, it seemed to be a bee, a large bumblebee. Now, she truly beheld a bee, perched upon the window frame. This morning, Vera Claythorne had spoken of bees and honey. She had a fondness for honey. The honey harvested from the hive, meticulously filtered through a fine cloth bag. Drop by drop, drop by drop. It felt as though someone were present in the room. A figure, drenched, water trickling down in droplets. Emerging from the river, more so than Beatrice Taylor. She merely needed to turn her head to glimpse Taylor. Yet, she found herself unable to turn. She only needed to call out, but her voice eluded her. There was no one else in the room, just her. She heard footsteps behind her, a soft dragging, the hesitant steps of a drowned girl. Then, a damp, chilling sensation invaded her nostrils. The bee continued to buzz incessantly on the window frame. At that moment, she felt a sharp sting. The bee had stung her neck. They were all waiting in the lounge for Emily Brent. Vera Claythorne said, Shall I go fetch her? Bloor quickly interjected, Wait a moment. Vera sat back down. Everyone regarded Bloor with questioning eyes. He stated, Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express my opinion, to seek justice for the deceased. One need only take a brief stroll to the lounge at this very moment. I would wager that the woman in question is precisely the person we are searching for. Armstrong interjected, And what of the motive? A religious fanatic, perhaps. What do you think, Doctor? Armstrong continued, This is entirely plausible. I have no objections to raise. However, of course, we possess no evidence. Vera remarked, Just a moment ago, while we were preparing food in the kitchen, she exhibited peculiar behavior. Her eyes were trembling. Lombard retorted, You cannot draw conclusions based solely on that. After all, we are all still reeling from the aftermath. Bloor added, Furthermore, after the record played, she was the only one who refused to provide an explanation. Why? Could it be that she has nothing to explain? Vera could no longer remain seated. She said, That is not entirely accurate. I heard her recount the matter, which she later conveyed to me. Ragg inquired, What did she say to you, Miss Claythorne? Vera recounted the incident concerning Beatrice Taylor once more. Judge Ragg commented on the matter, stating, You have spoken quite candidly. Personally, I find it not at all difficult to accept her account. Miss Claythorne, I must ask you, does she exhibit any sense of guilt or remorse? Deeply troubled by her conscience? To which Vera replied, Not in the slightest. She remains utterly indifferent. Blur remarked, what a heart of stone these meticulous old maids possess. Most of their demeanor stems from jealousy. Judge Rag stated, it is now 5 minutes to 11. I believe it is time to summon Miss Brent to our meeting. Blur inquired, do you not intend to take any action? The judge replied, I fail to see what course of action we could undertake. At this juncture, we are merely engulfed in suspicion. However, I would like to urge Dr. Armstrong to pay particular attention to Miss Brent's every movement. Very well. Let us proceed to the lounge. Upon their arrival, they discovered Emily Brent seated in the same chair as when they had departed. From their vantage point, there appeared to be no immediate cause for concern. She seemed entirely oblivious to their entrance. However, as they approached, they observed her face flushed, her lips tinged with blue, and her eyes wide with terror. Blur exclaimed, my God, she is dead. Judge Rag, maintaining his calm demeanor, quietly remarked, another reckoning has come too late for us. Dr. Armstrong leaned over the lifeless body, examining her lips before shaking his head and inspecting her eyelids. Lombard, growing impatient, questioned, how did she die, doctor? She appeared to be in good health when we left her. Dr. Armstrong focused intently on a small puncture wound on the right side of Brent's neck, stating, that is the mark of a subcutaneous injection. A low buzzing sound emanated from the window. Vera exclaimed, look, a bee. A large hornet. Remember what I said this morning. Dr. Armstrong coldly interjected, it wasn't the bee that stung her. It was a human hand wielding a syringe. The judge inquired, what poison was injected? Vera protested, but what about that bee? Surely it cannot be mere coincidence? Lombard replied with a grim demeanor, oh, no, it is not a coincidence. It is merely our murderer attempting to add a touch of local color. Truly a mischievous beast, trying to mimic that wretched limerick. This was the first time his voice faltered, nearly escalating to a scream, as if his nerves, accustomed to the brutality of life and death, could no longer withstand the strain. In a fit of rage, he declared, this is madness. Utter madness. We are all insane. The judge maintained his composure, stating, I hope everyone can retain their sanity. May I ask who brought the hypodermic syringe? Dr. Armstrong, mustering his courage yet speaking hesitantly, replied, I did. All 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. He had to gather himself to withstand the hostile and skeptical gazes. He continued, I always carry one. Most doctors do. Judge Rag calmly responded, indeed, but doctor, could you please tell us where the syringe is now? In my bag in my room, he answered. Wargrove remarked, perhaps we ought to confirm this, shall we? The 5 individuals ascended the stairs in silence. The contents of the bag were scattered upon the floor. Yet the syringe for subcutaneous injections remained elusive. Armstrong fervently exclaimed, someone must have taken it. No one uttered a word. The room was enveloped in stillness. Blore regarded Lombard, who returned his gaze. The judge stated, we are all present within this dwelling. One among us is the murderer. Our situation is fraught with extreme peril. To safeguard the lives of the 4 innocent parties, every possible measure must be undertaken. Dr. Armstrong, I now inquire, what medications do you possess? Philip Lombard immediately interjected. And what of it? It's merely talk. I propose that all of the doctor's medications, my own sulfa tablets, your revolver, and any substances or weaponry be consolidated and placed in a secure location. Once this is achieved, each of us must conduct a thorough search, including personal and property inspections. Lombard retorted, you will not persuade me to surrender my firearm. Wargrove spoke sternly, Mr. Lombard, you possess a remarkably robust physique, a veritable powerhouse of a young man. However, the former Inspector Blore is no weakling either. If you two were to engage in a confrontation, I would hesitate to predict the outcome. Yet, I can impart this knowledge. On Blore's side, the individuals assisting him include myself, Dr. Armstrong, and Miss Claythorne. Therefore, I urge you to consider whether, should you choose to resist, the odds are not overwhelmingly stacked against you. Lombard tilted his head back, revealing a full set of teeth, and roared almost defiantly, oh, splendid. So you've all conspired beforehand. Judge Wargrove nodded. You are indeed an astute young man. Where is your firearm? In the drawer of my bedside table. Very well. I shall retrieve it. I believe it would be prudent for us to accompany you. Although a hint of amusement flickered in Philip's expression, he still stated almost with a growl, you paranoid coward, you're not mistaken about them, are you? They proceeded along the corridor to Lombard's room. Philip strode purposefully to the table by the bed and yanked the drawer open. He staggered back, cursing under his breath. The drawer of the bedside table was empty. Are you satisfied? Lombard inquired. He stood completely unclothed. The 3 men thoroughly searched him and his room. Outside in the corridor, Vera Claythorne waited. The search proceeded methodically. Armstrong, the judge, and Bloor took their turns in succession. The four men emerged from Bloor's room and walked towards Vera. The judge spoke first. I hope you do not take offense, Miss Claythorne. We are not granting any special treatment. We must locate that revolver. I presume you are wearing your swimsuit? Vera nodded in affirmation. She entered the room and closed the door behind her. In less than a minute, she reappeared, adorned in a pleated silk swimsuit. Rag nodded in approval. The judge remarked, one thing we can all be certain of now is that none of us five possesses any lethal weapons or substances. That brings some relief. Now, we must secure these drugs in a safe place. Is there a cabinet for silverware in the small kitchen? Bloor responded, that is all well and good, but the question remains, who will hold the key? I suppose it will always be you? Judge Rag offered no reply. He proceeded into the small kitchen, followed closely by the others. Within the kitchen, there was a designated cabinet for storing silver cutlery and dishes. Following the judge's instructions, they placed the various drugs inside and locked the cabinet. Subsequently, adhering to the judge's plan, they lifted the cabinet into the large cupboard and secured it with a lock. The judge then handed the key to the cabinet to Philip Lombard and entrusted the key to the large cupboard to Bloor. He remarked, in terms of physical strength, you two are the most formidable. It would be no easy feat to seize each other's keys. As for the three of us, none of us could hope to make off with anything. Moreover, forcibly breaking open the large cupboard or the small cabinet would not only be laborious, but would inevitably create a noise, making it impossible to avoid detection by others. Bloor interjected, in my opinion, no one will possess a firearm without the owner's knowledge. Philip Lombard, incensed, exclaimed, you insufferable fool. I told you it was stolen. Rag inquired, when did you last see the handgun? Last night. When I went to bed, it was still in the drawer for safekeeping, came the reply. The judge nodded and stated, then it must have gone missing during the chaos of searching for Rogers, or just before his body was discovered. Vera suggested, it must be hidden somewhere within the house. We absolutely must find it. Judge Rag resumed, stroking his chin thoughtfully and expressed doubt. I wonder if we can uncover any results. I suspect our murderer had ample time to conceal it well. I do not harbor any illusions about finding it easily. Bloor seemed quite confident as he said, I am uncertain about the whereabouts of the revolver, but I would wager I know the location of that other item, the hypodermic syringe. Follow me. He opened the front door and led everyone around the house. Not far from the restaurant's window, he discovered a syringe. Accompanied by the shattered remnants of a small porcelain figurine, the fifth Indian boy, reduced to fragments. Bloor proclaimed with a sense of pride. Only here could he have done it. After killing her, he opened the window to dispose of the syringe and subsequently threw the porcelain figurine out as well. The syringe bore no fingerprints, having been meticulously wiped clean. Vera asserted with unwavering determination, now, let us retrieve the gun. Mr. Justice Wargrave stated, we must search. However, while seeking the weapon, let no one stray from the group. Remember, the moment we disperse, the murderer may seize the opportunity to strike. They meticulously scoured from the attic to the cellar, but to no avail. The revolver remained elusive. One among us, one among us. This phrase echoed endlessly in their minds, resonating with a haunting intensity, five terrified souls. They observed one another, no longer able to conceal their palpable anxiety. Pretense had vanished, and the artifice of calm discourse was abandoned. These five individuals, though adversaries, were inexorably bound by the primal instinct for survival. Suddenly, their appearances transformed, resembling beasts more than men. Lawrence Wogrove sat there, curled like a cautious old tortoise, utterly still, save for his keen and vigilant eyes. The retired officer Bloor appeared more cumbersome, his gait reminiscent of a lumbering bear. Bloodshot eyes betrayed a savage yet clumsy demeanor, embodying a creature cornered, poised to retaliate against any pursuer. Philip Lombard's senses sharpened rather than dulled. He reacted to the faintest sound. His movements became lithe and graceful, his steps lighter and swifter. He often smiled, revealing a row of long white teeth. Lombard remarked, the weather will improve. It is merely a matter of time. At that point, we might engage in some activities, signal, light a bonfire, construct a raft, perhaps. Armstrong suddenly chuckled, a matter of time, you say? Where do we find the time? Soon enough. We shall all perish. Mr. Lawrence Wogrove replied, we shall not die. We must exercise utmost caution. His delicate yet resolute voice bore an unusual weight, underscored by immense determination. Luncheon proceeded as scheduled, and they discovered a substantial stockpile of canned goods in the storeroom. Vera rose and declared, I shall attend to this. Please, wait a moment. Lawrence Wogrove kindly responded, dear girl, I believe we would all like to accompany you in watching your efforts. Yet, that scent, the aroma of the St. Titanic seaside, it could not possibly be an illusion. Indeed, there were others in the room. She heard a sound, there was no doubt about it. As she stood there, listening intently, a cold, clammy hand suddenly grasped her throat, slick with water. Exuding the essence of the sea, it could not be a figment of her imagination. Indeed, Vera let out a piercing scream, followed by a cacophony of terror-filled wails and desperate cries for help. She did not hear the commotion below. A chair toppled, the door swung open, and hurried footsteps echoed on the staircase. She was utterly ensnared by fear until the flickering light of candles appeared at the threshold and people surged into the room, rousing her from her paralysis. Once again, she felt a wave of dizziness and nausea wash over her. Her head was forcefully lifted once more. Vera exclaimed, "I refuse to drink this alcohol." A profound silence enveloped the room for nearly a minute, after which Lombard chuckled. With an air of admiration, he remarked, "Well done, Vera. You are remarkably astute. Even in such a frightful state, you still manage to think clearly. I shall fetch you an unopened bottle." With that, he vanished through the door. Vera, with a hint of uncertainty in her tone, replied, "I feel much better now. I merely wish for a glass of water." Armstrong assisted her as she struggled to her feet. Leaning against him, she wobbled toward the sink, turned on the cold water tap, and filled a glass. Bloor indignantly asserted, "That brandy is perfectly fine." Armstrong inquired, "How can you be so sure?" Vera trembled uncontrollably. Philip Lombard poured some liquor into a glass held by the doctor. The doctor said, "You would do well to drink this, Miss Claythorne. You are quite shaken." Vera took a small sip, regaining a touch of color in her cheeks. Philip Lombard, with a smile, remarked, "Well, yet another attempted murder has transpired." Vera stammered, "You believe this was premeditated, do you?" Lombard nodded, preparing to instill fear into you. "Some individuals might indeed be frightened to death, wouldn't they, Doctor?" Armstrong, however, did not heed his words. Pondering, he remarked, "Well, it depends on the circumstances. For such a young man, in good health and free from heart ailments, it is rather unlikely he would succumb to fright. On the other hand," he lifted the drink brought by Bloor, dipped his fingertip into it, and cautiously tasted it. His expression remained unchanged. Skeptically, he remarked, "It doesn't seem to be problematic." Bloor, incensed, stepped forward and declared, "If you imply that I would attempt such a thing, I shall promptly smash your head." At that moment, Vera, under the influence of the brandy, regained her composure and deliberately redirected the conversation, asking, "Where has the judge gone?" Armstrong replied, "I had thought he was behind me. Of course, he moves at a slower pace. He is an elderly man." They exchanged bewildered glances for a moment. Finally, Lombard exclaimed, "This is quite peculiar." Bloor shouted, "We must hurry to find him." At the far end of the room sat Lawrence Wogrove in a high-backed chair, with a solitary burning candle beside him. However, what most alarmed and terrified the witnesses was the judge's powdered wig and his garb of deep crimson robes. Armstrong gestured with his hand, signaling others to remain back. He approached the still, vacant figure alone, his unsteady gait reminiscent of a drunken man. Upon reaching the judge, he scrutinized the expressionless face. Then, he prodded the wig, which tumbled to the floor, revealing a bald head marked by a crimson stain, from which something was dripping. Armstrong lifted one of the judge's arms to check for a pulse, then turned to the others, his voice devoid of inflection, flat and distant. "He has been shot." Bloor interjected, "Good heavens, that revolver?" Armstrong continued in that lifeless tone, "The head was penetrated. He died instantly." Vera leaned down to inspect the fallen wig, exclaiming, "These are the 2 strands of yarn that Brent discarded." Her voice trembled, laden with dread. Bloor remarked, "The robe is like the lost red curtains of the bathroom." Vera murmured, "They originally stole these things for this purpose." Suddenly, Philip Lombard erupted into laughter, his mirth sharp and high-pitched, sounding exceedingly unnatural. 5 little Indian children went to court. One fell into the clutches of the law, confined behind bars. Such is the fate of the bloodthirsty Lawrence Wargrave. He shall no longer pass judgment on others. No more donning the judge's cap. This time, it is his final appearance in court. There will be no more summations, no more sending the innocent to the gallows. If Edward Seaton were present, he would surely erupt into laughter. God, he would find it amusing. This outburst left the others in stunned silence. Vera exclaimed, "Just this morning, you claimed he was the murderer." Philip Lombard's expression shifted abruptly. He regained his composure and quietly replied, "Yes, I did say that. It appears I was mistaken. Another among us has been proven innocent, albeit too late." They concluded their meal, sitting around the kitchen table, staring blankly at one another. Blur stated, "Now there are only 4 of us left. Who shall be next?" Armstrong's eyes widened, and without much thought, he declared, "We must be exceedingly cautious." He abruptly fell silent. Blur remarked, "He may indeed try." His tone conveyed displeasure. The 2 men exchanged wary glances. Armstrong remarked, "There are 4 of us, yet we remain uncertain of who." Blur interjected, "I know." Vera asserted, "I harbor no doubts." Armstrong slowly replied, "I believe I indeed know." Philip Lombard suggested, "I think I have a rather splendid idea." They exchanged glances once more. Vera, swaying slightly, rose and declared, "I feel rather unwell. I must retire. I am utterly exhausted." Lombard responded, "It would be best for all to sleep. Sitting here, merely glaring at each other, is hardly beneficial." Blur commented, "I have no objections." The doctor murmured, "It is perhaps for the best, though I doubt anyone will manage to sleep." They proceeded towards the door, with Blur expressing, "I truly wonder where that revolver has gone." As they ascended the staircase, the ensuing actions resembled a scene from a comedy. The 4 stood together, hands poised on the knobs of their respective bedroom doors. Then, as if at a silent command, each stepped into their rooms and closed the doors behind them. A flurry of sounds ensued, bolts being shot, locks turning, and furniture being rearranged. For terrified souls confined themselves within. Awaiting the dawn, Philip Lombard positioned a chair beneath the doorknob to secure it, then turned with a long sigh of relief. He leisurely approached the vanity, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, and curiously scrutinized his own reflection. "Indeed, this situation is quite alarming," he murmured. His wolfish grin suddenly flashed across his face, and then he swiftly removed his clothing and approached the bedside. He placed his watch upon the nightstand before opening the drawer. He stood there momentarily stunned, fixated on his lost handgun nestled within the drawer. Former police officer Blur sat at the edge of the bed, his small eyes reddened and bloodshot, glinting with a watchful intensity amid his fleshy visage. He resembled a wild boar poised for an attack. Sleep eluded him, danger loomed ominously close. 6 out of 10 were already dead. The old judge, despite his cunning and caution, met a similarly tragic fate as the others. Blur inhaled with satisfaction, his nostrils flaring. What had the old man said? We must exercise utmost caution. The self-satisfied, pretentious old hypocrite believed himself to be a deity in the courtroom. He had dealt with him, no longer needing to worry about him. Now only 4 remained: the girl, Lombard, Armstrong, and himself. It would not be long before another among them would meet their demise, but it would not be him. It would not be Henry Blur. Yet that handgun. What had become of the handgun? It was indeed unsettling. The handgun. Blur sat on the bed, his brow furrowed. As he pondered the matter of the handgun, his small eyes narrowing into slits. In the stillness, the sound of the clock ticking downstairs echoed. Midnight arrived, and his tense spirit relaxed slightly. He could even lie down on the bed, though he did not remove his clothing. The candle was nearing its end. He noticed a match lying close at hand and extinguished the candle's flame. Strangely, he found that darkness did not bring him peace. It was as if a long-dormant fear, having slumbered for millennia, had awakened, striving with all its might to seize control of his mind. Various faces swirled before his eyes. The ludicrous visage of the magistrate adorned with a comical gray wig, the frigid and lifeless countenance of Mrs. Rogers, the convulsed, ashen face of Anthony Marston, and another face, pale and bespectacled, sporting a small brown mustache. This was a face he had encountered before, but when exactly? Surely not on this small island. No, it must have been a long time ago. Oddly, he could not recall this person's name. The features appeared quite foolish, resembling that of a simpleton. Where has the pistol gone? This is of utmost importance. The more he pondered, the more disordered his thoughts became. The absence of the pistol was incomprehensible. Perhaps someone within the house had taken it. Suddenly, the clock downstairs chimed, interrupting Blur's reverie. Startled, he sat up in bed. He heard a sound, faint yet distinct, emanating from somewhere outside the room. Someone was moving stealthily in the darkness. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Who could it be? Who was stealthily traversing the corridor? He was certain that this individual harbored malicious intent. Despite his robust physique, he moved with remarkable agility. Silently, he slipped out of bed, and in 2 strides, he reached the door, holding his breath to listen intently. Yet, the sound had ceased. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that he had not been mistaken. Someone had indeed passed by his door. A chill ran down his spine, and terror washed over him once again. Someone was clandestinely moving in the night. He had heard the sound, though it had faded quickly. A new thought flickered through his mind. He yearned to rush out recklessly and ascertain the truth. As long as he could discern who was lurking in the shadows, that would suffice. However, opening the door would be an exceedingly foolish act. Perhaps that was precisely what the intruder desired. He had likely anticipated that Bloor would hear the noise and emerge to investigate. He approached the door at the end of the corridor and knocked as well. "Miss Claythorne. Miss Claythorne." A panicked voice from within responded. "Who? What is it?" "Do not be afraid, Miss Claythorne. Wait a moment. I shall be there shortly." He arrived at Lombard's door. The door swung open, revealing Lombard, who stood there holding a candle in his left hand, his nightshirt tucked into his trousers, and his right hand plunged into the pocket of his nightshirt, warily inquiring, "What on earth is happening?" Bloor hastily recounted the events he had discovered. Lombard's eyes brightened. "Armstrong. Is it? Indeed. So it must be him. That little dove." He approached Armstrong's door. "I beg your pardon, Bloor, but I cannot be easily deceived." He knocked heavily on the door. "Armstrong, Armstrong." Bloor remarked. "This means he locked the door from the outside and took the key with him." Philip nodded and said, "Very astutely done. Let us pursue him, Bloor. This time we shall catch him in under a minute." He called out towards Vera's room. "Vera, hey, we must chase after Armstrong. He has left. Regardless of the circumstances, do not open the door, understood?" "Oh, I understand," Vera replied. "I am not so foolish," Lombard affirmed. "That's good," Bloor cautioned. "We must remain vigilant. Remember, he is armed with a pistol." Vera remained in the room, awaiting the outcome. She rose, donned her attire, and cast a few glances towards the door. The door was exceedingly sturdy, locked securely with a bolt, and propped beneath the doorknob was an oak chair, making it impossible to force entry from the outside. Armstrong was not particularly robust. Breaching that door was utterly beyond his capabilities. Should he harbor malicious intent, it was certain he would resort to cunning rather than brute force. There existed a myriad of other possibilities. For instance, he could fabricate a tale of fire engulfing the house. Indeed, that was quite plausible. Luring those two out of the villa, dousing the ground in gasoline, and then igniting the structure. Thus, she would be trapped like a fool, awaiting her demise within. Vera approached the window, relieved to find an escape route should the need arise, albeit requiring a fall into a nearby flower bed. She seated herself and picked up her diary, inscribing her thoughts in a clear and elegant script, seeking to pass the time. Suddenly, a tension enveloped her. She heard a sound, akin to glass shattering somewhere below. Yet, when she strained her ears to listen intently, the sound vanished. Perhaps it was merely her imagination conjuring furtive footsteps, the creaking of stairs, and the rustle of garments. Yet, all remained uncertain. She concluded, much like Bloor had earlier, that these sounds were purely figments of her imagination. At that moment, she heard a distinct sound. Someone was ascending the stairs, murmuring softly, the resolute footsteps echoing as they climbed. A door opened and then closed, and the footsteps continued to the top floor, where even more noises erupted. Ultimately, the footsteps traversed the corridor towards her bedroom. Lombard's voice inquired, "Vera, are you all right? What is happening outside?" Bloor's voice interjected, "May we come in?" Vera approached the door, moved a chair aside, turned the lock, unlatched the door, and opened it. The two individuals who entered were breathless, their legs and trousers drenched. She asked once more, "What has transpired?" Lombard replied, "Armstrong has vanished." Vera exclaimed, "What?" Lombard reiterated, "He has disappeared from this island." Bloor concurred. "The term disappeared is apt. It is as if he has vanished like magic." Vera retorted impatiently, "Nonsense. He must be hiding somewhere." Bloor insisted, "No, that is impossible. I can assure you, there are no concealed places on this island. It is stark and transparent. Tonight, the moonlight is as bright as day, yet he remains elusive." Bloor continued, "We have just searched the area. Surely, you must have heard. I tell you, he is not here. He has completely disappeared, vanished without a trace." Vera expressed her doubt. "I do not believe it." Lombard remarked, "My dear, this is indeed true." He paused briefly before adding, "There is also a minor detail. A window in the dining room has been shattered, and only 3 porcelain figurines remain on the table. The 3 individuals were seated in the kitchen, enjoying their breakfast. Outside, the sun was gradually rising, heralding a clear day. The storm had passed. With the change in weather, the emotions of the island's prisoners also shifted. They felt as though they had just awakened from a nightmare. While danger still loomed, it was now the peril of daylight. The terror that had engulfed them during the howling winds of the previous day, akin to being ensconced in a thick blanket, had dissipated. Lombard suggested, "Today we can attempt to signal from the highest point on the island using a mirror. I hope that the little fellow frolicking on the cliff has the sense to recognize the SOS signal. In the evening, we can also light a bonfire." though firewood is scarce. They might think that everyone here is singing, dancing, and reveling. Vera interjected, surely someone can decipher Morse code. By nightfall, help will arrive. Lombard replied. The skies are clear, yet the sea is not entirely tranquil. What formidable waves! Before dawn tomorrow, their vessel will be unable to dock at this island. Vera exclaimed. Another night on this island. Lombard shrugged. It is best to face reality. We have nearly 20 hours left. If we can endure until then, we shall prevail. Bloor cleared his throat and stated, we ought to ascertain what has happened to Armstrong. That is something we must clarify. Lombard remarked, well, we have evidence. There are only 3 small porcelain figurines left on the dining table. It appears that Armstrong is no longer among us. Vera inquired, then why hasn't his body been found? Bloor responded, that's a valid point. Lombard shook his head, expressing his bewilderment. It's utterly perplexing. Bloor, with a hint of skepticism, suggested, he may have been disposed of in the sea. Bloor continued, I don't comprehend it. But I am certain of one thing. What is it? Lombard asked. Bloor stated, that revolver. Your revolver. It is currently in your possession. There is no indication that it has ever left your grasp. I interjected, Bloor. We have all searched one by one. Lombard shrugged helplessly. I simply do not understand. This is madness, the most unexpected event in the world, devoid of reason. Bloor concurred. Indeed, it is devoid of reason. Perhaps you ought to concoct a more convincing narrative to substantiate my claims. Wouldn't you agree? I see it differently, Lombard replied. You are unwilling, Philip chimed in. Bloor insisted, listen, Mr. Lombard, if you are a man of integrity, as you are currently pretending to be. Philip retorted mockingly. When have I ever claimed to be a man of integrity? No, to be honest, I have never said such a thing. Bloor insisted, if you speak the truth. There is but one course of action. Your possession of the handgun implies that both Miss Claythorne and I are entirely at your mercy. The equitable solution would be to secure the firearm along with those items, with each of us retaining a key. Philip Lombard lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he retorted, do not indulge in fanciful notions here. Do you not concur? Well, I do not. The handgun is mine, and I require it for self-defense. It must remain with me. Bloor remarked, in that case, we must reach a subsequent conclusion. Shaking his head, Bloor admitted, I do not comprehend, yet this is indeed the reality. You must harbor other motives. Vera had remained silent until now. A tremor coursed through her as she interjected. I believe you both are acting like fools. Lombard glanced at her, questioning, what do you mean? Vera responded, you have overlooked that nursery rhyme. Do you not see that there is another clue to be uncovered? She recited with significance, for little Indian children went out to sea. One fell overboard and was swallowed by a fish. She continued, a fish. This is an exceedingly crucial clue. Armstrong is not dead. He took that little china figurine to make you believe he had perished. You may assert whatever you wish. Armstrong remains on this island. He is the very fish casting a shadow on the path, intended to divert your attention. Lombard resumed his seat and remarked, perhaps you are correct. Vera retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Haven't we all searched for the firearm? Did we find it? Yet it remains elusive, hidden in some obscure location. Lombard muttered, my dear, there is a considerable difference in size between a person and a pistol. Vera insisted, I disregard such matters. I firmly believe I am right. Bloor chimed in. To be precise, he has concealed himself, has he not? The poem indeed alludes to a pike. He could not have been more explicit. Vera interjected passionately. Do you not comprehend? He is a madman. This is the work of a lunatic. Each incident unfolds as described in the poem, which signifies insanity. Disguising the judge. Murdering Rogers while he chops wood. Administering poison to Mrs. Rogers to ensure her eternal slumber. Miss Brent was stung by a monstrous wasp. It resembles a dreadful child engaged in a game, where nothing can deviate from the script. Bloor responded, indeed, you speak the truth. He pondered for a moment. In any case, there is no zoo on this island, and next time he shall not be so fortunate. Vera proclaimed, can you not see? We are the animals. Last night, we ceased to be human. We are but a pack of beasts. Lombard remarked, that is not a bad idea. We are relatively safe here. Everything lies within our sight. No one can approach us stealthily. Vera suggested, let the 3 of us remain here. Vera experienced a moment of trepidation. I cannot endure this. I cannot possibly spend another night in that house. Philip remarked, lock your door, and you shall be quite safe. Vera muttered, I hope so. She spread her arms and murmured, how delightful it is to bask in the sunlight once more. She thought, how peculiar. I could almost declare myself quite happy. Yet, I still believe I am not entirely out of danger. It seems now that nothing matters. During the day, nothing seems to concern me. I feel invigorated. I cannot perish. Blur glanced at his watch and said, "It's 2 o'clock. What about lunch?" Blur appeared somewhat hesitant. Vera assured him, "I will not encounter any issues. I do not believe he would shoot me the moment you turn your back. If that is what you are worried about." Blur replied, "That is reassuring." But we agreed not to separate. Philip inquired, "Are you preparing to delve into the lion's den?" "I shall accompany you if needed." "No, you need not go," Blur insisted. "You should remain here." Philip chuckled. "So, you still do not trust me, do you? If I were so inclined, I could shoot you twice in this very moment." Blur responded, "True, but that would not be in accordance with our plan. One can only eliminate one adversary at a time, and it must be executed in a specific manner." "Ah," Philip replied, "you seem to possess an exceptional understanding of everything." "Of course," Blur said, "I feel somewhat uneasy entering the house alone." Blur shrugged and began to ascend the steep slope towards the house. Lombard, with a pleasant demeanor, remarked, "It is feeding time at the zoo. Animals are creatures of habit." Vera, filled with anxiety, questioned, "Isn't he taking a considerable risk by doing that?" "I cannot concur with your line of thought. Armstrong, devoid of any weapons, is no match for Blur, who is physically capable of overcoming 2 doctors, and he remains exceedingly vigilant. It is utterly implausible that Armstrong is concealed within the house. I am certain he is not there." "Then what is the answer?" Philip softly inquired. "Blur himself," came the reply. "Oh, do you genuinely believe?" "Listen, my dear, have you heard how Blur has spoken? According to his narrative, you must concede that I cannot possibly be implicated in Armstrong's disappearance. His tale has thoroughly clarified my innocence, yet it fails to absolve him. We only heard him assert that he heard footsteps and witnessed a shadow descending the stairs, fleeing through the front door. These statements could very well be fabrications. He might have eliminated Armstrong 2 hours prior. How did he do it?" Lombard shrugged. "How could we possibly know? If you seek my opinion, our only peril lies with Blur himself. What do we truly know about him? Absolutely nothing. The entire narrative surrounding this retired officer is fabricated, mere nonsense. His identity remains ambiguous. He could very well be a deranged millionaire, a lunatic businessman, or perhaps an escaped convict from Broadmoor prison. Yet, one thing is certain, each of these deceased individuals could have met their end at his hands." Vera's complexion paled, her words coming in short gasps. "If he intends to." Lombard interjected, patting the pistol in his pocket, murmuring, "I will keep a close watch on him, ensuring he behaves himself." He then regarded Vera with a curious gaze. "Do you trust me, Vera? Do you believe I would not turn my weapon upon you?" Vera responded, "One must place trust in others. In truth, I believe your assessment of Blur is misguided. I still maintain that Armstrong is the culprit." Suddenly, she turned her head sharply. "Do you not sense that someone has been watching us, waiting for the opportune moment to strike?" Lombard replied deliberately, "That is merely our heightened sensitivity." Vera, with urgency, remarked, "So you too have felt it?" A shiver coursed through her as she drew closer. "Please tell me you do not share this sentiment." After a brief pause, she continued, "I once encountered a tale about 2 judges arriving in an American town, claiming to be from the Supreme Court. They administered justice, selflessly. It turned out they were not of this world." Lombard raised an eyebrow, saying, "Messengers from the heavens, No, I do not believe in the supernatural. Such matters are entirely the work of mankind." Vera murmured, "At times, I find myself questioning." Lombard gazed at her and remarked, "That is a consequence of your conscience." After a moment of silence, he calmly added, "So, you truly did drown that child?" Vera, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, "I did not." "No, you have no right to say that." They cast a glance towards the house. Lombard stated, "The sound emanated from that direction. We should investigate." "No, I refuse to go," she replied. "Suit yourself, I shall proceed." Vera, resigned, conceded, "Very well, I will accompany you." They made their way towards the villa. The sunlight bathed the terrace, imparting a sense of tranquility. They hesitated for a moment, opting not to enter through the front door, but instead cautiously circled the house to inspect it. They discovered Blur, his head brutally crushed by a large slab of white marble, sprawled on the eastern steps with arms outstretched. Philip seized her shoulder, his demeanor stern and urgent, stating, "The truth is now evident. Armstrong must be hiding somewhere inside. I shall go in and apprehend him." Vera clung to him, shouting, "Do not be foolish. It is just the 2 of us now. It is our turn. He is waiting for us to find him. He is eager for us to enter." Philip paused, contemplating her words. "You make a valid point," he acknowledged. Vera exclaimed, "In any case, You must concede that I was correct. He nodded slightly. Yes, you have triumphed. It is undoubtedly Armstrong. But where has he concealed himself? We have meticulously scoured this place as if with a sieve, Vera said anxiously. If you couldn't find him last night, you certainly won't find him now. That's basic common sense. Lombard, somewhat reluctant, replied, Indeed, but he must have prepared a secret location in advance. That is precisely what he would do. Seek out a place akin to a hidden chamber in an antiquated mansion. This is not that type of old house. He could have someone construct one for him. Philip Lombard shook his head, asserting, We measured this house just the previous morning. I assure you, no discrepancies in area were found. Vera insisted, There must be. Lombard retorted, I shall see for myself. Vera exclaimed, Yes. You intend to go in and investigate. He is all too aware of that. He is waiting inside to send you to your demise. You know I possess this. As he spoke, Lombard drew his handgun partially from his pocket. You just claimed that Bloor is safe. Armstrong is certainly no match for him. He is stronger than Armstrong and possesses a heightened alertness. However, you seem to overlook the fact that Armstrong is a madman. A madman is always at an advantage. He is twice as cunning as a rational person. Finally, Lombard inquired, What shall we do tonight? Vera shifted uneasily in her seat. If I must continue to sit here like this, I shall truly go mad. Let us take our leave. They strolled along the rocks that overlooked the vast sea. As the sun began its descent toward the western horizon, the golden rays shimmered resplendently, enveloping them in the warm glow of the sunset. Suddenly, Vera let out a nervous laugh and remarked, It's a pity we cannot indulge in a sea bath. Philip, gazing down at the ocean, abruptly interrupted her, exclaiming, What is that over there? Do you see it? Near that large reef? No, a bit further to the right. Vera focused her gaze on the spot he indicated. It seems to be someone else's clothing? A swimmer, perhaps. Lombard chuckled, How peculiar. I suspect it's merely a clump of seaweed. Vera insisted, Let us go take a closer look. As they approached, Lombard noted, It is indeed clothing, a pile of garments, and there's a boot as well. Hurry. Let us climb over. They hopped across several rocks. Suddenly, Vera halted. It's not clothing, it's a person, trapped between two rocks, washed ashore by the tide. Lombard and Vera finally leaped onto a rock, drawing nearer to the figure. They bent down to see a face. Swollen and purple from the water, the ghastly visage of a drowned individual. Lombard gasped, My heavens! It's Armstrong. Eons have elapsed. The earth continues its ceaseless rotation. Time remains suspended, motionless. Countless centuries have flowed by. Yet, in truth, it is but a mere minute or two. Two individuals stand, gazing down at a lifeless form. Gradually, ever so slowly, Vera Claythorne and Philip Lombard lift their heads, locking their gazes into each other's eyes. Lombard chuckled. So it is. Isn't that right, Vera? Vera replied, her voice barely above a whisper, There is not a single soul on this island. Not one, apart from the two of us. Lombard remarked. Not a bit of doubt. Now we are quite clear about our predicament, are we not? Vera inquired. What was the trick with that stone bear? How was it executed? Lombard shrugged. Magic, my dear. Exceptionally brilliant magic. Their eyes met once more. Vera pondered. Why had she never truly observed his face before? A visage akin to that of a wolf. Undeniably a wolf's countenance. Those dreadful teeth. Lombard's voice, reminiscent of a howl, sent shivers down her spine as he declared, It can come to an end now. You must understand, the truth is now revealed. This is the conclusion. Vera responded calmly, I comprehend. She gazed out at the sea, recalling that General MacArthur had perhaps observed the same waters yesterday or the day before. And he too had uttered, This is the end. His words were delivered with a tone of acquiescence, almost welcoming. Yet for Vera, such sentiments invoked a deep-seated aversion. No, this could not be the end. She gazed at the lifeless figure and murmured, Poor Dr. Armstrong. Lombard scoffed. What does that mean? Compassion from a woman? Vera retorted, Why not? Do you lack compassion? He replied, I harbor not an ounce of pity for you, nor shall you receive any. Vera cast her eyes once more upon the corpse, stating, We must retrieve him. Let us bring him inside. He ought to join the ranks of the fallen, correct? It should be done with utmost care. In my opinion, he could remain here quite well. Vera insisted, regardless. Let us move him to a place safe from the tides. Lombard chuckled, As you wish. He bent down, commencing the arduous task of lifting the body. Vera closely aligned herself beside him, exerting every ounce of strength to pull and tug. Lombard gasped, This task is no easy feat eventually. They succeeded in dragging the body to a location beyond the reach of the waves. Lombard straightened up and asked, Are you satisfied now? Vera affirmed. Very much so. Lombard remarked. So this is your reason for extending kindness to the corpse. You aim to pick my pocket. She nodded, steadfastly and unwaveringly brandishing the gun. Death now loomed ominously over Lombard. He realized he had never been so close to the specter of mortality. Yet, he remained unyielding, commanding, hand over the pistol. Vera laughed. Lombard insisted, did you hear me? Hand me the pistol. He articulated each word with a reasoning tone, saying, listen, dear girl, hear me out. At that moment, he sprang up, as agile as a leopard or any other feline creature. Vera mechanically pulled back the gun's mechanism. Lombard's body hung suspended in the air for an instant before it fell heavily to the ground. Vera cautiously approached, her gun at the ready for a second shot. However, such a precaution proved unnecessary, for Philip Lombard had been pierced through the heart and was already lifeless. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Vera felt the urge to move. Since the recent event, she had remained there, paralyzed and unwilling to budge. Her heart was filled solely with happiness and a sense of security, leaving no room for anything else. Now, she became aware of her hunger and fatigue, predominantly the latter, and longed to collapse onto her bed for a long, restful sleep. Perhaps tomorrow they would come to rescue her, yet it mattered little. She felt indifferent to remaining here. She was now the sole inhabitant of the island, and nothing concerned her anymore. Oh, bliss, the serenity of happiness. She rose to her feet and cast a glance at the villa. There was nothing left to fear. No dread awaited her. In her eyes, that building transformed back into a fashionable, splendid villa, no different from any other structure. Not long ago, merely gazing at that house had sent shivers down her spine. Fear. Such a peculiar phenomenon. Ah, it has now vanished. She has triumphed, not only through her astuteness and decisiveness, escaping the clutches of death, but also by vanquishing those who threatened her very existence. She made her way towards the villa. The sun was setting, casting radiant crimson beams across the western horizon. Everything appeared so beautiful, so serene. Vera mused, perhaps all of this is merely a dream. She felt utterly exhausted, as if her very essence had been drained. Her limbs ached, and her eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. No more fear to endure. Sleep, sleep. All she desired was to rest. With only herself remaining on the island, she could truly feel at ease. Only a little Indian figurine was left behind. A faint smile graced her lips. She entered through the front door, and the house was enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility. Vera thought, logically, one would not wish to slumber in a house where a corpse resided in every room. Should she venture to the kitchen for a bite to eat? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved against it. She was far too weary. She paused at the entrance of the dining room, where 3 small porcelain figures remained on the table. Vera laughed, saying, my dear, you are quite out of fashion. She seized 2 porcelain figurines and hurled them out of the window, the sound of their shattering on the stone steps echoing in her ears. Grasping a 3rd figurine tightly, she exclaimed, you may accompany me. We have triumphed, my dear, we have triumphed. The hall dimmed in the twilight as Vera ascended the staircase. The porcelain figure clenched in her hand. With her legs utterly fatigued, her pace was slow. Only one little Indian child remained, solitary and forlorn. What was the conclusion again? Ah, yes. He got married. A most gratifying ending. Marriage. How peculiar. She felt as if Hugo were present in her room. The sensation was remarkably strong. Indeed, Hugo awaited her upstairs. Vera murmured to herself, do not be foolish. You are merely exhausted, thus these hallucinations. She ascended the staircase with deliberate slowness. At the top of the stairs, an object slipped from her hand and fell onto the soft carpet, making scarcely a sound. She did not notice the pistol sliding from her grasp, for she realized she was tightly clutching a porcelain figurine. How profoundly silent the house was. Yet, it still did not feel like an empty dwelling. Hugo was upstairs, awaiting her. Only one little Indian child remained, solitary and forlorn. What was the last line? Did it speak of marriage? Or something else? She approached her room's door, convinced beyond doubt that Hugo was inside, waiting for her. She opened the door and gasped in shock. What was that hanging from the ceiling hook? A noose, expertly tied? And beneath it stood a chair, one that could easily be kicked away. This was what Hugo had compelled her to do. Naturally echoing the final line of that poem, one hanged, 10 little Indian children all met their demise. The porcelain figurine slipped from her grasp, rolling a few times before shattering against the hearth. Vera moved forward mechanically. This was the conclusion. This was the very place where that cold, damp hand, Cyril's hand, had once touched her throat. You can swim to that rock, Cyril. How simple murder could be. Yet, one could never forget it. She stepped onto the chair, her eyes gazing blankly ahead like a sleepwalker. She looped the noose around her neck. Hugo stood there, watching her as she embarked on this fated path. She kicked the chair away. Epilogue: Sir Thomas Legge, the deputy commissioner dispatched by the British police to investigate the case, expressed his frustration. This matter is simply unbelievable from start to finish. Officer Main replied respectfully, I understand. Sir. The deputy commissioner continued, 10 people, 10 dead, not a single survivor. It is utterly incomprehensible. Officer Main, somewhat bewildered, responded, regardless, the facts are as clear as day. My lord. Sir Thomas Legge retorted, to hell with it, Main. Someone must have killed them all. This is precisely what we need to investigate, my lord. What insights can be gleaned from the doctor's report? It reveals little. Wogrieve and Lombard succumbed to gunfire. The former was struck in the head, while the latter's heart was pierced by a bullet. Miss Brent and Marston met their demise through cyanide poisoning. Mrs. Rogers perished from an overdose of trichloroethylene. Mr. Rogers suffered a grievous head wound. Bloor's skull was shattered. Armstrong drowned. MacArthur was struck in the back of the head. Vera Claythorne hanged herself. The deputy commissioner involuntarily recoiled, exclaiming, such barbarity. After a moment of contemplation, he irritably added, are you suggesting that you have yet to extract any valuable information from the residents of Sticklehaven? How vexing. They must possess some knowledge. Officer Main shrugged. They are all respectable, ordinary fishermen. They mentioned that the island was purchased by someone named Owen. That is the extent of their knowledge. Who is Owen's representative? Morris, Isaac Morris. What has he said regarding these matters? Nothing further, sir. He is deceased. The deputy commissioner furrowed his brow. What do we know about this Mr. Morris? Ah, indeed, my lord. We possess some knowledge about him. His reputation is rather tarnished. He was implicated in the fraudulent stock sale involving the Benito Company 3 years ago. Although we were unable to procure irrefutable evidence, this remains a certainty. He has also been involved in drug trafficking, yet, similarly, we could not capture any incriminating evidence against him. Morris is notably discreet in his dealings. He perished following the auction on this island? Yes, sir. He orchestrated the entire transaction, although he claimed to be acting on behalf of a third party, refusing to divulge the individual's name. I believe there must be some traces to uncover in the accounts, don't you think? Officer Main chuckled. If you were acquainted with Morris, you would know that this is utterly improbable. He is adept at fabricating accounts, capable of deceiving even the nation's finest accountants. We have already experienced this in the Benito case. He managed to render his employer's books virtually impeccable. The deputy commissioner sighed. Officer Main continued, stating that all matters connected with Sticklehaven were indeed under Morris's purview. It was he, as Mr. Owen's representative, who informed the locals that a wager was being placed on whether one could survive a week on this desolate island. Therefore, should any distress signals be emitted from the island, the inhabitants of Sticklehaven were instructed to disregard them. Sir Thomas uneasily shifted in his seat and inquired, are you suggesting that the townsfolk harbored no suspicions? Did they not find the situation at all peculiar? Main shrugged and replied, Your Excellency, you overlook a crucial detail. Indian Island was originally the property of Mr. Elmer Robertson. That American has hosted the most extraordinary gatherings. Initially, it is undeniable that the locals were astonished by the happenings on the island. However, over time, they became accustomed to it. Any further bizarre occurrences on the island were soon met with indifference. If you reflect upon it, Your Excellency, this is quite natural. The deputy commissioner's countenance darkened as he conceded the truth of this statement. Main continued, Fred Narracott, the motorboat operator who ferried this group to the island, remarked upon witnessing them that he was taken aback. They bore no resemblance to Mr. Robertson's usual guests. I believe it was precisely because he perceived them as ordinary individuals, unremarkable in every sense, that he disregarded Mr. Morris's directive and steered his vessel to the island after hearing the distress signal. When did he and the others arrive on the island? The signal was discovered by a group of scouts on the morning of the 11th. It was impossible to venture out that day. They set sail immediately after the storm had only just begun to abate on the afternoon of the 12th. They did not tarry in the least, so it is inconceivable that anyone could have slipped away from the island before their arrival. After a storm, the sea is invariably tumultuous. Is it possible that someone might have swum to safety? The small island lies a mile from the shore, and on that day, the waves were still quite formidable. Moreover, there were numerous spectators on the beach, including both adults and several scouts. The deputy commissioner let out a sigh and inquired, What of the record you discovered in the house? Can it yield any useful clues? Legge responded, And the contents of the record? Officer Main, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I was just about to address that matter, Your Excellency." He cleared his throat. "I have conducted as thorough an investigation as possible regarding the accusations. Let us begin with the Rogers couple, the first to arrive on the island. They were originally in the employ of Miss Brady, who passed away unexpectedly. The physician who treated her was at a loss for words, merely asserting that the couple could not have poisoned her. However, he personally believed there were indeed some intriguing matters at play. At the very least, they had failed to fulfill their duties. Yet, he also mentioned that such matters were utterly impossible to clarify. Next, we have Mr. Lawrence Wogreff. This gentleman is without any issues. He is the judge who presided over Seaton's case. It is worth mentioning that Seaton was undoubtedly guilty. Evidence emerged only after his execution. He most certainly got what he deserved. However, during the trial, opinions were rife. At least 9 out of 10 believed Seaton to be innocent, accusing the judge of personal vendetta. Miss Clayson's role as a governess is also noteworthy. Her household experienced a drowning incident, yet she appears to have had no involvement. In fact, she displayed remarkable bravery, swimming into the sea to rescue someone. Had she not been rescued in time, she too would have faced a dire fate. Please continue, sighed the deputy commissioner. Maine inhaled deeply and remarked, "Armstrong is indeed a distinguished physician with a clinic on Harry Street. His professional conduct is beyond reproach. He has not been implicated in the kind of medical malpractice as alleged in the record. However, tracing back to 1925, he did perform surgery on a woman named Chris at Lightmoor Hospital. She suffered from peritonitis and tragically succumbed on the operating table. Perhaps he was not sufficiently skilled at that time, lacking experience and finesse, yet it cannot be deemed a crime. There is certainly no question of motive here. Furthermore, Miss Emily Brent had previously employed Beatrice Taylor, who, after finding herself with child, was cast aside and subsequently drowned herself. While the circumstances are indeed harrowing, they do not constitute a crime. That, I believe, the deputy commissioner interjected, appears to be a pivotal issue. Mr. Owen is precisely involved in those cases that elude the grasp of the law. Maine continued to methodically present the list, revealing that the young Marston drove recklessly and had his license revoked twice. In my opinion, he should have been prohibited from driving long ago. The reason for his prosecution was precisely this. He was responsible for the tragic deaths of 2 children near Cambridge, one named John Coombs and the other Lucy Coombs. Several of his friends vouched for him, and after paying a fine, he was released. No definitive clues regarding General MacArthur have been uncovered. He performed admirably during the war, as he did in peacetime. Arthur Richmond, who served under him in France, later met his demise. There were no lingering grievances between the general and him. In fact, they were quite good friends. It is inevitable that mistakes occurred during wartime, and commanders may inadvertently send their subordinates to their deaths. This is a possibility he might have encountered as well. The deputy commissioner remarked on this. We then turned our attention to Philip Lombard, who had engaged in several disreputable activities abroad, narrowly avoiding disaster on 1 or 2 occasions. He is known for his audacity, albeit accompanied by considerable recklessness. It is not inconceivable that he may have been involved in fatalities in those remote locales. Then there was Bloor. Maine hesitated momentarily, recalling their previous association. Another person involuntarily shifted. Bloor, the deputy commissioner articulated deliberately, is not a man of good character. Is that your opinion, sir? He was asked. I have always held that view, replied the deputy commissioner. Yet he is exceedingly cunning and has evaded accountability. In my estimation, he committed perjury in the Rand case. I harbored suspicions at the time, but lacked concrete evidence. I dispatched Harris to investigate, yet nothing was uncovered. I still maintain that had we known how to proceed then, we would have certainly discovered some leads. This man lacks integrity. For a moment, silence enveloped the two. Finally, Sir Legg inquired, You just mentioned that Isaac Morris is deceased. When did he pass away? I anticipated you would inquire about this matter shortly, my lord. Isaac Morris passed away on the night of August 8th. As far as I understand, he succumbed to an overdose of barbiturates, a type of sedative. It remains unclear whether his demise was accidental or a deliberate act of suicide. Legg spoke slowly. Do you wish to know what I am contemplating, Maine? Perhaps I can discern it, my lord, Maine replied. Legg, with a weighty tone, remarked. Morris's death seems remarkably coincidental. Officer Maine nodded in agreement. I surmised you would express such a sentiment. The deputy commissioner struck the table with his fist, exclaiming, This is utterly unbelievable, practically impossible. 10 individuals have been murdered on a barren isle, and we are left in the dark regarding their assailant, the motive, or the method employed. Maine cleared his throat and interjected, "Well, it is not entirely accurate to say we know nothing, my lord. We have some inkling of the rationale. There exists an individual with a peculiar notion of justice, intent on seeking retribution against those whom the law fails to punish. He has identified 10 individuals, indifferent to their guilt or innocence. He remains utterly unconcerned." The deputy commissioner grew agitated. He retorted sternly, "Unconcerned? I find that hard to believe." He abruptly halted, as the officer patiently awaited his continuation. Legg sighed deeply and shook his head. "Please proceed," he urged. "I just had a fleeting sense of clarity, as if I had stumbled upon a clue. Yet, in an instant, it vanished. Continue with your thoughts." Maine continued, 10 individuals are to be executed. Let us use that term loosely. All 10 have met their fate. Mr. Owen has fulfilled his task. It remains a mystery how he managed to escape the island and vanish without a trace." The deputy commissioner remarked, "A masterful act of evasion. However, you must understand, Maine, there is nothing in this world that cannot be explained." Maine replied, "Sir, do you truly believe that if this individual never arrived on the island, he could not possibly depart from it? According to the accounts of those involved, he never set foot on that island. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that this person is one among the 10. The deputy commissioner nodded. Maine eagerly asserted, "We have long considered this, Your Excellency. We have deliberated thoroughly. Now, at least, we are not as shrouded in darkness as we were when the events on Indian Island first transpired." Vera Claythorne left behind a diary, and Emily Brent possesses one as well. Old Wargrove penned some notes, all related to legal matters, though his wording is rather obscure. The content remains crystal clear. Bloor too has left behind similar jottings. The testimonies align without discrepancy. The sequence of deaths is as follows: Marston, Mrs. Rogers, MacArthur, Rogers, Miss Brent, and Wargrove. Following Wargrove's demise, Vera Claythorne's diary records that Armstrong left the house at night, with Bloor and Lombard trailing after him. Bloor also noted this in his memo, with a simple line stating, "Armstrong has disappeared. Your Excellency, based on these records, we seem to arrive at a conclusion that elucidates this mystery. Armstrong drowned, a fact you likely recall. Assuming Armstrong was deranged, it is entirely plausible that he could have murdered the others before leaping off the cliff to end his own life, or perished while attempting to swim to the shore. This conclusion appears reasonable, yet regrettably, it cannot hold. Indeed, it is utterly untenable. Firstly, according to the forensic examination results, the medical examiner, who arrived on the island on the morning of August 13th, determined that these individuals had been deceased for at least 36 hours, possibly even longer. This is the extent of what the medical examiner could ascertain. However, he firmly believed that Armstrong's body had been submerged for 8 to 10 hours before being washed ashore. Consequently, it can be inferred that Armstrong must have fallen into the sea at some point during the night of the 10th to the 11th. Allow me to elucidate why I assert this. We located the site where the body was cast ashore, wedged between 2 rocks, with remnants of clothing and hair still clinging to the stones. It is evident that he was deposited here during the high tide on the night of the 11th, around 11 o'clock. After this, the storm subsided, and the subsequent high water mark was considerably lower than this location. You may contend that Armstrong first eliminated the other 3 individuals before plunging into the sea. Yet, this raises further complications. Armstrong's body was dragged to a spot beyond the reach of the tide and lay upright, perfectly arranged. This irrefutably indicates that there were still living individuals on the island after Armstrong's demise. He paused momentarily before continuing. How should one explain this matter? The situation on the morning of the 11th was as follows. Armstrong had vanished, presumed drowned, leaving 3 individuals, Lombard, Bloor, and Vera Claythorne. Lombard met his demise by gunfire. His lifeless form discovered by the shore, mere proximity to Armstrong's body. Vera Claythorne was found hanging in her own room, while Bloor's corpse lay upon the terrace, his skull crushed by a substantial block of marble, which had evidently been cast down from the window above. The deputy commissioner interrupted his discourse, inquiring loudly, "Whose window?" "Vera Claythorne's." "Now, let us meticulously analyze the circumstances surrounding each of these individuals, shall we, sir? Let us begin with Philip Lombard. We postulate that he hurled the block of marble, resulting in Bloor's fatal injury, subsequently administering an anesthetic to Vera, leading to her hanging. Finally, he would have approached the shore to end his own life with a firearm. If this were the case, then who removed the pistol from his side? The weapon was ultimately discovered at the foot of the stairs, at the entrance to Wargrove's room. The deputy commissioner queried, "Were there any fingerprints left on it?" "Indeed, sir, there were, those of Vera Claythorne." "Good heavens, then." "However, we found that the chair was not overturned. Rather, it stood neatly against the wall, in alignment with the other chairs in the room. This must have been arranged by someone else after Vera's death. Now only Brawl remains. If you were to tell me that he shot Lombard, hanged Vera, and then stepped outside to take his own life by dropping that marble slab with a rope, I would find it utterly implausible. No one would resort to such a method for suicide. Besides, Brawl is not that kind of person. We know Brawl. He is certainly not one who advocates for the pursuit of justice." The deputy commissioner remarked, "You are correct." Officer Main then added, "Thus, sir, there must certainly be another individual on the island. This person, after committing these acts, also took measures to cover their tracks. The question remains, where has he been hiding? Where has he gone?" The residents of Sticklehaven all echoed, "It is impossible for anyone to leave the island before the rescue ship arrives." "If that is the case." He trailed off. The deputy commissioner said, "If that is the case." He sighed deeply, shook his head, and leaned forward. "But if that is the case," he continued, "who is it that has killed these individuals? From a young age, I recognize that my nature is a confluence of contradictions. Firstly, I am afflicted with an incurable disease of romantic fantasy. As a child, when I read thrilling novels, I would invariably feel an indescribable excitement whenever a character cast a bottle containing crucial documents into the sea. Even to this day, that allure has not waned. Thus, I have adopted the practice of penning my confessions, sealing them within a bottle, and casting it into the ocean. I estimate that there remains a glimmer of hope for this confession to be discovered, though perhaps I am overly optimistic, should it indeed be found. The truth behind this unresolved mystery of murder may finally be unveiled. Beyond my romantic fantasies, my character encompasses other facets. I am unmistakably afflicted with a sadistic tendency, deriving pleasure from witnessing or orchestrating death. I vividly recall the experiments I conducted with wasps and various pests in the garden. From my childhood, I was acutely aware of my murderous inclinations. However, concurrently, I possess another contradictory trait, a profound sense of justice. I abhor the thought of an innocent person or creature suffering or perishing due to my actions. I am deeply convinced that justice should triumph over all. Perhaps it is somewhat understandable, at least a psychologist might comprehend, that it is precisely this psychological state that led me to choose law as my lifelong vocation. The practice of law nearly fulfills the entirety of my being. The concepts of evil and the punishment of evil perpetually captivate my imagination. I take great delight in reading various detective and horror stories, and to alleviate boredom, I conjure the most ingenious methods of committing murder. Years later, I ascended to the position of a judge, and a clandestine aspect of my nature was inspired to flourish. Whenever I witnessed an unfortunate criminal grappling in agony upon the defendant's stand, tormented and slowly encroached upon by the specter of destruction, I invariably felt an immense pleasure. However, it is essential to note that such elation eludes me when an innocent soul occupies that same place. On at least 2 occasions, fully cognizant of the defendant's innocence, I halted proceedings and directed the jury to recognize the untenability of the charges. Yet, due to the impartiality and efficiency of our security division, the majority of those presented before me, accused of homicide, were indeed culpable. I must clarify that the case of Edward Seaton exemplifies this. His appearance and demeanor created a deceptive impression, leaving a favorable mark on the jury. While the evidence may not have been overtly compelling, it was decidedly clear. And based on my extensive experience with criminals, I am convinced that this individual committed the heinous act of brutally murdering a trusting elderly woman. I am often regarded as a merciless judge, yet such a perception is unjust. In my final summations, I consistently maintain a demeanor that is strict, fair, and exceedingly cautious. My aim is to steer the jury away from emotional impulses and the manipulative rhetoric of certain attorneys. I direct their focus towards the incontrovertible facts at hand. For quite some time, I have sensed a transformation within myself. I find it increasingly difficult to restrain my impulses, yearning to cast aside my judicial identity and take matters into my own hands. To be candid, I desire to take a life myself. I realize this yearning mirrors an artist's quest for self-expression. I am, or could become, an artist in the realm of criminology. The imagination that has long been stifled by my profession is gradually evolving into an overwhelming force. I must commit a murder. Moreover, It cannot be a mere ordinary act of killing. My act must be extraordinary, striking, and unparalleled. In this regard, I believe I still possess a vibrant imagination. I wish to undertake something profoundly dramatic, almost fantastical. I want to kill. Indeed, I want to kill. Yet, paradoxically, I remain constrained by my inherent sense of justice, which impedes me from allowing the innocent to suffer. Later, quite unexpectedly, a thought surged into my mind, sparked by a seemingly innocuous remark made during a casual conversation. The individual I was conversing with was a doctor, an ordinary, unremarkable physician. He casually mentioned that the perpetrators of certain crimes often elude the scrutiny of the law. He cited an example concerning an elderly woman, a recent patient of his who had passed away. He expressed his personal belief that her demise was a result of a couple entrusted with her care deliberately withholding urgent medication from her, allowing them to inherit a substantial fortune upon her death. He elaborated that such matters are exceedingly difficult to substantiate. Yet he remained firmly convinced that this couple had indeed committed this heinous act. He recounted numerous similar cases, wherein the cunning of the criminals rendered them impervious to legal retribution. This marked the inception of the entire affair. My thoughts became remarkably clear, and I resolved to embark on an audacious endeavor. As I sought out these victims, my plan gradually crystallized in my mind. Everything was in place, save for the opportune moment. I merely needed to select the right occasion to act. Ultimately, my decision was catalyzed by a visit to a clinic on Harry Street. I had previously mentioned undergoing surgery once before. This visit, however, enlightened me to the futility of undergoing another operation. My physician skillfully concealed this information, but I had long since become adept at discerning the unspoken implications. I have not disclosed my decision to the doctor. I shall not succumb to the inexorable laws of nature, languishing in suffering before closing my eyes for eternity. No, my demise should be a thrilling affair. Before I depart from this world, I intend to savor life to the fullest. Now, allow me to elaborate on the methods employed in the murder case on Indian Island. Acquiring this small isle and utilizing Morris to conceal my whereabouts were tasks of utmost simplicity. Morris is a connoisseur in such matters. Having meticulously examined the materials concerning the several victims I collected, I devised a suitable bait for each of them. Every arrangement in my plan succeeded flawlessly. On August 8th, all my guests, including myself, arrived at Indian Island. I had meticulously arranged for Morris's fate long before my departure. Maurice suffers from dyspepsia. Prior to leaving London, I administered a pill to him, instructing him to take it before bedtime. I informed him that this remedy had once proven remarkably effective in alleviating my own excess stomach acid. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the medication. This individual harbors a slight paranoia. I am not concerned that he would leave behind any documents or notes that could betray my whereabouts. He is not of that disposition. The sequence of deaths on the island has been carefully orchestrated by me. The severity of my guests' transgressions varies. I resolve to allow those with lesser crimes to perish first, sparing them the prolonged torment and fear suffered by the more malevolent murderers. Anthony Marston and Mrs. Rogers met their ends first, one in an instant, the other in tranquil slumber. I am aware that Mr. Marston lacks the moral sense we possess. He is an amoral pagan. Mrs. Rogers, I have no doubt, was heavily influenced by her husband in her involvement in that affair. There is no need for me to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the deaths of these two individuals. The police could easily ascertain the cause of death. Under the pretext of exterminating wasps, any property owner can effortlessly procure potassium chloride. I carried some with me. And amidst the chaos that ensued after the gramophone announced the crimes of all present, I discreetly placed it into Marston's nearly empty glass. Throughout the entire accusation process, I observed the facial expressions of my guests with great care. Through my extensive courtroom experience, I am convinced that all of them are guilty. Recently, I have been plagued by excruciating pain, prompting my doctor to prescribe a sedative, chloral hydrate. I have gradually accumulated a considerable quantity, ample enough to bring about death. Rogers procured a bottle of brandy for his wife, placing it upon the table. As I passed by, I discreetly introduced the powdered drug into the brandy with ease, for none among the guests harbored any suspicion at that moment. General MacArthur accepted his fate with serene resignation, oblivious to the sound of my approach from behind. Of course, I had meticulously chosen the opportune moment to depart from the terrace, ensuring that all proceeded flawlessly. As anticipated, a thorough search of the island ensued, revealing no one but the seven of us. This inevitably fostered an atmosphere of suspicion. According to my plan, I needed to swiftly secure an ally. I opted for Dr. Armstrong, a man of rather gullible disposition. Based on my appearance and reputation, he deemed it impossible for someone of my stature to be a murderer. His suspicions were wholly directed towards Lombard, and I feigned agreement with his assessment. I hinted at a scheme I had devised, one that could entrap the murderer and expose him. Although the room had been searched, no one had yet been scrutinized personally, a circumstance destined to change soon. On the morning of August 10th, I ended Roger's life while he was chopping wood to kindle a fire, unaware of my silent approach. In his pocket, I discovered the key to the dining room door, which he had locked the previous night. Seizing the chaos that ensued from the discovery of Roger's body, I stealthily slipped into Lombard's room and absconded with his handgun. I was aware that he would invariably carry a firearm. Indeed, I had instructed Morris to raise this matter during the meeting with Lombard. At that juncture, I informed Armstrong that it was imperative to put our plan into action. The scheme was straightforward. I must feign being a victim. This ruse could potentially unnerve the murderer. After all, as long as everyone believed I was deceased, I would be able to move about the residence undetected, clandestinely investigating the elusive killer. Armstrong wholeheartedly endorsed this stratagem. That very evening, we set our plan in motion. A small dab of red clay was applied to my forehead, and the crimson curtains and yarn were all meticulously prepared. The surroundings were arranged accordingly. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie ambience, and the only person who would scrutinize my condition would be Dr. Armstrong. The proceedings unfolded seamlessly. When Miss Claythorne discovered the water plants I had placed in her room, her shrill scream reverberated throughout the entire residence. Everyone rushed upstairs, providing me the perfect opportunity to assume the guise of a new victim. Their reactions upon discovering me were precisely as I had anticipated. Armstrong executed his role with remarkable proficiency. They lifted me upstairs and laid me upon my bed, after which no one cared to further investigate my condition. Distrust and fear permeated their interactions, each one terrified to the core. Armstrong and I rendezvoused outside the villa just midnight. I led him to a narrow path along the edge of the cliff behind the residence. I informed him that we could see anyone approaching from this spot, while the dormitories faced another direction, ensuring that those inside would remain oblivious to our presence. Until this moment, he harbored no suspicion, though he ought to have been on guard. Recalling the line from the poem, "A misstep leads to a plunge, swallowed by a lurking fish." He should have gleaned some insight from this. Yet, he entirely dismissed the notion of the lurking fish. From the window, I witnessed Vera Claythorne shoot Lombard dead. A bold and astute young woman, I had initially surmised that she would hold the upper hand in their confrontation. The instant the duel concluded, I set a trap in her room. This was a fascinating psychological experiment. Would the realization of her crime, the recent act of murder, combined with her heightened state of tension and the hypnotic influence of the surroundings, lead her down the path of self-destruction? I believed such a possibility existed. I was correct. I watched in silence from the shadow of the cupboard as Vera Claythorne took her own life. When the sea calms, a boat will come from the mainland. What they will discover on Indian Island are 10 lifeless bodies and an enigma that remains forever unsolved.